Chapter 493. The Bone Sage's death. Han Li's expression became unsightly. The web of lightning around Han Li had stopped the gray flames for the time being, but it appeared as if there was nothing that the flames couldn't burn. The lightning had already been set aflame, transforming the web of lightning into a cage of gray flame, trapping Han Li within. Now he couldn't even escape if he wanted to. But what worried Han Li even more was that as the gray flames burned away at the net of golden lightning, he could slowly feel the lightning contained inside his body slowly withering away. The decaying nature of the flames gave the sacred Azure flames an overwhelming advantage. The Bone Sage deeply sighed in relief and smiled. He felt confident that Han Li had no method of breaking free of the prison of gray flame. Based on the flame's legends, the Bone Sage believed that even a nascent soul cultivator trapped by it would have to greatly damage their origin chi by using a secret technique in order to escape. Once he refined his own Azure flame and restored his nascent soul to the peak of his cultivation, he was convinced that it would be possible for him to rule over half of the scattered star seas. With that thought, the Bone Sage let his imagination run wild. In his eyes, Han Li was already a dead man. The situation was growing increasingly dire. As the golden net of lightning shrank, it eventually arrived on the verge of collapse. In response, Han Li expressionlessly spread out his palms and shot out dense arcs of golden lightning towards the net. The seemingly unending stream of golden lightning from Han Li's palms merged with the net, causing the withering net to immediately flourish brightly once more. Not only was it restored to its original size, but it also began to astonishingly launch an unending storm of lightning against the surrounding gray flames, pushing back the flames with great momentum. The Bone Sage's eyes widened and he nearly jumped. He now truly understood what it meant for heaven's will to overturn man's. The absurd amount of divine Devilbane lightning in Han Li's body was wreaking havoc on the Bone Sage's nerves. Even though the sacred Azure flames were in existence a level above the divine Devilbane lightning, there was just far too much lightning. It was uncertain which would win. The Bone Sage glared at Han Li as if he were looking at a monster. Yet again his mind was plagued by doubts. Just how many gold lightning bamboo magic treasures does Han Li have stored in that small body of his? Was it possible that his supply of Devilbane lightning was endless? Just as that thought entered his mind, the Bone Sage fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue. With sharp pain and the taste of blood, he managed to regain clarity of mind. He lightly shook his head and dismissed such absurd thoughts. Endless amounts of Devilbane lightning? That was obviously impossible. He was merely unsure about the quantity of Han Li's lightning. However, the Bone Sage was convinced that with few more bursts of lightning, Han Li was certain to run dry. When that happened, he would be able to easily kill Han Li and take his many gold lightning bamboo magic treasures for himself. With that thought, the Bone Sage roused his spirits and fiercely gazed at Han Li with newfound greed, raising his orb of light above his head. Earlier, the Bone Sage had only refined less than half of his celestial ice flames into Azure flames in order to reduce the odds of backlash. But it appeared that this wouldn't be enough to kill Han Li, as he still had Devilbane lightning in reserve. In order to kill Han Li in one move, he would have to refine all of his remaining celestial ice flames. He then nodded his head in approval of his thoughts and formed an incantation gesture once more. The orb of light quickly rotated, glowing once more with dazzling brilliance. When Han Li saw this, his heart broke out into a chill. It was as the Bone Sage had anticipated. Han Li's continuous use of the Devilbane lightning had left it on the verge of being exhausted after having dealt with the Bone Sage's celestial ice and sacred Azure flames. Having seen the Bone Sage about to launch another attack with his sacred Azure flames, Han Li pondered whether or not his remaining Devilbane lightning would be enough to break himself free. His only option was to break through the cage of flames and flee. After all, no matter how mighty the sacred Azure flames were, their power meant nothing if it couldn't connect. With that thought, Han Li came to a decision. He released the remaining Devilbane lightning in a single instantaneous burst, shooting out 2 arm-thick bolts of lightning from his hands into the net. The gold net of lightning rapidly swayed with muffled rolls of thunder before exploding in a burst of golden brilliance. Countless arcs of golden lightning pushed back the few remaining gray flames far away. At that moment, Han Li's body flickered several times and reappeared about 10 meters away. During that moment, Han Li was filled with apprehension. He feared that if he wasn't careful, he would make contact with a sliver of gray flame, something that would prove to be absolutely deadly. But now that he had made it past the barrier of sacred Azure flames, he used his cloak without the hesitation. With a flash of blood-red light he started to float off the ground. He had already decided to shoot straight towards the stone stairs and have his clouds-warm bamboo swords break through the barrier, allowing him to make a clean escape. The Bone Sage guessed what Han Li intended and immediately grew anxious. He immediately surged his magic power into the light orb and quickened its transformation. With a huge rumble, the entire light orb was set alight with gray flame as if it were made completely out of sacred Azure flames. But strangely, the center of the orb still had a small ball of blue light. It continuously flickered, appearing quite unstable. The Bone Sage was initially surprised when he saw this, but he didn't take it very seriously. As his current magic power wasn't much, it wasn't particularly alarming if the transformation was incomplete. He was currently focused on Han Li's imminent escape. Nothing he could say would stop him now. The Bone Sage lightly beckoned to the orb of gray flames. The orb of flames lightly trembled several times and started to follow his orders to attack. But a sudden transformation had occurred. The remnant of blue light inside the orb suddenly flickered several times before it ruptured from the center of the orb. The orb suddenly became uneven and distorted, releasing a faint but shrieking whistle from it. The Bone Sage was greatly frightened and hastily attempted to control the orb's distortions. He had long since forgotten that the sacred Azure flames wasn't something that he had truly refined. He was only able to manipulate it through the aid of external forces. Now, having encountered the disturbance of its core rupturing, the flame orb was completely unstable and had gone frantically out of control. His meager magic power didn't have the slightest effect in controlling it. As his head was lined with sweat, the flame orb suddenly dissolved into the colors of white, green, and black, and ruptured above the Bone Sage's head, releasing countless embers of gray flame. The Bone Sage's expression turned bloodlessly pale. He hastily started to turn his body without a thought, forming a vortex of black and green ghost chi towards the embers in an attempt to restrain them. In the following instant, an arrow-like bolt of black lightning shot towards the ruptured orb in an attempt to save the Bone Sage's life. Although the vortex of ghost chi appeared overbearing, they melted away into nothingness upon touching the embers of gray flame to no effect. While the embers did not fall at a fast speed, they were widely spread out over a great distance and drifted from place to place. But he should still be able to run from them if just barely. When Han Li witnessed this reversal, he immediately changed his mind. He made use of the opportunity to shoot out 10 streaks of Azure Essence swordlight from his fingertips and blocked the Bone Sage's path of escape. The Bone Sage inwardly cursed with alarm and fury. He was too preoccupied at that moment to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of him with gritted teeth and emit a thin layer of green chi before charging forwards. Just before a streak of azure light struck him, he shot out a black streak of light from his mouth, his magic treasure, the gold lightning bamboo arrow. After striking the 5th streak of azure light, it was knocked to the side. As for the rest of the sword streaks, the Bone Sage directly received them with his arms. 5 muffled explosions sounded out. The Bone Sage had clearly underestimated the might of Han Li's Azure Essence swordlight. Although he managed to repel the first 4 streaks of Azure swordlight, the last strike had broken through his green chi and struck his true body, pushing him back by several steps. In that moment, the Bone Sage's mind froze in terror. With a face full of panic, he hastily reached to take something out from his robes. But before that happened, a minuscule faint ember of gray flame had landed on his shoulder. Whoosh! Gray flame wildly ignited. Without even the slightest scream, the Bone Sage's body succumbed to the flames, leaving nothing but drifting ash behind. Chapter 494. Celestial Ice Pearl. Han Li felt his blood run cold and his face trembled upon witnessing the ferocity of the Azure flames. After the gray flames incinerated the Bone Sage, they condensed into a delicate ember and flew off. For some unknown reason, the Bone Sage's death had caused a strange transformation in the Azure flames. All of the gray embers simultaneously released a thread of dark green chi along with a spark of black lightning, turning the embers blue in an instant. The embers appeared to have returned to their original form as celestial ice flames. Han Li suddenly felt his surroundings compress, as the air filled with blue glacial chi. The glacial chi started to cover the ground in thin layer of ice, spreading to the rest of the area within the light barrier. Han Li turned pale from fright at the sudden onslaught of cold and wildly poured spiritual power into the white rhino emblem. A scorching white light was emitted that repelled the cold chi, barring it from approaching his body. It seemed the celestial ice flame's true capabilities were only displayed after the bone sage had lost control. In only a short moment, the entire surface of the stone platform had been covered in a sheet of frost. Han Li's barrier of white light barely managed to protect him, but it massively drained his magic power, causing him to bitterly curse. Han Li now understood that the bone sage's celestial ice flames were weakened from either his shallow cultivation or a lack of time to refine them. This would explain why he had only been able to use a fraction of its true power a moment ago. Had the bone sage displayed this fearsome power with his celestial ice flames from the start, he would have been able to kill Han Li several times over without having any need to refine the Azure flames. In addition, it is likely that the true power of the Azure flames hadn't been displayed either. Its power had probably only reached a tenth of its potential. As these domineering thoughts entered his mind, he had nearly deduced the entire truth of the matter. Regardless, he wasn't about to let himself to foolishly meet his end by the masterless celestial ice flames after having put so much effort into eliminating the bone sage. At that moment, he grit his teeth and reached for the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He was going to release the gold devouring beetles and see whether or not they could increase his odds of survival. The still immature gold devouring beetles were certain to be unable to resist the fearsome chill, but Han Li didn't have many options left to keep his life. Han Li's palm moved, and just as he was about to open the spirit beast pouch, a sudden change occurred. The floating blue embers throughout the room suddenly flickered several times before releasing a clear ringing sound. They seemed to have received some sort of command and started to shoot towards the sky, condensing into a single solid form. A short moment later, a shining blue light sphere appeared in the sky. As soon as this fist-sized blue ice pearl had appeared, the fantastical chill within the stone platform instantly disappeared as if it had never been there. Having already opened his spirit beast pouch halfway, Han Li was dumbfounded, but he soon found himself overwhelmed with delighted surprise. Regardless of what strange transformations the celestial ice flames underwent, he could now safely make his escape. At that moment, the blue ice pearl slowly floated down from the sky and stopped in front of Han Li. Han Li looked at the ice pearl with a strange expression. After some contemplation, he reached out his hand and shot a bolt of the remnant lightning at it. After winding around the ice pearl for a moment, the pearl had been restrained and obediently entered the lightning's control with no further surprises. Han Li's expression grew solemn. He didn't dare to be overly confident and carefully flicked his wrist, having the golden lightning slowly draw the ice pearl towards him. He had the pearl stop about a foot away from him and looked at it with trepidation. With his hand firmly covered in azure light, he carefully reached out to it. Although his hand was still covered in dense true essence, Han Li could feel a slight chill through it. It seemed that after the celestial ice flames had condensed into this pearl, its glacial chi had been completely sealed. As such, Han Li breathed a sigh of relief and dispersed the light surrounding his hand. He grabbed the pearl with 3 fingers and carefully examined it. The blue pearl's exterior was solid blue crystal while its interior consisted of raging flames. Han Li hesitated for a moment. This celestial ice pearl was a treasure that had scarcely, if ever, appeared in this world. It could be considered a treasure even more valuable than the Heaven Void Cauldron. Although he didn't know how this ice fire pearl could be refined or used, it was something that he absolutely couldn't discard. After having witnessed the viciousness of the Azure Sun Devil Fire 1 and the Heaven-wide Corpse Fire, Han Li found himself desiring a powerful flame of his own. And even better, the celestial ice flame's power was even greater than the previous flames he had witnessed. With this, he would be able to fulfill his long desire of possessing some truly ferocious flames. Although attempting to use and acquire it possessed a certain degree of danger, Han Li was more than willing to brave the risk. With that thought, Han Li shot out a spark of gold lightning and wrapped the ice pearl in successive layers of lightning. A short moment later, he held the lightning-clad pearl in his hand while sparks of lightning occasionally arced off the ball. The result set Han Li's mind at ease. If the ice pearl was to rupture once more, the cover of Devilbane lightning would be able to buy him enough time to wrest control over it. After having just battled against these very flames, he was completely confident that the divine Devilbane lightning could restrain them if need be. There would be no fear of any sudden backlash. However, he had now truly exhausted the reserve of Devilbane lightning inside his body. Not even a spark remained. However, Hanli couldn't bring himself to care as he put the pearl inside a square jade box and properly placed it away. At that moment, Hanli finally had the chance to take a breath and make a quick flight to the altar. He placed his over-exhausted blood jade spider into his spirit beast pouch. As for the refined spider corpse, it had long stopped moving. Hanli couldn't help but stop when he arrived at where the bone sage perished. With an astonished expression, he waved his hand. An item that faintly shone with white light flew into his hand from within the ashes. It turned out to be a flawless white gem that was several inches long. After sizing it up for a moment, he recognized it to be the bone sage's rib bone. Hanli was quite amazed to find that it had been completely unharmed by the sacred Azure flames. When he had first seen it inside the bone sage's prison, the rib bone had contained the map of Heaven Void Hall. Could it be that the rib bone holds other items as well? After some further thought, Hanli placed it into his storage pouch. Now was not the time to examine his spoils, as his escape and survival were the far more urgent matters at hand. Just as Hanli flew towards the steps, he unexpectedly found a dormant emerald green arrow on the ground. Hanli frowned and waved his hand, sweeping the treasure into his grasp with a streak of azure light. After a casual inspection, Hanli placed the arrow into his bag, but a strange ringing then unexpectedly sounded out from within his spirit beast pouch. Hanli's heart stirred and he couldn't help but be surprised. After frowning with some deliberation, he suddenly slapped his storage pouch. A streak of light circled around him before revealing itself to be the soul-devouring weeping soul beast. Hanli opened his mouth and spat out the gray pearl used to control it, the weeping soul pearl. Hanli had found the circumstances from when Yuan Yao handed this beast over to him to be quite strange. As a result, he hadn't refined the control pearl. However, it was still an easy matter to erase her lingering spiritual sense from the pearl and exert control over the weeping soul beast. As he held onto the weeping soul pearl, he stared at the small emerald green arrow and suddenly opened his mouth. An azure ball of core flame enveloped the arrow and started to slowly refine it. At first the arrow didn't reveal the slightest reaction, as if it were truly dead. A cold glint then flashed through Hanli's eyes. After licking his lips, he threw the arrow into the air and gave the weeping soul beast a command. The beast suddenly snorted and shot out a yellow mist, enveloping the small arrow. The small arrow had originally stayed still, but upon seeing the yellow mist, it flashed with green light several times, enveloping itself in a streak of green radiance accompanied by a sharp whistle. The arrow then shot directly towards the stone stairs as if it were terrified by the yellow mist. 1. First and only appearance in Chapter 266. Chapter 495. Mysterious scroll painting. Hanli had already been prepared for the arrow to attempt to escape. Within the arrow's first few meters of flight, Hanli shot out an azure sword streak that intercepted it, causing it to tumble. In that opening, the weeping soul beast wrapped the small arrow in a yellow radiance, causing the magic treasure to incessantly flash. The arrow dashed back and forth within the cage of light as if wanting to escape, but the yellow light appeared immensely more powerful than it. No matter how much the arrow struggled, it was unable to escape. This was to be expected of the beast that was known to be the bane of all ghosts. As the small arrow's resistance grew weaker, yellow threads shot out from the cage of light and tightly bound the small arrow in an instant. The yellow threads then grew taut and dragged out a ball of green light from within the small arrow. The green light was ensnared by many yellow threads and incessantly transformed into all sorts of animals and insects, as well as fluctuating in size in its attempt to break free. Despite its efforts, it was unable to escape from the yellow threads and was gradually drawn closer and closer to the weeping soul beast's nose. At that moment, the green light grew panicked and transformed into the face of an old man. The light loudly pleaded towards Hanli, "Young friend Han, I beg you to let me go. So long as you spare my life, I will willingly serve you for the rest of my life. The number of strange and secret techniques I know are countless, and I am willing to give you all of them. Moreover, doesn't young friend Han wish to learn the entirety of the profound Een arts?" I didn't even teach the last few layers to my traitorous disciple Zenith Een. Doesn't fellow Taoist Han also wish to know about the wonders of profound soul demonification? Although my own estate had been seized by Zenith Een, I still have many secret cave dwellings, each containing their own hidden treasures. This old servant is willing to fully devote himself to you. The more the ghostly face spoke, the quicker the words came out and the more panicked it appeared. He even took the initiative to offer to become a servant because at that moment, he was only about a foot away from the weeping soul beast's nose. If he were to truly be absorbed by the beast, even if his soul were more tenacious, he would never be able to escape. Despite having a will far more staunch and unwavering than others, Han Li's heart thumped upon hearing the Bone Sage's offers, and his face revealed a trace of hesitation. Perhaps due to having seen Han Li's hesitation, the ghost revealed his greatest trump card with a low roar. Even if fellow Taoist Han doesn't want those things, don't you want to know the weaknesses of Zenith Yin's cultivation arts? And how about removing the tracing mark he placed on your body? Han Li's gaze flickered several times and his expression continuously shifted. He sighed and lightly waved his hand, causing the radiance encasing the Bone Sage to grow still, preventing him from continuing towards the weeping soul beast's nose. The thread-bound ghost rejoiced and sighed with relief. Young friend Han, you are truly wise. By sparing this old man, the ghost face forced a smile and intended to ingratiate himself to Han Li. But when the Bone Sage was about to continue, the weeping soul beast snorted and resumed sucking in the Bone Sage. With his guard now down, he was sucked in without the slightest resistance. At that moment Han Li wore a cold sneer. The weeping soul beast burped as if it was quite satisfied with his meal and clumsily patted its stomach. With a faint smile, Han Li shook the weeping soul pearl in his hand and returned the beast to his storage pouch. Han Li walked forward with the small green arrow now in his grasp. As he gazed at it, he muttered, "You want to be my servant? How could I possibly choose to act against my own interests? You lived for over 1,000 years. It would already be baseless flattery to say that I could possibly stand to out-scheme you. Killing you now will save me quite a bit trouble. Who knows when you would betray me?" Even now, Han Li was unable to understand whether the ghost had been the Bone Sage's true soul or a soul shard that he had split off earlier. Han Li wouldn't be surprised if ghost Taoists had such soul-splitting techniques. After Han Li picked up the 5-element bands that were lying nearby and lingered for a moment, the ghost face had reminded him of the marker that Zenith Een had placed on him. If he didn't figure out how to remove it, he might be detected immediately after he left the barrier. Han Li had already examined himself several times with his spiritual sense, but hadn't been able to find the slightest trace. However, Han Li still had another way to look for any markings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so rashly exterminated the ghost. Han Li released several thousand gold devouring beetles into the air and had them crawl all over his body. After a short moment, a few of the gold devouring beetles on his lower leg released a peculiar shriek. Han Li rejoiced and issued the command. The gold devouring beetles on his leg became restless for a moment, before they all returned to his spirit beast pouch. Han Li then flew towards the stone steps without further delay. He felt that he had tarried for far too long and was on edge with fear. He traveled the 100 meters down the stairs in the blink of an eye. Han Li then opened his mouth and spat out a streak of blue light, cleaving open a 3-meter hole in the light barrier with his bamboo cloud's warm sword. He then shot out of the hole in a streak of light. According to his calculations, his best bet would be to stealthily return to the first or second floor and enter one of the doors. Afterwards, he would break the restrictions on the secret room and return to Heaven Void Hall. As for the rooms on the other floors, they were far too dangerous for him. Han Li shot along the path he remembered in complete silence. On his way back, the restrictions and puppets had all been long since eliminated. Apart from being careful about avoiding the old devils, he didn't have any other worries and flew as boldly as he could. Because Han Li could see the path ahead with his spiritual sense, he took out the shabby scroll he had acquired from the hollow wall and decided to use the time to read it. After taking several quick glances at it, he couldn't help but yell in shock and slow down, despite having planned to rush through the passageway. The scroll didn't appear exceptional and didn't contain the slightest spiritual power. Rather, the scroll contained a rather crude and simple drawing, depicting a vague map. After Han Li studied it several times, he immediately recognized it to be a map of the 5th floor of the inner halls. Needless to say, there was a drawing of a stone platform along with a cauldron that had 2 handles and 3 legs at the very top. This was clearly a picture of the Heaven Void cauldron. There was also a crossed marking in front of it that was certain to be indicating a secret room. But what shocked Han Li the most were the passageways that were traced with bright red ink, standing out from the rest of the black ink map. The route led to a picture of a high wall with a transportation formation behind it. According to Han Li's original plan, he would return to the 1st or 2nd floor and pray that he wouldn't encounter any of the old devils along the way. If this map was accurate, then couldn't he just use the transportation formation it showed to leave this place? Even if it didn't take him outside of the Heaven Void Hall, it would almost certainly be much safer than foolishly forcing his way through the 5th floor. Han Li was more specifically tempted by how close he already was to the marked path. He was only an intersection away from entering the red line path. However, his sole worry was whether or not he would encounter any restrictions or puppets along the way. He had no worries towards the validity of the map. How could it possibly be fake? Not only was it hidden behind a hollow wall, but it seemed to be as old as the Heaven Void Hall itself. Who would spend so much effort just to play a joke? After extended period of indecision, Han Li arrived at the intersection. He continuously glanced around as he was still unsure of what path to take. Whatever. If I come across any dangers, at worst I'll just return to the previous path. According to the map, the route isn't very long. As such, it should prove much safer than returning to the previous floor. Moreover, he didn't believe that the map would mark out a route for escape that would include many dangers along its path. With that thought, Han Li spread out his arms. Many lights flashed around him to reveal a crowd of huge 8 puppets. Under his command, they immediately set forth down the passage as he closely followed after them with a solemn expression. Chapter 496. A gorgeous woman and a spirit. Well, much to Han Li's surprise, the path revealed by the map he found hidden within a wall had been peaceful. He didn't encounter any restrictions or puppets guards as he followed the map and eventually arrived at the tall wall without any trouble. After looking at this common stone wall, Han Li unfolded the aged scroll and carefully examined it once more. This is the place. Han Li muttered to himself with certainty. He emitted streaks of azure sword light from the fingers of one of his hands and directly walked towards the stone wall. Han Li rejoiced upon seeing there were no restrictions on the wall, and as he had hoped, the wall was hollow. He used his fingers to cut open a 3-meter-wide circle with great ease, and gently pushed it with his other hand, revealing a large hole with a dark interior. The sword light on his fingers disappeared with a shake of his hand. He then summoned a ball of white light in his palm and had it slowly enter the room. Without any further hesitation, he nimbly leapt in after it. The hidden room was only about 6 meters tall and about 15 meters wide. Although the entire room was covered by a thick layer of dust, there was also a very crude transportation formation at the center of the room. The transportation formation was drawn with crooked lines, and its talisman markings were as crudely drawn as if it were a poor imitation of a formation by an unskilled layman. Han Li wrinkled his brow. Could it be that the formation was incapable of being used or that it had been long since discarded? He took a step forward and inspected the formation using his own knowledge on spell formations. After a short while he let out a long sigh. Although the formation spell was crude, it could still be used. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be a long-distance transportation formation. It would likely take him to a place that should seem at least somewhat familiar. Han Li took out several spirit stones and quickly placed them on the 4 sides of the formation. After a series of hums, the spell formation shined with faint light. Han Li smiled at the sight. Instead of hastily using the formation, he turned his head to look at the hole in the wall and pondered for a moment. He approached the wall and cast several minor restoration magic techniques, returning the fallen stone to the open wall. In the blink of an eye, the wall had returned to its original appearance. Han Li dusted off his hands and walked into the spell formation before disappearing in a flash of white light. A moment later, Han Li reappeared in a thin mist. The mist was warm and carried a floral scent. About 3 meters ahead of him, there was a milky white pond that spanned over 30 meters. The pond seemed to be the source of the white mist and fragrant odor. What stunned him wasn't that, but the naked woman that was crouched at the pond. She seemed to have been enjoying the water. The amazing sight of her lustrous, flawless body and her long, shiny black hair caused Han Li to unconsciously swallow, putting his mind into a daze. But when he saw her incredulous expression, Han Li bitterly smiled. After bluntly taking a long look at the woman's body with a strange expression, he spoke without the slightest hint of sincerity. "Lady Yuan, what a coincidence. You've also arrived here. However, it seems I've appeared at an unsuitable time." The naked woman in the pond was actually the beauty Yuan Yao that had disappeared into the inner halls. At that moment, Yuan Yao was in shock at Han Li's sudden appearance. When she heard him speak, she suddenly awoke and her face flushed red. She hastily used her hands to cover her ample figure and flusteredly yelled, "How did you get here? The transportation formation shouldn't be in any condition to be used. You, quickly, turn around." Yuan Yao appeared to be both startled and embarrassed. After chuckling, Han Li didn't reply and casually walked back to the transportation formation and examined his surroundings. It was a stone room that spanned over 100 meters and had a stone gate at either end. Alongside the pond across from Han Li, black clothes and several storage pouches lay in a pile at its shore. When Han Li's gaze fell onto the back wall, he spotted a white jade sculpture of a dragon head mounted 10 meters up on the wall. About a meter below the sculpture there was a recess that shined with green light coming from a jade bottle with a long neck. It appeared to contain something valuable. When Yuan Yao saw that Han Li spotted that jade bottle, she had forgotten about her embarrassment and revealed shock. However, Han Li turned a blind eye to the bottle and immediately turned his gaze. He instead walked towards the edge of the pond and lowered his head to look at the milky white water. Yuan Yao inwardly sighed and her expression returned to normal. However, her beautiful eyes glinted with a strange light as if she had thought of something. At that moment, Han Li suddenly thought of something and swept his hand across the surface of the pond. Han Li easily cupped some of the water into his hand and brought it towards his eye. The pond water was extreme fragrant and was filled with pure heaven-earth qi. But after a short moment he saw the fragrant qi disappear from the water, turning back into regular water. Han Li's expression stirred. Han Li tossed the water away in his hand and said, "A spirit well spring. I truly didn't expect for the master of Heaven Void Hall to have placed such a large spirit well here. Could it be that Lady Yuan Yao had braved such great danger for that reason?" He then calmly turned his gaze towards her. At that moment Yuan Yao had recovered her calm, but when she saw Han Li sweep his gaze past her bare shoulders, she couldn't help but lower her body and angrily reply, "Humph. Is that how fellow Taoist Han speaks to a woman? Could it be that you still haven't seen enough of my naked body?" Even with her beautiful face warped by anger, she still appeared quite graceful. She was truly the most outstanding beauty of a generation. As Han Li's gaze focused on the woman's appearance, his heart was set alight. Although he had managed to keep his mind clear and free of desires, he was still a man. Despite being uninterested in forcing any disgraceful and unbecoming acts, he couldn't help but feast his eyes on the beautiful scene before him, and found himself wanting to make fun of her words. As Han Li sat at the edge of the water, he took off his boots and boldly stepped into the water. He leisurely teased, "If Lady Yuan wishes to wear clothes, please don't hesitate. I won't stop you in the slightest. However, if there is an opportunity to see such an amazing beauty, please don't expect me to act as a cultured gentleman. As such, I will be taking a look." With that said, Han Li smilingly stared at the blushing woman with chin in hand. Yuan Yao's face was scarlet. She thought to say something, but with a roll of her eyes, her beautiful face immediately returned to normal. With a charming smile, she chuckled and said, I had believed fellow Taoist to be an uncultured brute without any understanding towards the fairer sex. I hadn't expected fellow Taoist Han to understand such charms. As a great kindness, I will allow you to enjoy the sight of this young woman's body for a moment. However, the sight of a naked body can't be considered much to us cultivators. Therefore I will be coming out to put on some clothes." With that said, she shyly raised her hand from the water and lightly brushed her hair. She then seductively smiled at Han Li, revealing an amorous allure from her flawless beauty. Han Li's mind grew blank as if he had been captivated by her. In that instant Yuan Yao gracefully struck the water, causing a curtain of white mist to emerge in front of her, blocking her entirely from Han Li's sight. She took that opportunity to fly out of the water and shoot straight towards her clothes and items. A cloud of black chi then emerged from her body, blocking her once more from sight. Once the black chi disappeared, Yuan Yao was revealed to be fully dressed as she gently floated to the ground. At some unknown time, the long jade bottle from underneath the statue had disappeared. Chapter 497. Myriad Year Spirit Milk and Soul Nurturing Tree. The screen of white mist thinned and Hanli looked at the woman with restored calm. Hanli muttered, "It is truly a pity that I can no longer enjoy such a view." When Yuan Yao heard this, she blushed before delicately chuckling. "Didn't Brother Han go to the 5th floor with those masters? How did you arrive here?" After she said that, she caressed her wet hair and it dried in an instant with a flicker of white light. A few strands of dark hair fell in front of her face, a stark contrast against her snow-white skin that served to illuminate her beauty. Han Li enjoyed the sight as this woman was among the greatest beauties he had ever seen. Each and every one of her movements were enough to ensnare any man. After taking several glances at her graceful appearance, he calmly said, "I merely triggered a restriction and ended up teleporting here. I wish to ask for guidance from Lady Yuan. What is this place?" Triggered a restriction? Yuan Yao's eyes shifted and she wore a mysterious smile. It was clear she didn't believe Han Li, but Han Li paid her doubt no mind. He merely chuckled and indifferently stared at her in silence. Yuan Yao's face slightly reddened. This pest Han Li was truly giving her a headache as she was keenly aware of her inability to deal with him. Not only had she witnessed the fearsomeness of Han Li's insects, but even the charming techniques of an expert such as herself had little effect against him. She furrowed her slender brow and could only helplessly respond, "This is a secret room on the 2nd floor. You came out of such a shabby transportation formation? Had I known this were possible, I would have smashed it to pieces and prevented myself from having to deal with you." With that said, Yuan Yao glared at Han Li with obvious annoyance. It appeared she still felt aggrieved at having her naked body seen. Han Li remained completely unperturbed as if he hadn't heard her. Instead, he lazily stretched his back and emerged from the water before putting his shoes back on. In the short time he had spent in the water, he had restored a portion of his magic power. Although he wished to spend more time there, he felt it would be in his best interest to leave Heaven Void Hall as soon as possible. As a result, Han Li no longer paid any attention to Yuan Yao and walked towards the south exit of the room. When he arrived at the exit, he saw a mess. There was a large stone room with a completely fragmented puppet lying on the ground, surrounded by holes. It was clear that Yuan Yao had fought a bitter battle here. There was a gate on the other side of the room. A familiar white light sparkled from it, appearing to be exactly the same as the other gates from the inner halls. Han Li hesitated for a moment before walking towards it. After looking at it for a moment, he took out his Heaven Void map fragment and poured spiritual power into it before slapping it onto the door. As a result, the door flickered with white light but did nothing else. Han Li sighed. As expected, using the map fragment to leave wasn't possible. He wondered whether or not he possessed the skill to break open the restriction. As he was unable to come up with a solution, he started heading towards the north exit. Yuan Yao's gaze fell upon Han Li. After a moment of thought, she coldly said, "What are you doing? That gate has a formidable formation spell. It isn't something that an ordinary cultivator can destroy. Could it be you wish to break it and seize the treasure within?" Just as Han Li arrived at the other exit without turning his head, he asked, "I wish to leave Heaven Void Hall. Does fellow Taoist Yuan have a better method?" Yuan Yao's eyes brightly flickered in thought before a peculiar expression appeared on her face. "None. However, this young woman fancies the treasure here. Would fellow Taoist Han be interested in going treasure hunting with me?" As he stared at the colorful mist surrounding the exit, he bluntly said, "Hunt treasure? It seems fellow Taoist Yuan has already spent some time here. If you are truly able to break through the restrictions here, then wouldn't you have done so earlier?" Yuan Yao blushed, but her expression soon grew serious as she adopted a stubborn attitude. "I've already spent the day researching it. In about 4 days I will be certain to break through the formation." When Han Li heard this, he turned around with astonishment and looked at the woman with narrowed eyes. Yuan Yao felt restless. After some time she eventually conceded, "Fine. I'll admit that if I were to attempt to break the formation spell alone, it is possible that the Heaven Void Hall would close before I succeeded. However, if fellow Taoist Han were to aid me, it would take far less time. Han Li silently stood in place without a change of expression and waited for her to continue, confident that the beauty still had more to say. As Yuan Yao stared at Han Li, she slowly said, "However, before the formation is broken, this young woman would like to reach an agreement with you." "What agreement? Tell me." Han Li crossed his arms and attentively gazed at her. "So long as Brother Han is willing to renounce the treasure inside, I will be willing to compensate you." Compensate? Han Li remained expressionless as he continued to watch her. Yuan Yao revealed hesitation. After lowering her head and muttering to herself for a moment, she raised her head with a resolute expression. She solemnly said, "I am willing to hand over a bit of Myriad year spirit milk as compensation. What does Brother Han think?" Han Li's expression stirred. Myriad year spirit milk? Legend says that only a small mouthful would be able to restore one's magic power in an instant. It is said that even 10,000 spirit stones cannot buy even a single drop of it. That spirit milk? Yuan Yao stared at Han Li with bright eyes and slowly said, "That's right. Since I trust you, I've taken the risk to tell you. There is no way that Brother Han would kill this young lady over treasure, yes?" After traveling together with Han Li through the ghost mist and the paths of fire and ice, Yuan Yao recognized that while Han Li wasn't an upright gentleman, neither was he a ruthless and vicious wretch. Of course, if she possessed any other treasures that could entice Han Li, she would have mentioned them instead. Although she thought it wasn't likely for Han Li to attack her, her hands still casually fell to the storage pouches at her waist. Although she knew she wasn't Han Li's match, she still had a few mighty life-saving treasures that could protect her against any foul intentions Han Li might have. This was precisely why she had dared to mention the spirit milk in the first place. Han Li rubbed his nose and remained silent. Then he turned his head towards the dragon head statue with a contemplative expression. Yuan Yao's tone turned soft as she said, "It seems Brother Han has figured it out. My myriad year spirit milk was something that had been accumulated in the spirit spring for over 10,000 years. But with this, fellow Taoist Han should know that I am not deceiving him." Han Li calmly nodded his head. "That's right. With such a large spirit spring being so cleverly hidden, it's reasonable that a bit of spirit milk was produced." Yuan Yao's expression blossomed and her eyes brightly shined. "So what does fellow Taoist Han think?" Han Li looked at Yuan Yao with a chilling ice-cold gaze and asked, "Could young lady Yuan tell me what treasure is concealed within? Since fellow Taoist Yuan is so willing to pay me such an exorbitant price, then the treasure must be worth even more." When Yuan Yao saw Han Li's expression, for some unknown reason she felt a chill run down her spine and she began to panic. "Brother Han is quite funny. This is the first time this young woman has been here, so how could I know what lies inside? Brother Han is quite suspicious." Fine. I'll tell the truth. I know what the treasure inside is. Although its value isn't below the myriad year spirit milk, it is far more important to me. That is why I was willing to give the spirit milk to you. The treasure is an unrefined soul-nurturing tree." Yuan Yao had initially attempted to play it off as a joke, but when she saw Han Li's gaze grow colder, she hastily revealed the truth. For some unknown reason, she felt trepidation and fear at the thought of their relations turning hostile. Han Li was stunned for quite some time before asking in amazement, "One of the 3 divine woods capable of being worn on the body and nourishing the primal spirit to slowly strengthen one's spiritual sense?" After some thought, her expression sank and she softly said, "That's the one. However, I am not interested in the soul-nurturing effects, but rather its ability to preserve and house one's soul, preventing their spiritual sense from scattering." Spirit-nurturing wood and myriad year spirit milk. Han Li stared at the ceiling as he muttered to himself. Chapter 498. Distinguishing the truth. Han Li turned towards Yuan Yao and leisurely said, "So that's why there was a spirit spring placed here. It was to nourish the tree. I do desire the myriad year spirit milk, but the soul-nourishing tree is also quite interesting." Upon hearing that, Yuan Yao's expression instantly became ice-cold. "Relax. Having so many years of rich nourishment, the tree can't be small. And I only want a portion of its roots. I won't fight over the trunk, the most important part of the tree." Yuan Yao's expression softened, but her eyes contained a trace of doubt. "You only want the roots?" Han Li said with a blank expression, "Naturally, I also want the Myriad year spirit milk that you offered to me earlier as well. Yuan Yao's eyes slightly shifted as she made her own conclusions about Han Li's intentions. She sweetly chuckled. Hee hee. Brother Han is quite shrewd. The soul-nourishing tree's roots will certainly fetch a high price from many sections. Regardless, I will agree to those terms. Even with this, she was still relieved. Han Li smiled and offered no further explanation. Yuan Yao chuckled. Let us start on breaking through the formation. I'll give fellow Taoist Han an explanation of what I've learned about the formation spell. It seemed as though she was in even more of a hurry than Han Li. Before we start, I must ask whether or not Lady Yuan plans on taking the spirit spring. Han Li pointed to the pond with a mysterious smile. Yuan Yao coquettishly said, Is Brother Han joking? This spirit spring has been bonded with the entire inner halls by the Master of Heaven Void Hall using profound restrictions. Had I possessed the ability to take it, I would have directly aimed for the Heaven Void Cauldron instead of hiding down here. When Han Li heard this, he appeared slightly disappointed, but after some thought he broke out into laughter. It seems he had become far too greedy. Upon spotting a treasure, he thought to immediately acquire it. This was not a good omen. If this were to continue, he would likely meet his death as a result of greed. With that thought, Han Li steadied his mind before continuing with a solemn voice. Fellow Taoist Yuan should hand over the spirit milk first before we start talking about the formation spell. With our combined efforts, we'll be able to break through the formation in no more than 2 days. When Yuan Yao heard this, her sweet smile was replaced with a ghastly expression. 2 days later, about 20 kilometers away from Heaven Void Hall, a man and woman emerged from a flash of white light above the sea. The man appeared quite ordinary. Apart from his clear eyes, there was nothing exceptional about his appearance. As for the woman, she was as dainty as a flower, and her bright, lively eyes suggested that her grace was limitless. When the two emerged, they vigilantly examined their surroundings. Upon seeing that there were no other cultivators nearby, they both let out a sigh of relief. The pair were Han Li and Yuan Yao, who had broken through the formation of the secret room. Yuan Yao gazed in the direction of Heaven Void Hall with an odd expression. It seems the others are still trapped in Heaven Void Hall. They won't be coming out for some time. Would those nascent soul eccentrics do the same as us and seize treasure to escape the halls? Han Li hadn't relaxed his guard and frowned. Yuan Yao casually brushed her hair and softly said, Be at ease. After acquiring the treasure, one will be teleported to a random location. It can be anywhere from next to Heaven Void Hall to several hundred kilometers away. It is impossible for anyone to be monitoring such an expansive area. Good. Han Li nodded his head with peace of mind. Yuan Yao blinked at him and she probingly asked, What? Could it be that Brother Han has offended those nascent soul eccentrics? If that's the case, then you had best be careful. Fellow Taoist Yuan need not worry herself about me. As I have matters I must attend to, I will be taking my leave first. Han Li expressionlessly cupped his hands to Yuan Yao and shot across the sky as a streak of azure light. He displayed neither reluctance to leave nor any desire to hear her response. When Yuan Yao saw Han Li abruptly fly off, she was flabbergasted. After a long while, she eventually shook her head. She then extended her hand and summoned a foot-long block of wood with a flash of black light. The wood was rough and scorched, appearing ugly by all means. But when Yuan Yao looked at it, she revealed sadness. Big Sister Yen, please wait just a few more days. I will find someone to refine this wood into a soulkeeper box and help you escape having your soul refined. After she softly said this, she donned her hood, concealing her astonishing beauty, and transformed into a cloud of black chi before flying off in another direction. In the blink of an eye, the sea became calm once more. Meanwhile, several people solemnly stood on the platform of the 5th floor of Heaven Void Hall with unsightly expressions. They were the 6 nascent soul cultivators who had apparently come to some sort of agreement, as Manhuzi was standing there without being attacked. We've already searched every corner of the 3rd, 4th and 5th floors. Even after breaking through countless restrictions and puppets, we've yet to find any sign of them. Zenithine, 2 of the 3 have a deep relationship with you. Did you not instruct them to seize the treasure and escape? Wan Tianming spoke with an ashen expression. Zenith Yin's cheek twitched and his face grimaced. Humph. Sect Master Wan, you've already asked that several times and my reply is still that my grandson has met his end. As I personally used a secret technique to search for him, I cannot be mistaken. Were it not for the obstruction of the tail star formation, I would have felt the instant my grandson perished and would have prevented those other two youngsters from running off with the treasure. Zenith Een stared at Manhuzi and gloomily said, "With that said, I personally believe Manhuzi to be the most suspicious. Why did Manhuzi draw us away for enough time for the Heaven Void Cauldron to be seized? Manhuzi is also unwilling to reveal the history behind that junior of his. Could it be that you colluded with that youngster beforehand?" Manhuzi glared back at him and bluntly mocked him. "Ridiculous, what do I have to reveal to you? What do I have to do with that youngster running off with the Heaven Void Cauldron? I was busy escaping from everyone, but that isn't enough evidence to say that I helped him. Rather, you claim that Wuxia is dead. Who's to say that's true? Perhaps you are actually filled to the brim with happiness." Zenith Een was seething with anger. His beloved grandson had died and now he was being made out to be a scapegoat. He wasn't about to take this silently. But when he was about to engage in a furious argument, Qing Yi interrupted him in an attempt to alleviate tensions. "Brother Man and Brother Wu have no reason to dispute. The ones who took the treasure were amongst those three. As for who it was, what do we care? That's secondary. What is most important is that we find them regardless of if they are alive or dead. As of now, we've already set up a formation at the entrance to the third floor, preventing them from escaping. Breaking into any of the secret rooms above the second floor is an impossibility for them. As they are all only early core formation cultivators, even if the three of them joined hands, they would be incapable of progressing through a room on the third floor or higher. Unless of course they've lost their heads and decided to commit suicide in the attempt. However, we've searched the entirety of floors 3 through 5 without finding even a trace." Wan Tianming coldly said with a suspicious expression. It wasn't just him. All three of the righteous Dao cultivators were skeptical. They had held voice transmission conversations several times already and believed the most likely explanation to be that the three Devil Dao eccentrics were playing an elaborate ruse. They had deliberately drawn them away and allowed their juniors to seize the Heaven Void Cauldron. Thus, while the three felt great remorse, they also vigilantly watched the actions of the Devil Dao cultivators, completely unwilling to allow the Devil Dao cultivators to leave their sights. The Devil Dao cultivators naturally understood the intentions of Wan Tianming's party. However, they were also burning with impatience but could nothing. All they wanted to do was quickly find Han Li and the others so they could take the Heaven Void Cauldron. As the nascent soul cultivators were bitterly feuding in the inner halls, the core formation cultivators had already taken advantage of the chaos to escape with the treasure. If this news were to spread, they would become laughingstocks. Furthermore, how could they allow the Heaven Void Cauldron to fall into the hands of Han Li and the others? Manhuzi was also at a loss as the Bone Sage wasn't acting in accordance with their earlier agreement. Could it be that he truly had fled with the cauldron? Were it a common core formation cultivator, it'd be impossible for them to break through the restrictions of a third-floor secret room. However, if were the renegade Ghost Dao cultivator the Bone Sage, it would be possible. Although suspicions began to spring into his mind, Manhuzi didn't betray any of this in the slightest. But because he felt the need to muddy the waters to distance himself from this matter, he said with a cold tone, "Do you think it could be that the Star Palace elders still haven't left and had actually remained hidden nearby? When they saw us run out, they could have taken the chance to slay the three core formation cultivators and acquire the Heaven Void Cauldron." When they heard Manhuzi, they each looked at one another in dismay and then displayed pensive expressions. Chapter 499. Wolf Artifact Spirit. As Han Li continued to fly far away from Yuan Yao, he felt an impatient urge to take out the Heaven Void Cauldron and examine the contents. Shortly after giving in to this urge, Han Li felt like spitting blood. No matter what methods he used, the cauldron lid wouldn't open in the slightest. Regardless of whether he wildly poured magic power into the cauldron, or struck the cauldron with his magic treasure out of frustration, the only response would be a flicker of blue light. Han Li eventually managed to momentarily calm down and consider his situation. Apart from being able to shrink and enlarge the Heaven Void Cauldron at will, there wasn't anything he could do with it. Having determined this, Han Li vented his frustrations in the barren seas for a long while. The target of his groundless insults was naturally the master of Heaven Void Hall. It was clear that the master of Heaven Void Hall was a strange individual. It wasn't that a nascent soul cultivation was needed, but rather that a trick needed to be used to open the cauldron. It wasn't as simple as pouring spiritual power into the cauldron. Could it be that opening it had something to do with the celestial ice flames that had surrounded it? With his mind clouded by emotion, Hanli could only make some muddled guesses. But after some further thought, it seemed rather normal that the top-ranked secret treasure in the scattered star seas would require some sort of trick. After only a short moment, he was able to discover two of the ancient treasure's remarkable abilities. Its simplest ability was activated by pouring spiritual power into it, producing a red and yellow barrier around the user's body. He had personally witnessed its power inside Heaven Void Hall when he saw it block Layman Chingy's grasp without the slightest harm done to it. Its defensive capabilities were clearly immense. Its other ability required Hanli to silently mutter an ancient incantation to the scepter. After he immersed his spiritual sense into both ends of the scepter, he would be able to either separately summon two small wolves, with one red and the other yellow, or he could summon one large silver wolf. The small red wolf seemed to be created from pure fire attribute spiritual chi and was innately capable of many impressive fire spirit magic techniques. Similar to its counterpart, the small yellow wolf was created from pure earth attribute spiritual chi and was adept in earth spirit magic techniques. There were a few techniques that Hanli had previously learned, but he was quite surprised to find that the wolf didn't understand earth attribute movement techniques. As for the silver wolf, Hanli found it quite troublesome. He was incapable of controlling it. Although the silver wolf would respond to his orders, it would always move quite lazily. When he ordered the wolf to display what magic techniques it was capable of, the silver wolf brushed him off as if it hadn't heard him. Hanli was rendered speechless when he saw the human-like insolence in its eyes. Hanli was able to make out that the silver wolf was clearly the true form of the scepter's artifact spirit. As for the silver wolf's stubborn disobedience, Hanli could only guess that it was likely due to him having yet to completely refine the scepter. However, Hanli had clearly remembered the astonishment that the Bone Sage had revealed upon seeing it. He had even released his gold lightning bamboo arrow in the presence of Zenith Een for it. There was undoubtedly more to the silver wolf artifact spirit than meets the eye. As a result, Hanli put away the jade scepter without the slightest discouragement, and decided to take a look at the other treasures he had gained in Heaven Void Hall. There were the many treasures that the old devils had given him: the white rhino emblem, the glacial ice pearl, the royal scale plate, and so on. Although he had found nothing wrong with them after further inspection, he didn't dare to continue wearing them and placed them all in his storage pouch, apart from the royal scale plate. Hanli was unwilling to forego its extraordinary defensive abilities and decided to have it remain on his body. As for the puppet fragments, the half bottle of Myriad year spirit milk, and the half-finger-long root of the soul nurturing tree, Hanli also examined them. As he rummaged through his new gains, Hanli had unintentionally found a few small rainbow beads. This had surprised him, but he soon remembered where they had come from. When he had first discovered the transportation formation at the Heavenly South region, he melted the rainbow skeleton, producing these rainbow beads as a result. With the blood jade spiders nearby the skeleton, it seemed that the skeleton had belonged to the Bone Sage's other treasonous disciple, Zenith Brilliance. However, Hanli still felt quite confused on why the skeleton was rainbow and what relation it had with the Emperor View. But as he gazed at the beads, Hanli was reminded of the Heaven Mend pills that had flown out of the Heaven Void Cauldron. However, those pills were much larger and also shined with a far brighter light. Hanli gazed at the beads in his hand and muttered to himself for a moment before putting them away with a solemn expression. Afterwards, Hanli verified his direction and donned his blood-red cloak before shooting off full speed ahead. He tore through the sky towards Heavenly Star City as a red shooting star. Although he lost a large quantity of spiritual power by doing this, it was several times faster than the speed of a common core formation cultivator. Currently, he wanted to return to his cave residence as soon as possible, preferably before the other cultivators even left Heaven Void Hall. It would have been possible for him to abandon the residence were it not for the meticulously raised gold devouring beetles he had left behind. He was unwilling to allow those insects to fall into the hands of some future excavator. Perhaps the plunderer would also possess a secret technique to hasten their maturation as well. Besides, he had already decided to immediately renounce his cave residence after returning to Heavenly Star City, and use the city's transportation formations to teleport him to the outer star seas. This way he could both acquire more demon cores and avoid any of the attention he had attracted during his time in Heaven Void Hall, allowing him to break through the early core formation stage as soon as possible. After Hanli lost a majority of his magic power, he stopped using his cloak and switched to his normal method of flight as he held a mid-grade spirit stone to slowly recover his magic power. When his magic power was just about restored, he resumed his use of the blood-red cape and hurriedly tore through the sky. In this manner, Hanli was able to travel a distance that would have normally taken him half a month in the span of a few short days. On the way, Hanli had encountered a few cultivators, but they were only at the Foundation establishment stage or lower. He was disinclined to pay them any notice and hurriedly shot past them. When they saw the speed of Hanli's streak of light, they naturally knew that he was a core formation expert and didn't dare to bother him. But as Hanli drew closer to Heavenly Star City, he began to encounter cultivators at greater frequency, even spotting groups that could be considered an army. After a month had gone by, Hanli finally encountered his first core formation cultivator. When this cultivator saw Hanli, he vigilantly avoided him and clearly didn't have any intention of talking with him. This was completely understandable. But when he saw two more core formation cultivators act in the same way, Hanli felt that something was amiss. Could it be that a significant event had occurred while he was in the Heaven Void Hall? When this thought emerged, Hanli grew worried as he hurried along his way. One day, when Hanli was slowly flying across the sea with a spirit stone in hand, he spotted a group of about 8 cultivators flying nearby. They were all at Foundation establishment and seemed to belong to some local power. Hanli wordlessly flew towards them as a streak of azure light. Hanli didn't conceal himself, allowing the group of cultivators to see him approach. They raised an uproar, but the old man in charge berated them, causing them to stay still. Although the old man in charge had fully whitened hair, he was quite intelligent. Without waiting for Hanli to draw close, he took the initiative to respectfully salute him and asked, "What can these juniors help Senior with?" His mannerisms didn't hold the slightest flaw. The azure light faded away before them to reveal Hanli. He indifferently swept his gaze past them and calmly asked, "What sect do you belong to and where are you headed?" The old man solemnly replied, "These juniors belong to the 3 Immortals sect. We are under orders from the sect master to head to Heavenly Star City." Hanli frowned and grew silent for a moment before he slowly said, "Heading to Heavenly Star City? Along the way, I've discovered that there were many cultivators heading towards Heavenly Star City as well. However, they appeared quite nervous." The old man inwardly sighed, but he hastily laughed. "Huh. It seems Senior must have spent quite some time in a desolate area to not have heard of this. Not long ago, a great event occurred at Heavenly Star City. All the closest sects and powers have begun to send people to the city." Chapter 500. The Starfall Coalition. Hanli spoke with an indifferent expression. "What great event? I only left seclusion a few days ago. Tell me about it." The old man locked his fingers together and spoke carefully. "It is only natural for Junior to answer Senior's questions. However, may I ask for your name?" After he heard this, Hanli felt somewhat surprised. After he tilted his head and pondered for a moment, he mysteriously smiled and said, "It seems that you're being quite careful. I am the Exquisite Sound Sect's guest Elder Han. Have you heard of me before?" After he heard of Hanli's identity, he let out a long sigh of relief and smiled. "So it turns out to be Elder Han. You can't be considered an outsider then. Our own sect's Fairy Shuedi is close friends with Sect Master Fairy Violet Spirit." Hanli was surprised at his claim that they were on the same side and couldn't help but laugh. Hanli's laugh caused the old man to grow somewhat uneasy. "Did I say something wrong?" The old man thought apprehensively. Hanli's smile disappeared. "I don't involve myself in the matters of the sect, nor do I care if you are lying. All I want is for you to properly answer my question. I won't make things difficult for you. What major event occurred recently?" The old man pledged he was speaking the truth with smile. "How could I deceive you, Senior? All of my words are true." But when Hanli's gaze grew icy, he immediately started his explanation. There were rumors that had suddenly emerged recently in the scattered star seas that the heavenly star sages were on the verge of breaking through to the great success stage of divine essence-fused light. The Star Palace took advantage of this opportunity to start eliminating certain disobedient or uncontrollable powers. This was originally believed to only be a rumor, but not longer after this rumor was spread, the Star Palace issued an official command to powers of all sizes to have their sect leaders and island lords immediately come to Heavenly Star City and pay audience to the Heavenly Star Sages. Otherwise, they will be branded as traitors and be eliminated. Han Li blinked before speaking with disbelief. Have every power pay audience to the Heavenly Star Sages? Did I hear correctly? The Star Palace gave such an obviously insidious command? The old man bitterly smiled. That's right. The official command stunned many powers upon arrival. Were this at the peak of the Star Palace's power, there would be no problem with this order. But as of current, it would be surprising for the powers of the righteous and Devil Dao to obey. Han Li swept his gaze past the group and frowned, asking, Then all of the cultivators I saw on the way were heading towards Heavenly Star City to pay audience to the Heavenly Star Sages? That's hard to say. The old man appeared hesitant. A strange expression appeared on Han Li's face. He curiously asked, Hard to say? What does that mean? The old man continued with a helpless expression, Senior, there are some things I still haven't said. Soon after the Heavenly Star Palace issued the command, the righteous and devilish Dao suddenly formed the Starfall Coalition, in proclamation of smashing apart the Star Palace's hegemony in the scattered star seas and ending their reign. The righteous Dao has dispatched their enforcement elder Wansangu, and the devil Dao dispatched their towering hero, the arch-saint of the Six Paths, as the two leaders of Starfall Coalition. After the alliance was established, many sects belonging to the righteous and devilish Dao began joining under their banner. Unaffiliated powers have also joined them, and several tens of rogue nascent soul paragons have been appointed as elders in the alliance. In addition, the Starfall Coalition copied the Star Palace and made their own proclamation with what is known as the Starfall Coalition's Ghost Crest, proclaiming that any power to respond to the Star Palace will be branded as their enemy without exception. In addition, they claim that they will soon be launching an attack on Heavenly Star City and welcome all powers to witness the battle, and make their allegiances clear. Having heard this, Han Li's expression remained completely indifferent, but his mind was left in a daze. This was beyond imagination. Such a massive event had occurred in the short time he had been stuck in Heaven Void Hall. For some time Han Li was at a loss, but his mind suddenly stirred and he calmly gazed at the old man, asking, What is the Starfall Coalition's Ghost Crest? Do you have it on hand? The old man was stunned for a moment before enthusiastically replying, It is in my sect master's possession, but if Senior desires, I have a record of it on a jade slip that I can show him. Yes. Let's see it. Han Li nodded with an indifferent expression. The old man immediately searched his storage pouch for a yellow jade slip and hastily handed it over to Han Li. Han Li bluntly took it and quickly immersed his spiritual sense into it. A second later he felt shocked. The crest appeared to be the same as the ghost head that the Six United Palaces elder showed Wuxia long ago. Although there were slight differences in appearance, it held a near-exact resemblance. It seemed that the righteous and devil Dao had long colluded in secret, infiltrating other powers for many years with meticulous care. Han Li was amazed and expressionlessly returned the jade slip to the old man. Han Li casually said, Since that is the case, you must be drawing close to Heavenly Star City so that you may observe the results of the battle and come to a decision afterwards. The old man revealed a trace of embarrassment. That's right, Senior. Under the command of our sect master, we are to head over and examine the situation. After all, our Three Immortals sect isn't a large organization and can only choose to be pragmatic. However, in this short amount of time, Starfall Coalition has already launched an attack on the Outer Star Islands and has successfully taken them over. There were even islands that defected to the Starfall Coalition. It seemed that the Inner Star Islands will soon be attacked as well. There are also a few scoundrels that have taken advantage of the situation to stir up havoc. Many rogue cultivators have ended up dead in the wilderness and no small number of small sects have ended up thoroughly exterminated. The old man's worrying words explained why so many cultivators had been so cautious as they traveled. Han Li was very satisfied with the old man's answer and calmly said, So it was like that. Alright, since you have answered my questions, you may leave. Then us juniors will hastily set off. The old man rejoiced at Han Li's words and respectfully said his farewells before hastily leading the group away. Although he saw that Han Li wasn't an evil and vicious character, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive in the presence of an unfamiliar core formation cultivator. Han Li stood motionlessly in place as he muttered to himself. A huge war has erupted between the Star Palace and the alliance of the righteous and devilish Dao. On the bright side, this war would certainly take up the nascent soul eccentric's attention. As they were aligned to either side, it would be impossible for them to avoid participating in the war. As such, he would be far safer as they wouldn't be able to dedicate their time to tracking him or the Heaven Void Cauldron down. Conversely, the war would make it rather troublesome for him to return to Heavenly Star City. At the very least, the cultivators entering the city would be thoroughly inspected, especially a core formation cultivator such as himself. Furthermore, if a battle were to erupt in the city before he returned, he would be unable to enter. The Star Palace would likely bar any cultivators from entering during that time. With that thought, he let out a sigh. In the following few days, he intercepted several more low-level cultivators and asked them the same questions, only to receive similar answers. As a result, Han Li was now floating above the sea, blankly staring off into the distance with a face of hesitation. He raised his head to look at the blue sky and flipped his hand, causing a small azure bottle to appear. Han Li helplessly looked at the small bottle. Using the Myriad year spirit milk so soon seemed like an immense waste, but if he didn't hurry, the Starfall coalition would launch an attack. His plans of entering Heavenly Star City and escaping to the outer star seas through their transportation formations would then become null. After a long while of contemplation, Han Li eventually opened the bottle with gritted teeth and carefully poured several drops of thick transparent liquid into his mouth. Afterwards, he placed the bottle away and put on his blood-red cloak before suddenly shooting through the sky and disappearing from sight. Half a month later, when Han Li had nearly exhausted his magic power, he took another few drops of spirit milk and continued to hurry on his way through the use of the blood-red cape. As a result, Han Li was able to travel at a speed similar to that of common nascent soul cultivators, and greatly reduced his travel time. Along the way, the few core formation cultivators that he came across had mistaken Han Li to be a nascent soul expert and steered clear of his path. As expected, there weren't any cultivators that dared to even think of bothering a nascent soul expert. Chapter 501. Southclear Island. Inspiring awe in all those who witnessed his passage, Han Li eventually arrived in the nearby seas of the Heavenly Star City. As he was only a few days away, Han Li put away his blood-red cloak and resumed traveling as an ordinary streak of light. Currently, the scattered star seas were in disarray and it was possible that a nascent soul cultivator would be nearby. As Han Li didn't wish to capture the attention of such a powerful individual, he moved in a more inconspicuous manner. Fortunately, he hadn't heard any news of the Starfall coalition appearing nearby. Much to his relief, it seemed he had managed to arrive in time. He had arrived at the outskirts of the last intermediary island before Heavenly Star City. Although it wasn't large, it held many cultivators from the Star Palace. It seemed they were the forward sentries for Heavenly Star City. In the past, the island would have boats of all sizes flowing in and out of its harbor with cultivators and mortals leaving and arriving at the island en masse. But now, when Han Li swept his gaze past the island, he only spotted a few small boats. As for cultivators, he would only occasionally come across them. It seemed both the mortals and cultivators knew that a war was imminent and meekly avoided the area for the time being. The only cultivators that dared to come to the island were mostly from factions wishing to scour through the rumors. Having traveled for such a long period, Han Li felt somewhat fatigued and decided to stop over at the island for the time being. Not only to rest, but to visit the island's market in preparation for his long excursion in the outer star seas. After all, he didn't know how things currently were in Heavenly Star City. As such, it would be best for him to make his preparations here and avoid any mishaps from catching him unprepared. When Han Li descended within range of the island, he was able to sense that Southclear Island was on far greater alert than during his previous visits. Just as he entered the scope of the island's spell formation, he was able to feel the spiritual sense of 3 core formation cultivators sweep past him. They had even lingered on him for quite some time until they had deemed him unsuspicious. It was clear that the Star Palace was guarding itself against any sudden attacks by the Starfall coalition. At that moment, Han Li was calmly heading towards the island's market. Southclear Island's market was in a small city not far from the island's port, likely for the convenience of any merchants or cultivators that visited. Although the market wasn't nearly as famous or as large as those on other islands, its variety of goods was unrivaled by any other market. More importantly, its prices were cheaper than in Heavenly Star City. This was because a majority of Heavenly Star City's goods were directly shipped over from this island. Han Li didn't have any time to dawdle. Just as he entered the market, he took out the Bone Sage's 9-curl ginseng pill formula and read through it. Now knowing the required ingredients by heart, he bluntly began to search through ingredient stores of all sizes. Inside a large room, an ordinary middle-aged cultivator said with a careful tone, "Senior, I am truly sorry. Junior has opened a materials shop for so many years, yet he had never heard of Thousand Leaves Dew before. As for agate horn, it is the horn that is grown off of the rare agate beast. Few cultivators ever get to see it. I fear Senior will have to go look through other stores or auction halls to see if they have it. This is the largest materials shop on the island. If you don't have it, then the other shops won't either. As for the auction halls, I currently do not have the time for them." Han Li frowned and sat down in the chair across from the middle-aged cultivator. He softly tapped his finger against the side of the chair in annoyance. The middle-aged cultivator revealed slight embarrassment at Han Li's words. However, he was being honest when he said that he had no way of acquiring the items that Han Li wanted. As such, he could only continue to ingratiatingly smile. After all, he was in the presence of a rarely seen core formation expert. He could not afford to offend him. When Han Li saw the shopkeeper's attitude, he knew that he truly didn't have the 2 items. With a sigh, Han Li stood up and walked out. It seemed that he would have to think of other methods to find the last 2 ingredients for the 9-curl spirit ginseng. Fortunately, he was still quite a long way from the peak of core formation. As the medicine could only be used upon the formation of a nascent soul, he wasn't in any rush. Just as the middle-aged cultivator was about to respectfully send Han Li off from the entrance, he suddenly thought of something and hesitated for a moment before saying, "While you might know of its name as the Thousand Leaves Dew, it may be known by another name." A strange light flickered from Han Li's eyes and he stopped, curiously asking, "Oh? What does that mean?" The middle-aged man honestly replied, "Not to boast, but this junior has spent over 100 years managing this ingredient store. I've seen all sorts of bizarre and rare ingredients. If there is an ingredient I haven't heard of, it is likely being referred to by the name passed down from ancient cultivators. In current times it may be known by another title. This was something that I have encountered several times before. This Thousand Leaves Dew might actually be a rather common medicinal ingredient." Han Li's heart stirred. He felt that the man's words made much sense. After all, the 9-curl spirit ginseng was an item from legend. It made sense for its formula to be passed down from antiquity. It seems he would have to examine a few ancient records to find out its true identity. With that thought, Han Li nodded with a relaxed expression and silently left the store. Afterwards, Han Li sifted through all of his pill formulas suitable for core formation cultivators, and made preparations for his future pill refinement. Han Li especially stocked up on the supplementary ingredients that couldn't be grown with the liquid from his small bottle. The current journey to the outer star seas would take a long while without doubt. Han Li didn't wish for his mass creation of pills to fail because of a shortage of common materials, and slow down his own progress in cultivation as a result. With his current collection of magic treasures along with the aid of a few flag formations, he should be able to handle grade 7 demon beasts without question. Naturally, if he were to come across any grade 8 demon beast, he would have no choice but to flee. Once demon beasts reached grade 8, it is said that their wisdom would be far greater than ordinary humans and their bodies are able to take human-like forms. Due to their exceedingly powerful innate skills, they would have a tremendous advantage over nascent soul cultivators of the same rank. Several hours later, Han Li managed to gather everything together and left the market city in the direction of the port. At that moment, the sky suddenly filled with black clouds, turning the sky into the image of a cloudy night. A short moment later, A relentless barrage of light shot towards the island from the horizon, leaving roars of thunder in its wake. Han Li's expression suddenly changed and he hastily strained his magic power, tearing through the sky in an azure streak. From the pressure being emitted, it seemed that the barrage came from the simultaneous attack of at least 1,000 cultivators. In the following moment, a large formation activated and covered the entire island in a barrier of scarlet light, managing to rigidly block the attack. At the same moment, there were many white-clothed cultivators that struck back at the attackers in the sky with their own magic tools. Han Li bitterly laughed. The Starfall coalition had moved remarkably quick. They even managed to bring the battle so close to Heavenly Star Island in only a few months. Heavenly Star City would surely receive news of this sudden battle through specialized means. Now his current plans of rushing towards Heavenly Star City had been completely ruined. Extremely vexed, Han Li's expression fluctuated for a long while before he suddenly stamped his foot on the ground. Then with a series of distortions his body disappeared from sight. Although he was disinclined to involve himself in the battle, he still stealthily released his spiritual sense. If he had guessed correctly, the harbor and its surroundings should be quite active. As expected, many streaks of light soon shot towards Southclear Island's harbor from inside the island. But as they grew closer, they all disappeared from sight, quietly laying low as they observed the battle unfolding above. A majority of them were Foundation establishment cultivators, numbering over 100 with only about 30 chi condensation cultivators mixed among them. As for core formation cultivators like Han Li, there were only 5 or 6, with the highest ranked cultivator being at the mid-core formation stage. Although this person was silently watching from the cover of the hills, Han Li's spiritual sense was vastly superior to his, allowing Han Li to observe him without being noticed. While Han Li's spiritual sense wasn't as powerful as a nascent soul cultivator's, by cultivating the Great Development technique, it wasn't that much weaker either. Since he could even conceal himself from a nearby early nascent soul cultivator, it was only natural for him to be able to do this much. To the best of his knowledge, a majority of nascent soul cultivators lingered at early nascent soul stage without any hope of advancement. And much to his relief, he couldn't sense such a monster nearby. However, since the Starfall coalition dared to attack Southclear Island, there should be at least one nascent soul cultivator in the main host. As such, Han Li could only conceal himself and meekly wait for the conclusion of the battle before stealthily slipping away. Chapter 502. Questioning the battle at the harbor didn't continue for long. As the red barrier released glimmers of light from the impact by the multicolored barrage, an immense gray radiance brimming with evil chi suddenly struck it. With the assistance of the dense bombardment of magic tools and techniques, the great formation eventually began to waver. With a series of booms, the red barrier violently flickered and eventually ruptured with a sharp explosion. Unknown whether it was due to the formation spell's might or the Star Palace's own doing, the fragments of the red light barrier slowly spread through the sky in a final burst of radiance, sowing chaos throughout the ranks of the Star Defiance Coalition. As if having planned for this, the Star Palace cultivators took advantage of the opportunity to escape. Among the escaping cultivators, there were those that shot out of the harbor at exceptional speed. They seemed to be the high-grade cultivators that had remained on the island. At nearly the same time, over 10 streaks of similarly powerful light shot after them in close pursuit. In the blink of an eye, the streaks of light had disappeared without a trace. It seems the upper echelon of the Star Defiance Coalition wanted to get rid of all of the Star Palace cultivators on Southclear Island in one clean swoop, without allowing even a single to escape. At that moment, the many cultivators of the Star Defiance Coalition began to slowly descend from the sky. From their clothes, it was clear to see that the group consisted of people from 2 different sections. One of the uniform consisted of silver robes lined with gold, while the other was completely green robes. It appeared that both the righteous and devilish Tao were acting together. Han Li felt quite surprised at how quickly the battle had concluded, but he soon made sense of it. There was a vast difference in power between the defenders and attackers. While the Star Palace had done their utmost, their will alone couldn't compensate for the sheer lack of numbers. As Han Li was wondering whether or not he should take advantage of the disorder to escape from the island, an old man flew out from the group of green-robed cultivators. When Han Li swept his spiritual sense past him, he perceived the old man to be an early core formation cultivator. The man calmly flew above the spectators by the harbor and swept his gaze over them. He then said with a deep voice, "Listen well, fellow Taoists. Under the orders of Elder Wang of the Star Defiance Coalition, I, Enforcer Tsang Yunlong, announce that the Star Palace has been routed from the island. In order to prevent any misunderstandings, I hope none of you will hastily attempt to leave the island. For the next 4 hours, we will be pursuing the remnants of the Star Palace forces. Everyone may leave after that. I ask that everyone please remain calm. Our alliance only holds malice towards the Star Palace and their allies. We won't act against any other fellow Taoists." Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was clear and resounding, allowing all of the nearby cultivators to hear him clearly. The cultivators that were concealed nearby couldn't help but look at each other. Since no one took the initiative to spread or to stir up any trouble, the following moments were filled with complete silence. When Han Li heard this proclamation, he felt relieved. It seemed that in order to win over the hearts of others, they were unwilling to treat neutral cultivators unfairly. If he was going to be somewhat late, then so be it. Even if he were to leave now, it was still uncertain whether or not he would be able to sneak into the city. Just as Han Li thought this, the green-robed old man wordlessly flew back. When Han Li saw the old man disappear, he didn't immediately take action. Perhaps due to the old man's words or their missions, the other cultivators also didn't depart from the port. Instead, they closely watched the actions of the Starfall coalition. At that moment, the silver-robed cultivators were dismantling the formation in an orderly fashion and started to place down their own formation spell. As for the green-robed cultivators, half of them stayed near the harbor on guard while the others flew right past Han Li towards the center of the island. It appeared that Southclear Island was about to become the beachhead through which the coalition would launch their attacks on Heavenly Star City. Seeing these cultivators silently carrying out their orders with such discipline was quite a shock to Han Li. It seemed the righteous and Devil Dao had long planned for their rise to supremacy in the scattered starseas. After all, training such disciplined cultivators wasn't a matter of only a mere several tens of years. However, Han Li felt quite baffled that the Star Palace would choose to passively wait for the Starfall coalition to attack. Were they so weak that they couldn't counterattack, or was the Star Palace merely stalling for time so the Heavenly Star Sages could have a chance to leave seclusion? Han Li felt quite puzzled by this, but after some more thought he broke out into laughter. Regardless of what plans and hidden intrigue the Star Palace and the Starfall coalition may have in store, they had absolutely nothing to do with a rogue cultivator such as himself. So long as he went out of his way to be careful, there shouldn't be any way for him to become wrapped up in their schemes. With that thought, Han Li regained his calm once more. After patiently waiting for 4 hours, the green-robed old man and 3 more core formation cultivators returned to the harbor. As the old man floated in midair, he said with a clear voice, "Fellow Taoists, if you wish to leave the island, you merely have to either display a token of your identity or show us your cultivation art. If you do not wish to leave, then you may continue to stay here. So long as you possess no enmity with the Starfall coalition, you will be treated fairly." After these words were said, there was a moment of uproar before silence returned. Although the words sounded polite, no one wished to reveal themselves. Righteous Dao cultivators were particularly disinclined to reveal themselves to these Devil Dao cultivators as their previous relations weren't particularly great. If they had made a previous indiscretion and caused offense, they would be damning themselves by moving forward. Although the possibility was quite small, they didn't wish to test the waters themselves and would rather have others brave the risk instead. Han Li also remained still as he wasn't about to make himself stand out either. As the opposition was only core formation cultivators, he could remain concealed with ease as their spiritual sense was incapable of detecting him. After a long moment of silence, when the green-robed man started to appear gloomy, a white streak of light eventually flew towards him. A young man obediently flew before the old man and respectfully saluted him. "Junior is the Sky Opening Sect's disciple Exen Ming. I've seen Senior before. This is my token of identification, a white water sword." He then took out a sparkling white sword and handed it over to him. After the old man examined the sword, his face relaxed and he handed it back to the young man. "Oh, the Sky Opening Sect. I've indeed met esteemed Sect Master Taoist Lu before. This magic tool is held by all Sky Opening Sect disciples. You may go." The young man then smiled and respectfully bid his farewells before flying out of the harbor. Not a single cultivator from the Starfall coalition blocked his way. Seeing that the young man had managed to leave the island without any difficulties, others began to fly towards the old man and reveal themselves. The old man seemed rich with experience. Regardless of what token or cultivation art they revealed, the old man was able to identify it at a glance, much to the surprise of Han Li. When Han Li saw a core formation such as himself be allowed to leave, he began to feel impatient. He then revealed himself and flew towards the sky as a streak of azure light. Who might fellow Taoist be? When the old man saw that Han Li was a core formation cultivator, his tone became slightly more tactful. I am the guest elder of the Exquisite Sound sect. This is my sect token. Please have a look. On the day that Fairy Violet Spirit had deemed him an elder, she had given him a badge. Han Li took it out and handed it over to the old man without hesitation. The old man carefully examined the token and stared at Han Li as he said, Exquisite Sound sect? The guest elders of your sect should be named Han Li and Crooked Soul, both of whom are often in secluded cultivation and rarely seen. Which one of them are you? Han Li's heart trembled, but he wore a calm smile instead. My name is Han Li. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist would know the name of a fameless vagrant cultivator such as myself. Impressive. The old man chuckled and spoke with an unexpectedly polite tone. Hee, it was nothing. Your esteemed sect is famous throughout the scattered star seas, especially your sect's Fairy Violet Spirit. Our clan's young master has long wished to see her exceptional beauty. I hope fellow Taoist can pass those words along. Shock momentarily appeared on his face before he hesitantly asked, Young master? Who might you be speaking of? My sect's young master is the sole descendant of the great ancestor. Although few know of his name right now, it will later reverberate throughout the scattered star seas. Han Li was inwardly flabbergasted, but he agreed, all right. If I come across the sect leader, I will be sure to pass those words on. The old man appeared quite satisfied with Han Li's response. After fumbling with the token for a moment more, he gave the token back to Han Li and said, Good. As there is nothing wrong with your token, you may go. After Han Li saluted him, he unhurriedly flew off. The old man revealed a strange expression as he watched Han Li fly off towards the horizon. A new EU cookie law requires us to have this show up. Please review Wuxia World's Terms of Service and Privacy Policy, then click I agree to indicate acceptance. Learn more. I agree. Skip to content. Home completed 7 killers. Here, acquiring talent in a dungeon. Halted. Here, Breaker Shield of Light. Coiling Dragon. Here, Emperor of Solo Play Dragon King with 7 stars. Here, God of Crime Heroes Shed No Tears. Horizon Bright Moon Saber. I shall seal the heavens. Here, I'm sorry for being born in this world. And overthrowing fate. Here, praise the orc. Here, Soul Station's Necromancer Stellar Transformations. Warlock of the Magus World. Chinese Immortal's Journey to Immortality. A Will Eternal. Against the Gods. Ancient Strengthening Technique Battle Through the Heavens. Charm of Soul Pets. City of Sin. Demon Hunter. Desolate Era. Emperor's Domination. Gate of Revelation. Heavenly Jewel Change. Imperial God Emperor. Invincible. Legend of the Dragon King. Lord of All Realms. Martial God Azure. Martial World. Monarch of Evernight. Perfect World. Rebirth of the Thief Renegade Immortal. Skyfire Avenue. Sovereign of the 3 Realms. Spirit Realm. Spirit Vessel. Tales of Demons and Gods. Talisman Emperor. Terror Infinity. The Gods Fall Chronicles. The Grandmaster Strategist. The Great Ruler. Transcending Vision. Unrivaled Tang Sect. Upgrade Specialist in Another World. Wudong Qian Kuan. Coriandragon Macon Wary Reincarnated for Nothing Jinfinite Competitive Dungeon Society Overgerderd Stormed Book Eating Magician Originals Blue Phoenix Legends of Ogre Gateeth Divine Elements Resource About Us Contact Us General Fact Basic Dao Primer Death Blades Learning Chinese Fic General Glossary of Terms Chinese Idiom Glossary Xianxia Terms of Address Cores in Chinese Cultivation Novels Jiz Biographyergen Biographiat Biographa Posting Schedule Terms of Service Translator Thoughts. Ethers W. Hirsch. Enable night mode, disable night mode advertisement. Chapter 503. Chapter 503. Another clash. The burly man amongst the core formation cultivators saw the old man's face and asked with surprise, "What is it? Was there something amiss? Was his identity false?" The old man twirled his beard with his finger before revealing a green jade slip in his palm. "There is nothing wrong with his identity. We've long acquired the portraits of the two elders from our agents in the Exquisite Sound sect. His appearance is an exact match for what we were given. There is no doubt that he is Elder Han. Even if he was a pretender using some sort of secret disguise technique, he won't be able to escape Elder Wang's discerning eye when he leaves the harbor." The burly man snorted with dissatisfaction. "Since there is no problem, why did you wear that expression?" After muttering to himself for a second, the old man said, "The Exquisite Sound sect's Elder Han is no simple character. I fear that even if we were to both take him on, we would not be victorious." The burly man was stunned before shaking his head as if he were beating a drum with it. He doubtfully said, "What does that mean? Isn't he an early core formation cultivator just like us? Moreover, he is a vagrant cultivator. How could he compare to the two of us who have received the frequent teachings of our divine ancestor?" The old man wasn't annoyed by his words in the slightest and calmly gave him an explanation. "Enforcer Lu should know that although our Seven Fiends arts can't be considered a top-grade cultivation technique, we are extremely sensitive to the amount of baleful qi one possesses. The baleful qi that he possesses is the heaviest I've ever seen from a core formation cultivator. No small number of cultivators has died by his hand." The burly man objected, "That's nothing. So what if he killed a few low-grade cultivators? I could do that too." "It's not the same. Although you can accumulate a bit of weak baleful qi from that, it would last for but a short moment and would easily disappear. As for this person, not only is his baleful qi exceedingly dense, but it is also extremely cold. This is something that can only be developed by killing a great number of cultivators of similar rank or higher. Unless he uses a few specific secret techniques to rid himself of the baleful qi, it will forever haunt his body." After a cold glint flickered from his eyes, he imposingly continued, "Furthermore, he seems to have comprehended a few miraculous sword qi techniques, causing the span of his baleful qi to be exceptionally large. It is truly astonishing. If an ordinary cultivator were to fight him, not only would their bewitchment and illusionary techniques be weakened, but if his baleful qi were to be fully cultivated, his opponents could temporarily lose their will to fight if they do not protect against it. If he were to cultivate our Seven Fiend arts, he would make rapid advancements." Of course, the old man didn't know that Han Li had sparsely killed core formation cultivators, but instead killed several hundreds of their equivalent, grade 5 demon beasts. The reason for his heavy baleful qi was completely different from what he had imagined. The burly man blankly stared for a moment before puzzlingly asking, "Enforcer Tsong, could it be that you wish to take him as a disciple? Regardless of his baleful qi, he won't become your disciple. Don't forget that he is a core formation cultivator as well." The old man calmly said, "Take him in as a disciple? Of course not. I was merely interested in the method he used to accumulate such strong baleful qi. He must have a secret." Having heard that, the burly man lost interest. He reckoned that in the entire scattered star seas, any cultivation arts that draw on support from the baleful qi to progress all belonged to renegade sections. As his own cultivation art was not one of them, he felt disinterested. But the burly man soon thought of something and asked with a puzzled expression, "You said that the young master was interested in the Exquisite Sound sect's fairy violet spirit. Why haven't I heard of this before? Could he have told you in private?" "Hee. The young master need not tell me anything. You should know the cultivation art that the young master cultivates. With the widespread fame of fairy violet spirit's beauty, if we are able to present the woman to our young master, there will be many rewards. The young master has just reached late core formation stage. With the sacred ancestors' pointers and protection, I reckon that he will become a nascent soul cultivator in less than 100 years." The burly man was rendered speechless for a moment before he excitedly nodded his head. The burly man then rubbed his hands with a sinister smile and said, "Then when should we act? It appears that the young master is about to leave seclusion." The old man calmly said, "There is no need to rush. It would be best to do this after the next great battle. After all, It would be better to act after we have displayed the might of our Starfall coalition. If they are unwilling to yield when the time comes, we'll be able to seize her under the pretext of that she possesses secret ties to the Star Palace. As she established her sect in Heavenly Star City, she will have to obediently comply." The burly man rejoiced and laughed. "Good. Since they only have 2 early core formation elders, they won't dare to stop our scheme. Fellow Taoist Song is truly clever." The old man smiled upon hearing him. At the same time he contentedly thought, "Like this, I will be able to pressure the exquisite sound sex Elder Han into obediently handing over his secret for accumulating baleful qi. 2 birds with 1 stone." With that thought the old man narrowed his eyes and wore a strange expression. Han Li had now reached the end of the harbor. After taking a few glances at the bustling Starfall coalition cultivators on the island, he decided to speed up. But at that moment, a formidable spiritual sense suddenly enveloped him without restraint. Han Li was startled, but he soon stopped and remained floating in the sky. This was something that he had earlier anticipated. How could the Starfall coalition allow core formation cultivators to be released on something as simple as a token? Han Li reckoned that the owner of the spiritual sense was their leader, a nascent soul eccentric, using his spiritual sense to examine him. It seemed this was a measure to prevent core formation cultivators from using secret techniques to alter their appearance and escape the island with a false identity. Han Li's expression was completely calm and didn't reveal the slightest panic. He hadn't even bothered to consider using a false identity from the very beginning. This was because these techniques could be seen through by those with formidable spiritual sense, unless one used a legendary technique from antiquity or an extremely precious magic treasure. Had he superficially changed his appearance and used a false identity, he would appear quite suspicious were he to be caught, causing a huge backlash. Instead he would rather take advantage of his status as an elder of the Exquisite Sound sect and take the risk of leaving a trail behind for Zenith Een and the others. By the time the eccentrics tracked him down he would already be in the outer star seas and be completely untouchable. With that in mind, Han Li calmly allowed the nascent soul cultivator to examine him with his spiritual sense. As expected, the spiritual sense soon disappeared without leaving a mark on his body. Han Li let out a long sigh and calmly flew towards the sea. Not long after Han Li left the island he began to fly at his top speed. As the blood-red cloak would attract too much attention near the conflict, he could only fly through normal means. Half a day later, Han Li was wondering how he should enter the city while he flew when he came to a sudden stop. He frowned and examined his surroundings with a puzzled gaze. His expression suddenly stiffened as he gazed into the distance. He enveloped his body in a layer of faint azure light and motionlessly floated in place. After a short moment, a blue and a red streak of light flew towards him with the speed of lightning. The lights arrived in front of Han Li in an instant, fading away to reveal 2 middle-aged cultivators wearing silver robes with gold lining. Starfall Coalition cultivators. Both of the men were early core formation cultivators. One of them appeared scholarly, possessing a pale face and no beard. The other was a rather robust man with tan skin. Since they had both appeared, they just coldly stared at Han Li without a word. Their spiritual senses were obviously locked onto Han Li as if they were about to take action. Han Li's expression stirred for a moment. He then asked them with a deep voice, "What business do you two have? I am in a hurry. If you have nothing to say, then I will take my leave." "Wrong. You will be coming with us." The robust man icily spoke with a commanding tone. Han Li scowled and his eyes coldly glinted. "Have I offended you too? Or has the Starfall Coalition taken to tyrannically arresting people as they please? Fellow Taoist, please do not be angry. We are under orders to pursue and eliminate any Star Palace remnants. We managed to wound a Star Palace cultivator just recently, but he managed to escape in this direction using a strange technique. It just so happened we found you while in pursuit of him. According to our knowledge, the Star Palace cultivators possesses face-changing techniques. As we are unable to tell if your appearance is genuine, we must ask you to accompany us until we find the cultivator that escaped." The scholarly middle-aged man spoke quite politely, but he obviously had no intention of letting Han Li go. Chapter 504. The might of ancient treasures. Han Li grew silent in response to the scholarly man's words, and his expression continuously shifted as he considered his options. The two righteous Dao cultivators tacitly glanced at each other before vigilantly watching Han Li. Han Li smiled and serenely said, "All right, since I have no immediate affairs, I will accompany you too." The two men's expressions immediately relaxed. A trace of satisfaction appeared on the scholarly man's face as he opened his mouth to say something. At that moment Han Li struck. His right hand suddenly emerged from his sleeve, silently shooting 6 streaks of azure light towards the large man. At the same time he waved his left hand, summoning a chain of 5 colored copper bands in his palm. It started to release a muffled hum. "You dare to attack?" The scholarly man quickly reacted. Upon seeing Han Li attack, he immediately spat out a square magic treasure several inches wide. It was flat and pitch black, appearing to be an inkstone of sorts. The robust man quickly moved as well and released a white jade stamp that glowed with white light. The magic treasure immediately increased several times in size as it met the 6 streaks of azure light. At that moment the scholarly man saw the copper bands in Han Li's hand and shouted out a warning, "Be careful of the copper bands." The large man was unable to utter a response. The 6 streaks of azure light had released a clear ring before splitting into 12 identical sword lights. 6 of the 12 lights then suddenly merged into a huge sword and fiercely cut down upon the white jade stamp. The other 6 streaks of sword light then changed direction and swiftly arced off to the side. The large man was greatly alarmed. Without the time to think, he hastily formed an incantation gesture. Bursts of blue light with vivid talisman characters contained within them flourished around him. The flourishes of blue light wildly expanded and formed a barrier of blue light around the large man. The large man intended to directly receive the attack of Han Li's bamboo cloudsworm swords. Of course, the scholarly man didn't stay still as all of this happened. After he had initially shouted, he hastily pointed to the inkstone floating in front of him. It quickly swiveled and released a black fog. In a second, the fog had already reached the span of 10 meters, flooding the nearby surroundings with the smell of ink. Then without hesitation, the scholarly man cast an incantation seal, causing the black fog to rapidly condense into a flock of 30 pitch-black birds that were each about half a foot long. Then with a monstrous cry, they shot towards Han Li with a flicker of red light. Han Li turned a blind eye to the attack, and had his copper bands sway several times before disappearing with a shimmer. He then summoned his ancient flower basket with a flip of his hand. Seeing that Han Li was completely unconcerned with his attack, the scholarly man rejoiced rather than becoming angry. His bewildering inkstone was created from ancient refinement methods. It was only through sheer luck and tremendous effort that he had been able to successfully create it. He had nearly used up half of his life to save up for it, but he had no regrets. Ever since he acquired the bewildering inkstone, he had rarely met a cultivator of the same grade that could pose a threat to him. Even mid-core formation cultivators found it troublesome. So long as the target's cultivation wasn't vastly superior to his own, they would be immediately trapped in an inescapable illusion after becoming enveloped by the ink fog. The scholarly man couldn't help but sneer as the birds shot towards Han Li. He clutched his hands in an incantation seal, intending to order his birds to rupture. But at that same moment he suddenly heard a low hum next to his ear. His limbs and neck were suddenly clasped in copper bands. When they tightened, both his movements and his magic power were completely restrained. At that moment the scholarly man felt full of terror. He had been on alert for the copper bands that had disappeared, but there wasn't the slightest warning before they had clasped themselves onto his body. This situation was far beyond his wildest expectation. In that moment, the scholarly man was flusteredly thinking of any method to escape. On the other side of the battle, azure light and white chi interweaved amongst each other as the huge azure sword and the large stamp block collided with a boom. The brilliant white chi was able to easily overwhelm the azure light, causing the huge sword to only last for mere moments before collapsing. At that same instant, the other 6 streaks of azure light had already arrived at the strange barrier of talisman characters. Muffled bangs sounded out as the 6 streaks of azure light collided against the blue barrier. Although the blue barrier flickered upon impact, it was still able to endure. Han Li felt slightly surprised by this. It seemed that without the divine Devilbane lightning, His bamboo cloudsworm swords were somewhat lacking in strength due to how little time he had spent tempering them. But before he could think any further, the black birds arrived before him. Although they didn't have the support of the scholarly man's magic power, the inkstone magic treasure was still linked to his spiritual sense. Their attack hadn't relented in the slightest. Han Li coldly snorted and the flower basket bloomed with light. The light wildly expanded and enveloped all of the birds without exception. The scholarly man paled and shouted with disbelief, "Impossible! How can you have so many ancient treasures?" It would already be extremely lucky for an ordinary cultivator to possess one ancient treasure. After all, most ancient treasures fell into the hands of nascent soul cultivators whenever they emerged, rendering it extremely difficult for a core formation cultivator to even lay their hands on one. However, Han Li didn't have the slightest interest in replying. He tossed away the flower basket. The flower basket then collided against the large stamp block and enveloped it with its light. Although the stamp wildly struggled to escape, it was to little success. Afterwards, Han Li then flicked his fingers, ruthlessly shooting 10 streaks of azure sword chi towards the restrained scholarly man. "No!" The scholarly man could only shout in terror before his body swayed from the impact of the sword chi. With his body torn to shreds, his life quickly faded away. As the 5-element bands had sealed his true essence and cultivation, his doom was all but assured. Then with a gesture, the 5-element bands disappeared with a shimmer before reappearing into Han Li's hand. Han Li's gaze coldly turned to the side. Head laced with sweat, the large man clutched an incantation gesture in an attempt to retrieve his stamp as the 6 azure swords continued to hammer down on his blue talisman barrier. Of course, his effort was in vain. The large man's mind was shaken after having seen how easily his companion was dealt with. When he saw Han Li's attention shift onto him, he felt his body break out in a chill. He gritted his teeth and suddenly flew off as a streak of blue light, abandoning his own soul-linked magic treasure in a decisive move. Han Li narrowed his eyes and his copper bands disappeared from view once more. A moment later they appeared above the fleeing man's head. The large man couldn't believe his eyes as the 5 copper bands locked onto his body, passing through his blue barrier as if there was nothing there. At that same moment, the blue light surrounding him suddenly disappeared as he fell from the sky with a tumble. A cold glint flashed from Han Li's eyes. A streak of azure light fell from the sky and wound around the large man several times, cutting him into pieces. Both of the 2 Starfall Coalition cultivators had already been slain by Han Li's hand. At that moment, Han Li effortlessly took their storage pouches and looked through them with his spiritual sense for a moment before calmly putting them away. As for the masterless block stamp and inkstone magic treasures, Han Li helped himself to them as well. With his hands behind his back, Han Li then lowered his head towards the ocean and said, "Fellow Taoist has been stealthily watching for quite some time. How about you come out for a fresh breath of air?" Although his voice wasn't very loud, it could be clearly heard from a kilometer away. A sea breeze blew past Han Li before the area returned to silence once more. Han Li sighed upon seeing this. With a sullen expression, he said with an irritated tone, "Must I drag your esteemed self out from the sea myself?" With Han Li having discovered his hiding spot, the concealed individual couldn't help but flusteredly say, "Fellow Taoist, please wait. I'm coming out right now." Chapter 505. Ling Yuling. Han Li felt somewhat astonished upon hearing the person's voice. The sea beneath him rippled and flashed with white light before revealing a cultivator slowly flying out from the sea. The new arrival wore the white attire of the Star Palace, possessed long black hair, and had an emerald green headband embedded with jade. Upon being able to clearly see the person's appearance, Han Li revealed slight amazement. The person had flawless white skin, thick dark eyebrows, delicate red lips, pointed eyes and a thin nose. The Star Palace cultivator was undoubtedly beautiful, but what shocked Han Li was that he couldn't tell whether the person was a man or a woman. If this person was a woman, one might say that her mouth formed a natural smile and that her every movement carried a trace of confidence and ease. If one were to say the person was a man, then one might say that his beautiful appearance held an unconcealable charm, one that proved fatally attractive towards other men. "Although I do not know your esteemed name, I am grateful for your rescue." I am the Star Palace's external affairs enforcer Ling Yuling. While the person's voice was pleasant, it was neutral in pitch. This caused Han Li to frown and feel apprehension. This person reminded him of the harmonious bond sex young Master Tian won from the Heavenly South region's Devil Dao. But after some more thought he felt that they were completely different. While young Master Tian may have been extremely gorgeous, his mannerisms and voice were clearly that of a man. TL note: since there are no gender-neutral singular pronouns in English, Ling Yuling will be addressed as he, despite having an indeterminate gender. As for this Ling Yuling fellow, although his actions were that of a man's, he held an indescribably effeminate aura. Moreover, with the deep magnetism in his voice, it was even more difficult to differentiate him as a man or woman. I am Han Li. My previous actions took but a slight effort. Had they not forced my hand, I wouldn't have attacked them. Although he still felt shocked, he didn't reveal any hint of it on his face. Regardless, I am still very grateful towards you. Ling Yuling smiled sweetly, casually producing a flirtatious charm. Han Li felt his heart coldly tremble. As he still didn't know whether or not he was a man or a woman, he could only turn a blind eye toward Ling Yuling's beauty. Ling Yuling retrieved his smile with eyes flickering in thought. He then solemnly said, "Is the reason why fellow Taoist is in a hurry because he wishes to go to Heavenly Star City? The city should have already been locked down and it would be quite difficult to enter. If fellow Taoist is willing, I would be happy to take you into the city as compensation for your rescue." When Ling Yuling said this, Han Li felt somewhat surprised. But after some thought he realized that he had already displayed his lack of association with the Starfall coalition when he killed 2 of their cultivators. As such, Ling Yuling took the initiative to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. Han Li slowly replied with a bright expression, "My cave residence was set up in Heavenly Star City, and I was in a hurry to return because of it. I must thank fellow Taoist Ling for the trouble. Else I may have been unable to enter the city." Ling Yuling beamingly smiled in response with bright, seductive eyes. "You're too kind. Since fellow Taoist was able to slay those 2 without hesitation, you naturally won't need any identification to enter the city. Our Star Palace welcomes you. However, those 2 weren't the only cultivators in pursuit of me, nor were they the strongest. We had best hurry on our way." Han Li remained silent and nodded in response. The 2 then flew off towards Heaven Star City as streaks of light. Along the way, Han Li curiously examined the other cultivator. As Ling Yuling's white clothes were slightly loose, Han Li wasn't able to make out any female or male characteristics from the outside. Upon closer inspection he discovered that Ling Yuling didn't have a protrusion from his throat too. However, this wasn't enough to definitely prove that he was a woman. To the best of his knowledge, there were a few peculiar cultivation arts that reversed one's yin and yang, altering portions of one's gender characteristics. This person wouldn't be cultivating such a technique, right? Han Li strangely thought. Having noticed Han Li's gaze, the beautiful person charmingly smiled towards Han Li, causing him to turn his head away in embarrassment. Fellow Taoist possesses 2 ancient treasures and seems to be favored by the heavens. Although I've had the fortune to see many magic treasures, I've never seen one with abilities such as your copper bands. I wonder what are their origins." As Ling Yuling flew in a streak of light, he casually mentioned Han Li's ancient treasures for some reason. Han Li replied vaguely, "It's nothing. I have merely had more opportunities than ordinary cultivators." There was no way he would so easily divulge the truth. Hee, but fellow Taoist did kill 2 similar grade cultivators by himself and can't possibly be a common character. Would you be interested in joining our Star Palace? I can give you a recommendation. Seeing that Han Li didn't want to answer, he didn't push the issue and casually changed the subject to recruiting him instead. When Han Li heard this, he couldn't help but frown. This Ling Yuling was quite difficult to handle. They had yet to arrive at the city and he'd already started to raise some serious questions. Any cultivators that joined the Star Palace now would become cannon fodder. But if he refused, would he still be granted access into the city? His own words would ensnare him. After a moment of thought, Han Li sighed and spoke with deliberation. "Although I've looked up to the Star Palace for quite some time, the Exquisite Sound sect has treated me exceptionally well. I'm afraid I cannot leave my post as the Exquisite Sound sect's guest elder in the coming years. I am truly sorry." Han Li shamelessly used the exquisite sound sect as an excuse to refuse. It is no matter. I feel much admiration towards fellow Taoist Han's exceptional loyalty. However, our Star Palace will always be willing to welcome individuals such as yourself into our ranks. Ling Yuling didn't reveal any dissatisfaction at Han Li's tactful refusal. Instead, he faintly smiled and started to chat with Han Li about a few hidden rumors and interesting stories of the scattered starseas. He tactfully avoided re-mentioning any matters pertaining to the Star Palace and Starfall coalition. Han Li was quite happy at Ling Yuling's quick change in attitude, allowing him some time to relax. As they idly chatted on their way, they eventually spotted Heavenly Star City and rejoiced. But before they managed to get close to the island, a squad of 5 cultivators appeared before them from seemingly out of nowhere. Their leader was a sallow-faced middle-aged early core formation cultivator. The other 4 cultivators were all at Foundation establishment. We pay respects to Enforcer Ling. Upon recognizing Ling Yuling, the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators flew forwards and respectfully saluted him. It seemed this androgynous person held quite the reputation in the Star Palace. The sallow-faced cultivator revealed pleasant surprise and asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Ling, are you all right?" Senior Marshal Brother was quite worried upon hearing that Southclear Island had been ambushed. Who might this fellow Taoist be? The sallow-faced cultivator then turned his sights on Han Li and suspiciously examined him. Ling Yuling spoke with a serene expression. "I was pursued by 2 Starfall Coalition cultivators along the way, but thankfully fellow Taoist Han came to my rescue. As fellow Taoist Han's cave residence was established in Heavenly Star City, I've brought him back here. There should be no problem in allowing fellow Taoist Han into the city, yes?" Not knowing whether it was due to fatigue from the rush to the city or some internal injuries, Han Li saw that Ling Yuling's face had grown somewhat pale, causing him to appear somewhat fragile. Since he is someone who saved the life of Junior Marshal Brother Ling, this will be no problem at all. "Junior Marshal Brother Ling, are you injured?" When Han Li saw the sallow-faced cultivator's extremely concerned expression, his heart stirred. "It is nothing. Although they struck me with a magic treasure, I had the protection of my heavenly fragrance chain, and didn't suffer much damage." Ling Yuling's beautiful face faintly blushed, but his expression still remained calm. After a moment of hesitation, the sallow-faced man took a small bottle from his body and politely passed it over to him. "I have a heaven spirit pill that was refined from a secret formula. Junior Marshal Brother Ling, please take it and prevent any lasting damage to your vital energies." When Ling Yuling saw this, his expression sank as if he were about to become angry. But he soon thought of something and instead smiled with passionate eyes, saying, "Then Junior Marital Brother must thank Senior Marshal Brother for the medicine. I must first head into the palace and report on Southclear Island. I'm afraid I must ask Senior Marital Brother to help fellow Taoist Han into the city. As he is my savior, Senior Marshal Brother must treat him properly." Ling Yuling then smiled, taking the bottle with his slim, flawless hand in a very graceful manner. In that moment, it appeared he was undoubtedly a woman. The sallow-faced cultivator revealed excitement as if he were honored to hear Ling Yuling's pleasant words. "It is not a problem. Since Elder Wang is on duty, he won't make things difficult for Junior Marshal Brother." He then slapped his chest and pledged, "Please don't hesitate to leave fellow Taoist Han with me." When Han Li saw this, a strange expression flickered from his eyes. Was this person a woman or not? Why else would the sallow-faced man appear so infatuated with Ling Yuling? Han Li's heart was in great turbulence. 1. The Gorgeous Man, first introduced in Chapter 257. http://www.wuxiaworld.com/rumgindex/rumg Chapter 257/2. Commonly known as an Adam's apple. Chapter 506. Requirements for access. For a long while, the sallow-faced cultivator gazed in the direction that Ling Yuling had flown off in. He eventually turned his gaze back to Han Li and calmly said, "Although fellow Taoists did assist Junior Marshal Brother Ling, there are still a few questions I must ask you. As these are trying times, I hope fellow Taoist will cooperate." Han Li calmly replied, "If fellow Taoist has any questions, please don't hesitate to ask." The sallow-faced cultivator nodded his head and said, Good. First tell me your identity. I will be verifying whether or not it is true. Han Li smiled upon hearing this. I am an elder of the Exquisite Sound sect. This is my badge and this is the restriction control medallion to my cave residence in the city. I'm sure that fellow Taoist will know whether it is genuine or fake. Exquisite Sound sect? Take a look and see if the Exquisite Sound sect has an elder named Han. The sallow-faced cultivator bluntly took both of the medallions, and gave an order to those behind him without turning his head. Yes. When the dainty female cultivator heard him, she hastily rummaged through her storage pouch before taking out a jade slip and immersing her spiritual sense within it. Afterwards she glanced at Han Li several times before speaking with a respectful tone. Enforcer Zhao, the Exquisite Sound sect does have an elder named Han Li and his appearance is exactly the same as is recorded. When the sallow-faced cultivator heard this, he expressionlessly nodded his head. Oh, these two medallions are genuine as well. There seems to be no problem with your identity. The sallow-faced cultivator tossed the medallions back to Han Li. All right, you four continue on your patrol. I will be bringing this fellow Taoist into the city. The four behind him shouted in acknowledgement. Yes. Afterwards, the sallow-faced cultivator wordlessly beckoned to Han Li and flew off toward Heavenly Star City. Han Li closely flew after him as a streak of azure light. Not long after, the sallow-faced cultivator brought Han Li to the high walls of the city before flying up towards a city gate. Although there was no further interrogation, Han Li released his spiritual sense to examine his surroundings, discovering at least 6 hidden cultivators along the way. Although they were mostly Foundation Establishment cultivators, there were 2 core formation cultivators that remained unseen. Although his face remained calm, his heart trembled. It seemed the attack on Southclear Island had prompted Heavenly Star City to introduce greatly increased security as he had expected. Had he not been given a referral, he feared it wouldn't have been an easy task to enter the city. The city gates appeared quite desolate. Apart from the tens of white-clothed cultivators standing guard outside of it, there was no one else present. In addition, as Han Li came closer to the city, he discovered that the walls and the gate were glowing with faint white light as if they were under the effects of a restriction. After the sallow-faced cultivator landed on the gate, he headed straight towards an old man that was reclining in a bamboo chair. He had a short beard and whiskers all over his face. He saluted the old man and spoke with a respectful tone. Enforcer Yu. This is the Exquisite Sound Sect's Elder Han. I've already inspected his identity and command medallion, and I've found no problems. I must trouble Enforcer Yu to explain the procedure for entering the city. I cannot stay much longer as I must continue on my patrol. Han Li's gaze fell onto the old man and he immediately put his guard up. It was no wonder that the sallow-faced cultivator was so polite to him. He was a mid-core formation cultivator. The old man slowly opened his eyes as if he were still half asleep. Exquisite Sound Sect? After a moment of hesitation, he somewhat reluctantly added on. That's right, and he righteously assisted Junior Marshal Brother Ling as well. A cold glint flickered in the old man's eyes, faintly revealing a spirited energy before it immediately disappeared. Then with a powerless voice he lazily said, Oh, that is strange. Right, I understand. Fellow Taoist Zhao may return. The sallow-faced cultivator seemed to not mind the old man's mannerisms and saluted him before flying off, paying Han Li not the slightest heed. Han Li calmly stood in place and silently looked at the old man. I've seen the Exquisite Sound Sect's young girl Violet Spirit many times before. She truly is a fine beauty. I've heard of you, Exquisite Sound Sect Elder, but unfortunately I've never had the chance to meet you before. It seems from your youthful appearance that you also cultivate a technique that halts the aging of your appearance, much like our fellow Taoist Ling. To the best of my knowledge, these cultivation techniques are all extreme in nature. There are little benefits if a man were to cultivate it. With serene calm, Han Li asked, Do your words mean that fellow Taoist Ling is a man? As for my appearance, that is the result of a face-setting pill that I took long ago, not a cultivation technique. The old man let out a muffled chuckle before speaking with an impressive lack of speed. Even our Star Palace is unsure of whether fellow Taoist Ling is a male or female, let alone me. However, it is undoubtable that he cultivates a technique that halts his appearance. Haha, It seems fellow Taoist Han's luck is quite good to come across an opportunity to consume a rare medicine pill. Han Li felt astonished. The old man continued, "All right, I won't dwell on the matter. Since your identity has already been examined, this old man won't bother to do so. However, as the times are unordinary, the rules will be as well. Fellow Taoist, listen well to what I have to say." Han Li raised his eyebrows and remained silent. The old man's expression grew sullen and he said with an icy tone, "Right now, fellow Taoist has two options. You can join the Star Palace for the time being if you are willing to assist us in our fight. In this case, your movements will be unrestrained within the city. And each time you carry out any missions, you will be heavily rewarded. There is no way we would allow anyone's efforts to be in vain. If you are unwilling to fight in the war and wish to stay idly in the city, we won't force you to fight, but as the city is currently under martial law, no one is allowed to casually leave their residence unless it is during a specified time. Our enforcement squads in the city will slay anyone who does not follow these rules. Fellow Taoist Han can now tell me his choice." A strange expression flickered from Han Li's eyes. For a time he silently sunk into contemplation. When the old man saw this, he didn't rush Han Li. He only narrowed his eyes, revealing a slightly crossed expression. After muttering to himself for a moment, Han Li solemnly asked, "After I enter the city, would I be able to use the Outer Star Seas transportation formation? Originally, it would have been fine so long as you paid the Spirit Stone toll. However, it will no longer do. If you wish to go to the Outer Star Seas, you will have to do something for us." The old man didn't appear surprised, as if he had already anticipated Han Li's question. Although Han Li already guessed what it would be, he still frowned and asked, "What would that be?" The old man faintly smiled and lightly said, "It's quite simple. As soon as the battle starts, you will get an assignment from the Star Palace to eliminate a Starfall Coalition cultivator at the same rank of cultivation as yourself." His smile seemed to resemble a smirk. Having heard this, Han Li bitterly laughed in his mind. It seems the upper echelons of the Star Palace intended to coerce cultivators that wished to leave the city. Even if the Star Palace couldn't control them, they would be required to spill the blood of Starfall Coalition cultivators. On the one hand, it would weaken the might of the Starfall Coalition. On the other, it would prevent those cultivators from ever joining the enemy. Using a single breath, Han Li quickly said, "I've already killed similar ranked cultivators on my way back with fellow Taoist Ling. Does that count?" "You've already killed one?" The old man appeared quite moved. "That's right," Han Li nodded his head without hesitation. "Unfortunately, that won't count. It must happen after the battle has started. There is no point if you kill any of them beforehand." Han Li stroked his chin and pensively asked, "When does fellow Taoist reckon that the battle will break out?" The old man was slightly surprised by Han Li's question and took another look at Han Li before calmly replying, "It should be as soon as the next few days, I imagine. The Starfall Coalition don't plan on attacking the inner island, but rather aim to take over Heavenly Star City in an ambush in the quickest time possible." Without further deliberation, Han Li calmly said, "I will enlist. I'll be wanting to use the Outer Star Seas transportation formation after I kill a cultivator of the same rank." The old man patted down his body before fishing out a sparkling yellow ring. He then indifferently handed it over to Han Li and said, "Good. Put this ring on. It represents that for the time being, you will be a member of the Star Palace. When the battle comes, the ring will give you an assignment." Chapter 507. Light in the darkest hour. Han Li received the ring and put it on without hesitation. The old man smiled and said, "Good, you can now enter the city. During the day there will be free movement, but there is an enforced curfew at night. When the battle starts, the ring will notify you. You can wait in your cave residence until then." After he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes once more and appeared to drift off. After taking a deep glance at the old man, Han Li entered the city. Not only were the streets of the city desolate, but he only occasionally caught glimpses of other cultivators in flight. The empty city made for dreary scenery. Han Li's expression remained calm, but he inwardly rejoiced. From the apparent circumstances, the city market must certainly have been shut down. Had he not taken the time to make his preparations in Southclear Island, he would have surely suffered quite the headache. Han Li softly chuckled before flying through the air towards his cave residence on Sage Mountain. As he passed by the market city, Han Li glanced down to find that all the shops were closed as he had expected. There wasn't a single person in sight. Han Li lightly shook his head and quickly flew towards the 39th layer of Sage Mountain. Upon entering Sage Mountain, Han Li keenly felt that the security on the mountain was far denser than the outer city. He was able to notice over 10 different ripples through the air with his spiritual sense alone. But with the yellow ring on hand, the ripples in the air made way for Han Li. Despite all of this, there were no guards who appeared to question Han Li. But what made Han Li frown was the late core formation cultivator that swept his spiritual sense past him. Han Li feigned ignorance of this as he flew towards his cave residence. When he arrived, he examined the restrictions to find that nothing had been changed. However, Han Li blankly stood outside the restrictions for a moment before letting out a sigh. He hadn't been gone for long, but he had encountered many close brushes with death, and now he had no choice but to discard his cave residence of nearly 100 years. This caused Han Li to feel somewhat sentimental. He used his restriction control medallion to open the restrictions and slowly walked in, finding that everything was the same as he had left it. Han Li first attended to the most important matter at hand, the gold devouring beetles. After making certain that the gold devouring beetles were sound, Han Li felt genuinely relieved. He immediately placed all of them in a spirit beast pouch that he had prepared earlier, and turned towards his medicine garden and placed everything into his storage pouch. After this, Han Li decided to relax for the time being and slowly walked to the bedroom. He laid down on the bed and started to ponder about his plans for the future. He was required to kill a Starfall Coalition cultivator of the same rank as him if he wanted to use the transportation formation to the outer star seas. While this condition wasn't difficult for him to fulfill, Han Li was worried that before the battle started, the Star Palace would somehow learn that the Heaven Void Cauldron had fallen into his hands. After all, he had no way of knowing when those nascent soul eccentrics would leave Heaven Void Hall. If one of those old eccentrics were to divulge this information, it would be disastrous for him. In addition to this, he had other misgivings. It was possible that after he fulfilled their condition, the upper echelon of the Star Palace would make up a frivolous reason to shamelessly deny him access to the transportation formation. After all, what could the recruited cultivators possibly do, even if the Star Palace reneged on their agreement? Although he had calmly agreed to the Star Palace's agreement at the entrance, he never intended on sincerely awaiting the Star Palace's orders. He prepared to explore the surroundings of the transportation formation, and see whether or not he could stealthily use it. If the security was lacking, he would seize the first opportunity to use it. As for whether or not he offended the colossal Star Palace, he didn't care in the least. In the end, he would still be pursued by those nascent soul eccentrics. With those reassuring thoughts in mind, Han Li dozed off to sleep. The numerous surprises on the past excursions had left Han Li quite fatigued. On the next day, Han Li awoke with roused spirits. He slowly walked out from the cave residence underneath a clear and bright sky, before flying into the air and examining his surroundings. Although there weren't as many cultivators outside compared to during peacetime, it was completely different from yesterday. It seemed that this was the time where free movement was allowed. Han Li first flew around his surroundings in a circle. After seeing that no one was monitoring him or paying any attention, he shot towards the 50th floor of Sage Mountain without any hesitation. Security was tighter as he went deeper into the mountain. Soon, Han Li arrived above the starry sky palace, where the transportation formation was located. However, he merely passed over it. Instead, he pretended to visit another hall instead, and used that short instance to quietly sweep his spiritual sense over the hall. It went quite smoothly. The hall was nearly entirely devoid of any obstructions. But when he swept his spiritual sense past the inner portion of the building, he was blocked by a blue-yellow restriction. Fortunately, Han Li noticed it quite quickly and was able to retrieve his spiritual sense before touching the restriction. His expression then sank. Although he reckoned he was able to force his spiritual sense past the restriction, it would alert any of the cultivators inside the hall. There was no way he would willingly do something so foolish. At that moment, he unconsciously frowned. Because of the restriction, Han Li was neither able to see the quantity of cultivators within the inner halls nor their level of cultivation. However, there was no reason for any nascent soul cultivators to appear there. In the most extreme case, there would only be late core formation cultivators present. After all, the Starry Sky Palace didn't hold any critical value towards the Star Palace's upper echelon. After flying a far enough distance, Han Li flew in a circle and returned along a slightly different path. When Han Li was on his way back, he indignantly released his spiritual sense to see whether or not there was a gap in the restrictions. While his exploration found no faults in the restrictions, he did hear a raspy voice. "Fellow Taoist Zhang, how were the terms? 3,000 spirit stones per person on the transportation formation. This is the greatest amount we could offer." When Han Li heard this, his heart began to stir. His sights quickly fell onto two cultivators beneath him and he immediately slowed down. One of the cultivators was a dark-skinned, middle-aged man while the other was a shriveled man with a sickly appearance. Both of them were mid-foundation establishment cultivators. The one who had nervously spoken was the dark-skinned man. The two were being careful, whispering at a place where no one else was present. But that didn't matter when Han Li's enormous spiritual sense enveloped them. He could hear everything they said with perfect clarity. "Shh, be careful. Let's talk about this through voice transmission." The shriveled man nervously glanced around, but Han Li managed to perceptively hide himself in an instant, entering a state of qi restraint. At that same moment, Han Li's spiritual sense was immediately withdrawn from other areas and was completely focused on the two in preparation of eavesdropping on their voice transmissions. As Han Li's spiritual sense far surpassed theirs, he was able to do this with the utmost secrecy. Were other core formation cultivators to attempt this, they would require an appropriate top-grade secret technique to accomplish the same result. Although we may be distant relatives, it is extremely dangerous to secretly release people into the outer star seas. He said that anything less than 5,000 spirit stones per person, and he will have to decline. And this is considering that the Star Palace doesn't care about us Foundation establishment cultivators. Were a core formation cultivator to hand over even more spirit stones, he definitely wouldn't be allowed through. With an unsightly expression, the dark-skinned man roared, 5,000? Are we filled with money? How are rogue Foundation establishment cultivators supposed to come up with that many spirit stones? Even while outraged, he had still remembered to use voice transmissions. The shriveled cultivator sighed and attempted to placate him. "It is far too dangerous to continue to live within the inner star seas. Us rogue cultivators could fall victim to any calamity that appears. When that happens, our lives will be forfeit. What use will spirit stones have then? After all, we all reckon that the forces of the Star Palace are nearly equal to that of the Starfall coalition. It is very likely the war will last several years if not several tens of years. I don't want to spend my days flying around while fleeing and hiding in fear. As for spirit stones, we all possess no small amount of rare materials we've been keeping in reserve. We should be able to use them to pay the remaining amount of spirit stones. In that manner they would be willing to agree and give us face." "Impossible. Are we going to pour out our entire fortunes to go to the outer star seas? Absurd." The dark-faced man shook his head in a miserly fashion. The shriveled man was also distressed and bitterly said, "Fine, let's go back and see what the others think." Chapter 508. Deciding on a plan. After that was said, their conversation ended with sullen expressions as they quickly flew down Sage Mountain on their magic tools. Han Li didn't closely follow after them as it would have been too obvious. Instead, he coiled a sliver of spiritual sense around the shriveled man and watched them fly off with a detached expression before following them from a distance. The two of them were quite slow compared to Han Li. After 2 hours they finally reached the 4th layer of Sage Mountain and entered an extremely ordinary courtyard residence. Soon after, Han Li appeared above the residence. The scenery here was quite serene. In addition to a few other similar residences in the distance, there was also a small green forest of bamboo nearby. Han Li's eyes became bright when he gazed at the residence. It was unremarkable, but there was a small flowing water formation placed outside. Although it would prove to be of little use against any cultivators that truly wished to intrude, it would allow for an early warning. However, the formation spell was of little use against Han Li, a core formation cultivator who possessed some understanding towards formation spells. Han Li had complete confidence he could slip in without alerting its owner. In fact, that was precisely what he planned to do. His hands formed an incantation gesture before his figure distorted, disappearing in a haze of azure light. Not long after, Hanli reappeared in the courtyard without a sound. As his magic power had been completely restrained from circulating, there was no way a core formation cultivator could detect Hanli, let alone a foundation establishment cultivator. The reason why Hanli was so careful was because he had feared there was a core formation cultivator here. Were that not the case, he would have merely used a common concealment technique. Hanli motionlessly stood at the center of the courtyard and slowly released his spiritual sense around him, enveloping the entire courtyard. Afterwards, slight surprise appeared on his face as he stared in the direction of a side wing. He clearly felt that the other rooms were empty. Only the room in the side wing had any cultivators, 7 to be exact. The 7 cultivators consisted of 5 men and 2 women. The shriveled man and the dark-skinned middle-aged man were amongst them. The one who possessed the highest cultivation was a large hook-nosed, embroidered-robed man who possessed a spirited gaze. Apart from his nose, he had a grand and imposing appearance. He had progressed to the peak of late foundation establishment and had already entered the false core stage. He was already at the point where he should be undergoing preparations for core formation. As for the rest, they were at mid-foundation establishment stage. This was to be expected. One must require that cultivation at the very least if they wished to head to the outer star seas. However, perhaps due to what they had discussed before, they were all silent with sullen expressions. Not a word was being said in the room. Hanli wasn't impatient. He quietly stood in place and waited. He was confident that their following chat was sure to give him some useful information and bring him closer to being able to form a plan. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, a middle-aged woman lost her patience and anxiously said, "Brother E, fellow Taoist Huang had brought back word that they want 5,000 spirit stones per person before allowing us to teleport to the outer star seas. In that case, we would be fairly relieved of our assignments to the Star Palace after handing over the spirit stones. What does Brother E think? After all, once the battle occurs, it will be too late to leave." The pale-skinned middle-aged woman that sat at her side scowled and spoke with a hostile tone. "Lady Lu, from your tone, you seem quite willing to let go of your spirit stones. But did you not think that your fellow Taoists aren't able to casually spend such an amount? My husband and I wouldn't be able to produce that sum even with all of our possessions. Could it be that fellow Taoist wishes to leave alone?" When the other woman heard her, she revealed a trace of annoyance and asked, "When did I say that I was going alone? How about we just ask Brother E? You are very experienced and have the highest cultivation among us. Surely you can give us a proper analysis of the pros and cons." The embroidered-robed man said, "All right, there is no need for you two to continue. Fellow Taoist Lu cannot use the transportation formation alone. The outer star seas isn't a place where a lone formation establishment cultivator can roam around. It is only when we go together that we will be able to survive. If we're lucky, we'll manage to kill a few spirit beasts and use their cores to refine medicine pills. In addition, we won't be tasked with killing a cultivator of a similar grade during the battle. Even core formation cultivators would find it difficult to preserve their lives during the fray, let alone us low-grade cultivators. Moreover, there is also the worry of the Star Palace turning back on their word. That's impossible. The Star Palace seems to have never done such unjust actions. Fellow Taoist E, aren't you being overly suspicious?" The burly youth said. Although his age was young, he had a mature aura. Although the possibility is low, it is still possible. This isn't a period where the Star Palace is the sole superpower. If the Star Palace feels it is in danger, it will do as it wants without any fear of the consequences. Such is the right of the powerful. Humph. The large, embroidered-robed man's face twitched before he disdainfully snorted. He seemed to hold quite some understanding of great powers. After that was said, everyone in the room remained silent as they sunk into thought. The large man then slowly continued, "Therefore the optimal choice would be to use spirit stones to preserve our lives. If we were to truly participate in the battle, it is quite possible that we would all perish. And even if some of us were to survive and head to the outer star seas, survival would be out of the question from a lack of strength. It would only be another path to disaster. However, it costs so many spirit stones." When the dark-skinned middle-aged man spoke with a distressed expression, the embroidered robe cultivator interrupted him with an icy expression. What use are spirit stones if you're dead? Besides, we'll be able to make up for our losses by hunting down a few high-grade demon beasts in the outer star seas. What is most important at the moment is using the transportation formation. The dark-skinned cultivator seemed quite scared of the large man and immediately grew silent at his rebuke. As for the lack of spirit stones, take out as many as you can. Let's see whether or not they will be flexible. If it won't do, then we'll take out our excess spirit stones and lend them to each other for the time being. After we teleport to the outer star seas, the debts will be paid back with interest. The large man imposingly gazed at the more destitute cultivators as he spoke as if having already decided for them. The six glanced at each other in discomfort, but they all reluctantly accepted his command. The large man revealed slight satisfaction and turned towards the shriveled man. He said with an imposing tone, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, I must trouble you to make another trip tomorrow and see if they are willing to take a lesser price. If it is impossible, then we will agree to those conditions. However, we must leave by the day after tomorrow. There cannot be any delays. It will all be meaningless unless we can leave before the battle erupts." The shriveled man repeatedly agreed. Afterwards, a lively discussion began to erupt in the room over the specific details. As Han Li stood outside the room, he was able to hear the entirety of their discussion with perfect clarity. He couldn't stop himself from mysteriously smiling. Then with a flash of azure light, he disappeared without a trace. On the next day, the shriveled man left the residence and headed towards the Starry Sky Palace, completely unaware of the person following him from above. When Han Li followed him into the vicinity of the Starry Sky Palace, he cautiously slipped away into a nearby building. Han Li rubbed his nose and then quietly waited inside the building. About an hour later, the shriveled man sneakily emerged from the building with a trace of excitement betrayed on his face. Afterwards, Han Li followed him back to the residence. However, something unexpected had occurred before his eyes. Before entering the residence, the shriveled man's excitement completely disappeared and was exchanged with a miserable expression. When Han Li saw this, he frowned. With chin in hand, his mind began to ponder, could it be? Chapter 509. Infiltration. On the morning of the third day, underneath the bright skies, the group of Foundation establishment cultivators slipped out of their residence with utmost stealth and headed towards the Starry Sky Palace. As the enforced curfew had just ended, there were only a few cultivators roaming through the early morning sky. Hence the seven were even more careful. Each of them nervously went along their way with lowered heads. However, the embroidered-robed man in the lead vigilantly examined his surroundings as they flew. The journey to Starry Sky Palace was very smooth. Nothing happened to them as they flew to the 49th floor of Sage Mountain. When they arrived at the Starry Sky Palace, their expressions were relaxed and filled with relief. But at that moment, the embroidered-robed man in front suddenly stopped in the air with a shocked expression. He raised his arm with a solemn expression, performing a strange hand gesture. When the others behind him saw this, they abruptly halted and became vigilant. The embroidered-robed man stared at an empty location and spoke with a heavy tone. "For what reason has fellow Taoist blocked our path?" At that same moment he began to reach for the storage pouch at his waist. The empty area in front of them flashed with azure light to reveal an azure-clothed cultivator standing there with his hands behind his back. He slowly spoke with a hoarse voice. "Hee, there is no need for you fellow Taoists to be afraid. Although I've been waiting just for you, I mean no harm. I merely have something to request of you." Once the party clearly felt his cultivation, they were filled with alarm and surged with wariness. The man was also a peak Foundation establishment cultivator at false core stage. With a cold glint flashing from his eyes, the embroidered-robed man calmly asked, "What is your esteemed name, fellow Taoist? How can we help you?" The azure-clothed man casually said something that made the seven cultivators pale. "My name is Crooked Soul, a mere vagrant cultivator. Aren't you heading to the Starry Sky Palace? Could you bring me along? I also wish to head to the outer star seas." When the embroidered-robed man heard him, his expression fluctuated. He was silent for a moment before he widely smiled and said, "So it's fellow Taoist Crooked Soul, but what do you mean by Starry Sky Palace and the outer star seas? Our group is only going to attend to a few personal matters, and we just happened to pass here along the way. We have no business with the Starry Sky Palace. Fellow Taoist is mistaken. The embroidered-robed man came to a decision that regardless of this crooked soul's intention or how he managed to find out about their plans, there was absolutely no way he would easily agree. The others remained silent as well as if they were leaving the matter entirely up to the large man. Crooked Soul chuckled and casually said, "There is no need for fellow Taoist E to be so suspicious. Since I've already arrived here, how could I be fooled just like that?" The embroidered-robed man's heart trembled and he snorted, "Humph. So it seems you know my identity and have a clear understanding of our plans." He then unconsciously clutched his storage pouch with veins protruding from his hands. Having received an unknown command, the other cultivators suddenly dispersed in great coordination and surrounded the azure-clothed man. The azure-clothed man ignored their movements and spoke with great leisure. "You don't want to try and kill me. I don't mean to boast, but with my cultivation you wouldn't be able to kill me quickly. If I were to yell and call for the Star Palace, I wonder what would happen?" After that was said, the group of cultivators glanced at each other before turning their gazes to the large, embroidered-robed man. The large man's expression became unsightly. Although he had yet to reach core formation, he had always boasted of his exceptional shrewdness, making him a menace among Foundation establishment cultivators. However, he clearly understood that the man's threats were no joke. After a moment of deliberation, he could only suppress his anger and coldly ask, "What does fellow Taoist want us to help you with? We've already said that we would take only 7 people. Moreover, the transportation formation can only take 7 cultivators at a time. They would certainly refuse if we were to add another." The azure-clothed man smiled. "Be at ease, I won't make things hard for you. So long as I enter the hall, I'll have my own methods for persuading them. If an agreement can't be reached, I will neither force the issue nor ruin your fortuitous affair." "Only that." The large man frowned and wore a trace of doubt. "Only that." The azure-clothed man spoke with certainty. The large man muttered to himself for a moment before eventually gritting his teeth. "Fine, if it's only to give you an introduction, then we're willing to agree, if only barely." With a calm expression as if having anticipated the large man's concession, the azure-robed man saluted and said, "Then I must give you my thanks." The shriveled man raised his head to look at the sky and anxiously urged, "Since fellow Taoist wishes to head to the Starry Sky Palace, let us go quickly. We're already running late. They may become impatient." The azure-clothed man glanced at the shriveled man in silence, but the embroidered-robed man wordlessly raised his hand and they continue on their way. They moved in a formation that kept the azure-robed cultivator at their center. It seemed they were quite wary of him. Still, the azure-clothed cultivator calmly followed after them. Of course, this azure-clothed cultivator was actually Han Li. He had restrained his magic power fluctuations to the level of a peak Foundation establishment cultivator and had disguised his appearance. The remaining distance from the Starry Sky Hall wasn't long. After only a short moment, the party arrived in front of the Starry Sky Palace. At that moment, the shriveled man suddenly increased in speed and shot forward, arriving at the hall first. The embroidered-robed man and the others didn't find this odd in the slightest. After all, the shriveled man was the one who had relations with the Starry Sky Palace in the first place. Now that they arrived, it was only natural that he led the way, lest any misunderstandings occur. After entering, the party tried their hardest to maintain a calm expression, but a trace of apprehension was betrayed on their faces. Having entered the Starry Sky Palace, their lives were now in the hands of the other party. However, everything seemed to be going as expected. The restrictions that should have been there were absent, and it seemed the managers of the palace had disabled them ahead of time. When Han Li saw this, a strange expression momentarily appeared on his face. But what comforted the party the most was the sight of 2 white-clothed Star Palace core formation cultivators waiting for them in the hall with the transportation formations. When the shriveled man saw the 2, he immediately broke into a smile and walked forward several steps to respectfully greet them. "Senior Gu, Senior Qian, we've arrived. Have you finished the preparations on your end?" Among the 2, the bald old man nodded his head slowly saying, "We're ready on our side. Hand over the spirit stones, and we'll give each person a displacement talisman. You can leave as soon as possible, but the spirit stones had better not be short. The embroidered-robed man stepped forward and respectfully said, "Be at ease, senior, we've brought along the agreed amount of spirit stones." The bald old man examined him several times before speaking with a polite tone. "So your fellow Taoist E. As expected, your cultivation is exceptional." But when his sights fell upon Han Li, his expression sunk. The bald old man's expression became gloomy and his voice was filled with suspicion. "Didn't we agree that it's supposed to be 7? Why is there another person here? This fellow Taoist also seems to be at the false core stage. May I know who you are?" The embroidered-robed man bitterly smiled, wanting to give an explanation. Han Li smiled and interrupted the large man. "I am Crooked Soul, a vagrant cultivator that also wishes to head to the outer star seas. I've heard that fellow Taoist E and the others had a connection, and chose to deliberately seek them out. I hope you two seniors don't take offense. If these seniors are willing to accommodate me, I am willing to pay double their rate for the use of the transportation formation." "Double?" The bald old man was shocked for a moment before turning his head to look at the scholarly middle-aged cultivator at his side. The middle-aged man frowned and slowly said, "Even if you pay double, the largest number of people that can be sent in a single teleportation is 7. Also, we can only use the transportation formation once, so it is impossible to allow a teleportation for your use alone. Otherwise, it will be difficult to conceal our activities from the upper echelon. Junior has considered that, so he won't make it difficult for senior." Han Li smiled and suddenly turned to the side, speaking without a trace of politeness. "Therefore, how about fellow Taoist temporarily hand over his spot?" Chapter 510. Blackmail. The person Han Li was requesting a spot from was the shriveled man. "What did you say?" Alarm flickered across the shriveled man's face, soon to be replaced with anger. The others glanced at each other, not knowing what Han Li intended. Han Li calmly said, "Be at ease, fellow Taoist, I won't allow you to do this in vain. I have 2 grade 5 demon beast cores. Take it as payment for your spot. Surely fellow Taoist won't turn his back on me." He then searched his robes and took 2 shining blue globes out of nowhere. From their emitted spiritual chi, they were genuine grade 5 demon cores. The shriveled man looked at the 2 demon cores with a trace of greed, but he soon thought of something and coldly snorted, "Humph! Does your esteemed self think that I will give up my place for a measly 2 demon cores?" Han Li didn't grow angry. Instead, he strangely smiled and his lips trembled several times, sending several voice transmissions to him in everyone's presence. The shriveled man suddenly paled after hearing them. Han Li then spoke to him with a leisurely tone without using a voice transmission. "With this, there should be no way fellow Taoist could possibly refuse this trade. Am I correct?" When the shriveled man heard Han Li, his nervous face became lined with cold sweat. After fiercely glaring at Han Li for a moment, the shriveled man's face twitched as he clenched his teeth and said, "Fine. Since fellow Taoist can say that, I will hand over my spot to you." Those words came as a shock to the other 6. The embroidered-robed man's expression sank and he stared at the shriveled man. He coldly said, "Fellow Taoist Zhang, what are you saying? Didn't we say that we were going together? Why did you?" The shriveled man bitterly laughed and helplessly said, "I am truly sorry, but I fear we must part for the time being. You should all go first. I will join you if there is another opportunity." The embroidered man spoke no further, nor did the rest of the party. It was now apparent that something was being used against their fellow Taoist Zhang in order to force him to relinquish his spot. Hence, there was no point in continuing the discussion. Fortunately, a lack of one person didn't make too much of a difference in their plans. The bald old man frowned and imposingly glared at the shriveled man. "Humph! Who said you could exchange people as you wished?" "Senior Gu, I..." The shriveled man was startled and thought to mutter an explanation, but he couldn't come up with anything. But at that moment Han Li produced 2 jade boxes with a flick of his hand, tossing one each to the bald old man and the scholarly man at his side. When the 2 saw the jade boxes, they unconsciously caught them and calmly gazed at Han Li. Han Li spoke with a serene appearance. "The boxes contained 2 treasures that Junior unexpectedly acquired. Please take them, seniors." The 2 gave each other a mutual glance with curiosity in their eyes. From their examination of the boxes, it seemed that they contained no tricks. They then carefully opened the boxes by a sliver to release several rays of red light. The two unconsciously revealed pleasant surprise upon seeing what was within. With a moved expression, the scholarly man said, "Does fellow Taoist Crooked Soul truly wish to hand these two treasures over to us?" Han Li faintly smiled and said, "Junior understands that although the items are precious, they are of no use to him at his current cultivation. Junior wishes even more to head out to the outer star seas so that he can continue his peaceful cultivation." The bald old man couldn't contain his joy, and without any discussion with his partner, he hurriedly agreed, "He. Good. Since fellow Taoist Crooked Soul has given us such a grand gift, we won't be unreasonable. You can use the transportation formation with the other 6. Although Cultivator Qian appeared unhappy, he was also tempted by the item in his hand and didn't say anything in opposition. This scene shook the hearts of the Foundation establishment cultivators, causing them to feel a huge desire to see what those boxes contained. However, the boxes were quickly closed by the 2-star palace cultivators. As they didn't dare to use their spiritual sense to pry, they were left helpless. However, when the embroidered-robed man took another glance at the 2 jade boxes, a trace of amazement flickered in his eyes. Although he couldn't see what the boxes contained from what they had said, he couldn't help but think of the words magic treasure. Could it be that this person had truly given them magic treasures? Despite being just a guess, he couldn't help but feel amazed. Before the embroidered-robed man could finish his thoughts, the 2-star palace cultivators turned around to the transportation formation behind them and began to chant an incantation with their hands grasping a white jade medallion. The Foundation establishment cultivators didn't see anything odd about this, but Han Li let out a long sigh of relief. The transportation formation has a trick to it. Had I charged in without knowing this, I would find myself in a difficult situation. It seems taking out a few undesirable yet somewhat valuable magic tools was quite an incisive move. The jade boxes each contained a flying knife magic treasure that sparkled with red light. These 2 flying knives were taken from Hu Yu after the Bone Sage had killed him one. Although these magic treasures weren't particularly amazing, they were exceptionally precious to ordinary core formation cultivators. Even if the magic treasure couldn't be linked to one's consciousness, it could be directly used at 70% of its strength without the need of investing a large amount of time or resources. This was something that ordinary core formation cultivators could only dream of acquiring. Although many magic treasures have been passed down throughout the years, a majority of them had been destroyed in battle. Even with the remaining magic treasures, most of them would fall into the hands of nascent soul cultivators or exceedingly powerful core formation cultivators, though they would occasionally fall into the hands of a few nameless cultivators and minor powers. Huge superpowers like the Star Palace obviously acquired many magic treasures, but conversely, they also had an exceedingly large number of core formation cultivators. If these 2 early core formation cultivators didn't earn any merits, they wouldn't be bestowed any magic treasures. As such, they were wild with joy to find a magic treasure unexpectedly falling in their grasp. After refining them, their strength would receive a massive increase. As such, the shriveled man could only obediently hand over his place. Han Li had a full grasp over the situation. When Han Li saw the shriveled man's expression on his return to the residence, he grew suspicious and infiltrated his room. Although there didn't exist any magic techniques that could completely control a cultivator's consciousness, Han Li was able to put him into a half-conscious daze. With a combination of bewitchment techniques along with his immense spiritual sense, he was able to force out the shriveled man's deepest thoughts. Although the shriveled man only spouted out intermittent phrases during this state, Han Li ended up quite lucky, acquiring information that the shriveled man and the 2-star palace cultivators had deliberately raised the price to squeeze the other Foundation establishment cultivators for all they had. With this information to blackmail him along with the enticement of the 2 demon cores, the shriveled man meekly submitted to Han Li. His heart filled to the brim with apprehension to the point of near panic. He couldn't help but think, did the Star Palace cultivators deliberately set me up? As the incantations reverberated throughout the hall, the transportation formation began to glow with white light. Following a clear ring, the white glow suddenly disappeared. After seeing that the restriction had disappeared from the formation, the bald old man turned to the party of formation establishment cultivators and bluntly said, Normally, these is another manager of the hall, but as luck would have it, he was sent to the Star Palace Hall to handle emerging affairs in the past day, otherwise you would have had to pay far more. Alright, come and hand over your spirit stones. When that was said, each of the cultivators immediately took out a storage pouch they had prepared ahead of time and handed them over to the bald old man. As for Han Li, he took out another 2 demon beast cores and handed them over, arousing a trace of astonishment from the old man's face. After examining each of the payments, the bald old man nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this, the scholarly middle-aged man took out a stack of talismans and began to pass them out amongst Han Li and the others. He pointed to the transportation formation and coldly said, "These are displacement talismans. You can leave after placing them on your body." The others were hesitant, but Han Li walked into it without a word. It wasn't that he was displaying courage, but that he had found nothing wrong with the transportation formation after quickly sweeping it with his spiritual sense. The stone tablet in front of the transportation formation read the words, "Wondrous Depths." Han Li didn't have any particular impression towards this name. From his last experience, it seemed that the island's names didn't hold much significance. 1. Huyu was killed in Chapter 425, and his magic treasures were taken in Chapter 429. Chapter 511. Out to sea again. After seeing Han Li walk into the teleportation formation without hesitation, the other cultivators paused for a moment before following him. After seeing that the 7 of them had entered the formation spell, the bald old man wore a faint smile and formed an incantation gesture that caused specks of white light to float from his finger. While staring at the specks of white light, the old man suddenly asked, "Since we're sending you to the outer star seas in secret, you're not going to blabber about this, right?" The embroidered-robed man was quick-witted and immediately replied with a sincere expression, "Of course we won't. We are truly grateful towards seniors for being so accommodating. There is no way we would do such a self-destructive thing. Moreover, what use would it be for us to say anything?" Staring at the embroidered-robed man, he coldly said, "If you understand, then good. As there are few people in the Star Palace with our position, we'd receive a stern warning at the worst. But if some rumors do arrive, then fellow Taoist Gu and I won't be so forgiving. Additionally, we heard you feared a sudden falling out and all carried response beads. Thorough but unnecessary. We aren't about to soil our reputations over a few spirit stones." He then swept his gaze past the other cultivators before falling onto Han Li. "Senior truly is a reasonable person. Junior is but a knave that can only think of others in regards to his own desires." The embroidered-robed man forced a smile but faintly felt a chill run down his back. "Humph. No need to speak any nonsense. You're now on your own." The bald old man didn't say anything further and flicked his finger, activating the transportation formation with a faint white magic seal. Suddenly, the spirit stones around the magic formation flourished with white light, causing the 7 to disappear. When the bald old man saw them successively teleport away, his expression suddenly changed and he bewilderedly asked, "What's going on? Didn't you say that you were going to give them false displacement talismans? Why did you give them real ones? This wasn't what we previously agreed upon." The scholarly cultivator coldly snorted and spoke with a grimace. "If I truly took out false displacement talismans, do you really believe we would have been let off? The person who gave us the magic treasures was a nascent soul eccentric. If we took out false talismans, he would have killed us in a fit of anger." He then took out a white cloth and wiped the cold sweat off of his head. The bald old man said with a shocked expression, "Nascent soul cultivator? Brother Qian, are you joking? That person was clearly a late Foundation establishment cultivator." The shriveled man that was left behind was at a loss. "Brother Gu should know that my spirit beast, a soul hare, has no skills apart from being able to keenly sense another's spiritual sense." The scholarly man then flipped his hand to reveal an animal that strongly resembled a kitten. The spirit beast had ears as slender as a rabbit's and sparkling green eyes that continuously darted around. It appeared to be a rather adorable spirit beast. As he caressed the soul hare, he said, although he managed to conceal his aura with some sort of exceptional restraint technique, concealing himself from even the soul hare, he stealthily swept his spiritual sense past the formation spell after we dissolved the restrictions on it. This gave my soul hare the opportunity to detect something was amiss. My soul hair is able to give an appropriate reaction towards mid-core formation and even late-core formation cultivators. However, it didn't give a reaction, but merely continued to shiver inside my sleeve. It can only mean that his spiritual sense was unfathomably profound, but it has only ever given this response when we visit the elders. A trace of fear was contained in his voice. If that's the case, then he must be a nascent soul cultivator. Sweat started to line the bald old man's head. Even if he wasn't, then he must be a late core formation cultivator. Either way, it wouldn't take much effort for him to exterminate us. The scholarly man spoke without doubt. Luckily, Brother Qian was so quick-witted. If we took out false talismans, we would have brought about our own destruction. I had originally thought he was quite an eccentric individual to give us each a magic treasure without the slightest heartache, but after some further thought, the old man then fearfully asked, "But would there be any problems produced by sending him off to the outer star seas?" "What problems?" He was a vagrant nascent soul cultivator. I imagine he headed to the outer star seas because he didn't want to be involved in the war between the Star Palace and the Starfall coalition. Hence, there will be no problems to be had as long as we don't let our superiors know that we allowed a nascent soul cultivator to teleport to the outer star seas. Otherwise, we'll be severely punished. After giving the old man an explanation, his face grew gloomy as he eerily gazed at the dumbstruck shriveled man at their side. As the scholarly man imposingly gazed at him, the shriveled man suddenly trembled and came to a realization. He hastily took several steps back and said, "I didn't hear anything that you two seniors just said. I won't speak any drivel." Before the shriveled man could finish, a streak of yellow light silently flew out and circled around him several times before he fell to pieces. The bald old man recalled his magic treasure and gloomily said, "With this, no one else will know. Although we had something of a relationship together, unfortunately I cannot let you leave." Han Li and the other 6 cultivators appeared at the other end of the transportation formation with a flash of white light in a shabby stone room. Han Li swept his gaze to the corner of the room where a Star Palace cultivator with a frail appearance was speaking with a scar-faced, grey-robed cultivator. When the Star Palace cultivator saw them appear, he examined them with a frown. However, he soon lost interest and continued to speak with the grey-robed cultivator. The cultivator in charge of the formation said with a displeased tone, "I've already said this. There are currently fixtures in place that render the formation one way only. It can only receive, not send. The sect has already taken all the displacement talismans from me, and even I can no longer return. There is no point in fellow Taoists trying to force me." The grey-robed cultivator shouted out with fury, "Nonsense. There were several people that went back several days ago. How can the transportation formation have changed so quickly?" "Humph. I've already explained it many times, but you just love to ignore me. I no longer have any obligation to speak any further." The Star Palace cultivator glared at the man before sitting down and closing his eyes. When the grey-robed cultivator saw that he was being ignored, his complexion turned bright red, but he didn't take the slightest action. He didn't have the courage to act against a Star Palace cultivator. He turned around in place with great agitation, but when his expression immediately fell upon Han Li and the others that had arrived, his face suddenly grew joyful. He walked towards them before stopping several steps ahead of them and saluted the embroidered-clothed man, who obviously appeared to be the leader of the group, before politely asking, "Did you fellow Taoists come from Heavenly Star City?" After seeing that the scar-faced man was also a late Foundation establishment cultivator, he didn't dare to ignore him and replied, "That's right, we've just arrived. What's wrong, fellow Taoist?" However, he could already guess what the grey-robed cultivator was about to say. The grey-robed cultivator asked with a hopeful tone, "I am Su Yun. I've been in the outer seas for several years. Could you tell me whether or not the Starfall coalition has truly been formed and whether or not the city is on the verge of battle?" When the embroidered-robed man saw Su Yun's expression, he knew what he wanted to hear most. However, the truth would only disappoint him. Hence he explained with complete openness, "It is true. The righteous and devilish Tao have forged the Starfall coalition and immediately declared war on the Star Palace. As we do no wish to be drawn into the conflict, we teleported here. I fear fellow Taoist will have no way of returning for the time being." Su Yun stood in place in shock with a dejected expression. How can that be? I wanted to return and have these painstakingly acquired materials be refined into medicinal pills. What a waste of time. After this was said, there was silence in the room. Despite having racked their brains to arrive at the outer star seas, they were helpless without any way to return. After a short moment, the embroidered-robed man's expression changed and he suddenly turned to the gray-robed man. He cordially said, "My name is Yi Jing and these are my close friends. Since fellow Taoist Su has lived here for several years, could he introduce Wondrous Depths Island to us? Of course this won't be for free. We're willing to give you a few spirit stones as compensation." Although Su Yun didn't recover from his dejection, he still spiritedly replied, "There is no need for compensation. As you've already answered my question, I am merely returning the favor. Please don't hesitate to ask any questions you may have, and I'll answer to the best of my knowledge." Suddenly, the party of Foundation establishment cultivators revealed joy at the prospect of being given an introduction to this unfamiliar place. It would prove quite favorable for them in their future endeavors. When Han Li saw this, he also smiled. With arms crossed, he stood behind them as he waited for the explanation. Chapter 5:12. Blackrock. City. Jing, the embroidered-robed man, swept his gaze around the room before looking at the Star Palace cultivator sitting in the corner. "It is somewhat inconvenient to speak here. Fellow Taoist Su, how about we chat outside?" "Outside? Sure." Su Yun indifferently replied. Yi Jing rejoiced, but he soon thought of something and turned his head around and widely smiled towards Han Li. "Brother Crooked Soul, wouldn't it be better to come along with us and listen? Better yet, we can work together." Han Li blankly stared for a moment before smiling. "All right, I did want to hear his explanation as well." Han Li then casually followed after them. "What? That fellow Taoist isn't part of your group?" Su Yun was quite surprised. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man suddenly shouted out with a trace of hostility. "He did teleport along with us, but before that we were strangers." Yi Jing frowned in response but didn't say anything. Su Yun wordlessly nodded. After they all walked out of the stone room, the newcomers surveyed their surroundings with amazement. The scene was entirely different from what Han Li had seen on Deep Jade Island. They emerged within a small market city. Although it appeared crude and only spanned about 10 kilometers, the city was created entirely out of black stone. The shabby building that housed the transportation formation lay at the center of the city. It was propped up by a tall altar-like platform with steps descending from every side. Due to the height of the surrounding terrain, they were able to have a clear view of the surrounding city. The city seemed to be surrounded by 12-meter-tall stone walls along with a dense white sparkling barrier. However, there were tall buildings of varying sizes behind the walls. Strangely enough, none of them had pointed roofs. They were all flat. At first glance, although the city was full of buildings, few of them were independently constructed. It wasn't just a string of stone buildings joined together, but rather frequent masses of stone buildings were lined up together. What shocked Han Li the most was that a few mortals were mingling amongst the cultivators on the crude black stone road, occasionally rushing in and out of the stone buildings. But this wasn't enough to shock Han Li by itself. It was the fact that a majority of the mortals were young, beautiful women. As for the other mortals, they were burly men and delicate youths. When Yi Jing's party saw this, they were just as shocked as Han Li. Since they wanted to travel to the outer star seas, it was only natural to do research on the islands in advance. However, this scene was completely contrary to the information they had acquired. A strange expression momentarily appeared on the Yi Jing's face. He then said with a deep voice, "Fellow Taoist Lu, take another look at the jade slip containing information on Wondrous Depths Island. Could it be that we were mistaken?" I'll take another look at it." The woman surnamed Lu hastily looked through her storage pouch. Su Yun waved his arm and stopped the woman from finding the jade slip. "There is no need to look for the information on Wondrous Depths Island. Since most of it is false, it is natural to feel surprised." Yi Jing's expression changed. "False? What is that supposed to mean?" "It is quite simple. Wondrous Depths Island is quite different from other Demon Beast Islands. All cultivators are given a gag order prior to their return, allowing them to only leak certain information. Else they would suffer great punishment. It's hard to say whether or not it will prove fortunate that you've arrived at this island. Certain information? Could it be due to the Star Palace? Lady Lu appeared disturbed. Su Yun sighed and said, "It isn't the Star Palace, but the various united powers that reign over this island. Even the Star Palace is unwilling to lightly offend this faction." When those words were said, Han Li raised his eyebrows while the others looked at each other in dismay. Su Yun chuckled and spoke with a loud, alluring tone. Hee. This place isn't too different from what you've imagined. In fact, to some cultivators, it is a place they could only dream of. Blackrock City has the soul market and is the only city on Wondrous Depths Island. So long as you have spirit stones or demon cores, it is a cultivator's paradise. You can purchase items that cannot be acquired from other demon beast islands. Regardless of whether it's top-grade cultivation vessels, formidable magic treasures, priceless spirit beasts, or exceedingly rare materials, this place has it all. The nearby cultivators and mortals glanced over due to his loud voice, but they soon averted their eyes and went on their way. When Yi Jing heard this, he became especially bewildered. As for Han Li, he continued to look around with a calm expression as if he hadn't heard what Su Yun had said. When Su Yun saw this, he glanced at Han Li with slight surprise. Yi Jing let out a long sigh and asked with a heavy voice, "Could Brother Su give us an introduction of this place?" Su Yun seemed to have completely recovered from his low spirits and candidly said, "Of course I can. Since I can't leave for the time being, how about I give you an explanation of the city while we stroll around? It should prove more useful than giving an empty explanation while standing in place. However, if anyone has any windfalls in the future, please don't forget about me." "Then I must thank you, Brother Su. This city appears quite different from others." Yi Jing then looked at a male cultivator with a trace of amazement. The cultivator was holding a mortal woman in his embrace in a bold display as they walked down the street, much to the disinterest of the other mortals and cultivators around them. Su Yun smiled when he saw this and didn't say anything further. Instead, he brought them over to a large stone building. The building had already caught Han Li's attention as it was one of the largest in the city. At a distance, he saw that two charming mortal women were standing at its entrance. As the many cultivators entered the building, they gave them a welcoming smile. Along the way, Su Yun warned them with a solemn expression, "Bear this in mind. Although this isn't Heavenly Star City, all magic battles are strictly forbidden apart from particular arenas. If this rule is violated, it will be punished by death without question." The dark-skinned, middle-aged man spoke with shock. "What? This punishment is even more severe than Heavenly Star Cities." Su Yin slowly explained, "True, it is far more severe. But like this, cultivators who enter the city may truly be at ease without having to worry. To the best of my knowledge, no one has ever managed to carry out their revenge and successfully leave the city alive. After all, there is a nascent soul senior standing guard at all times." A nascent soul cultivator. Yi Jing's party all wore expressions of shock. Han Li's heart trembled violently and he became completely vigilant. "All right, let's hold off on any more questions until after we go inside." Underneath the smiles of the two beautiful mortal women, the party apprehensively followed Su Yun into the building. As for Han Li, a strange glint flickered from his eyes before he curiously followed them in. After walking through the large entrance, a huge circular screen blocked their way. The screen was pink and had an image of a palace made flying through the skies. Although the image of the woman was shown from behind, it appeared to be fluctuating as if she were truly in flight. From the faint pink light that the screen emitted, it couldn't possibly be a low-grade magic tool. To the sides of the screen there were two semicircle doors. And to the front of the screen, there was a female cultivator who wore Azure Palace robes and appeared to be 30 years old. She was happily chatting with a smiling male cultivator. But strangely enough, despite her ordinary looks, each and every one of her movements were filled with a mature feminine charm. Additionally, the smile she wore as she spoke displayed a faintly seductive attraction. Although she was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator like the man she was speaking to, the man was completely enraptured by her. However, when the woman caught sight of Su Yun and the others, her eyes suddenly brightened and she clapped her hands, causing a young mortal girl to come out from behind a door. As the male cultivator was dragged behind the screen, He gazed at the female cultivator with a reluctant expression. Chapter 513. Demon Beasts of the Depths. Well, if it isn't fellow Taoist Su? I heard you wanted to return to Heavenly Star City, but I suppose the transportation formation is still unusable? The woman's voice was soft and alluring, bringing forth a sense of comfort to those that heard it. Han Li unconsciously frowned and bitterly laughed in his mind. It seemed a majority of the female cultivators that he met cultivated some sort of secret bewitchment technique. Although this woman's bewitchment techniques were far inferior to fairy violet spirits and Yuan Yao's, it was more than enough to easily capture the minds of a few low-grade male cultivators. With that thought, Han Li swept his gaze across the party of cultivators. Yi Jing and Su Yun were able to keep their expressions straight, but the other male cultivators had unnatural expressions. Their gazes unconsciously wandered across the woman's body. These cultivators are new arrivals. I've brought them along to take a look, Su Yun then said with a resentful tone. As for returning to Heavenly Star City, I'm afraid that won't be happening for a while. I didn't expect the news to be true. A battle is about to occur. With luminous eyes, the woman enchantingly covered her smile and said, It's still good that you will remain here. If you were to leave, I'd be losing a dear customer. The woman's mature charm had fully captured the vulnerable men of the party, leaving the two women among them flushed red with anger. Annoyed at the woman's use of her bewitchment technique, Su Yun called out to her, Lady Ming, they are my guests. A badge please. Hee alright. But it seems that these fellow Taoists should have no problem on this island. Their cultivation isn't inferior to yours. Lady Ming chuckled and then glanced at Han Li and Yi Jing before erasing her bewitchment technique, returning her appearance to that of an ordinary woman. The change occurred quickly, causing the others to pause for a moment before revealing embarrassment. The woman then clapped her hands, summoning a young mortal woman from behind the curtain. Lady Ming coldly spoke to the mortal woman, Bring Master Su down to the auction. It should be starting soon. Then with a wave of her hand she passed a green jade badge to Su Yun. Su Yun received the badge and followed the mortal woman to the side door without ever looking at her. Of course Han Li and the others closely followed after them. In the instant he entered the door, Han Li felt a slight spiritual chi fluctuation as if he had entered some sort of restriction. His expression momentarily changed before returning to normal. The party's gaze brightened as they saw the enchanting scenery that laid behind the screen. There was a long pathway about 6 meters wide that led to 2 expansive halls. The left hall was spacious and bright, and apart from a few tall black stone pillars, there were no other obstructions in sight. In addition, it was currently bustling with activity with about 30 cultivators waiting there, all in a single file line. Regardless of whether these cultivators were male or female, they were each accompanied by a young mortal woman. Although a few of the male cultivators were lecherously sizing up the scantily clad women, there were only a few teasing words spoken at most. They restrained themselves as if they were fearful of the consequences. At the end of the line, there was a small room that had a door shining with white light. When the cultivators in line pressed their jade badge against the door, it opened and allowed only one person inside. As for the large hall on the right, it was covered in a barrier of faint blue light, blocking it entirely from sight. This place is called the Bright Gem Pavilion. It is specialized in selling off harvests from the outer seas. Particularly valuable items may also be auctioned off here after being appropriately appraised. There are several similar businesses that operate in the city, but they are ran by differing powers, each backed by a nascent soul cultivator. Of course, at least that much is required to be doing business in a place as untamed as the outer seas. When Lady Lu heard this, she took in a cold breath of air and muttered, "So many nascent soul cultivators. Could they be from the Four Elements Merchant Union?" Su Yun calmly said, "The Four Elements Merchant Union? They have no power here. While they hold dominance over the other Demon Beast Islands, Wondrous Depths Island is the sole island where multiple factions joined hands to control it. While these powers alone cannot compete with the Four Elements Merchant Union in the inner Star Seas, when joined together here, even the Star Palace dare not treat them lightly. However, this is only limited to Wondrous Depths Island." From Brother Su's tone, there seems to be something unique about Wondrous Depths Island. For what reason would so many powers dare to oppose the Four Elements Merchant Union? As Yi Jing was a shrewd and cunning sort, he heard something amiss from his words. With an ordinary expression, Zhou Xian explained, He. Brother, he guessed correctly. The name Wondrous Depths is due to the nearby seas being unfathomably deep and filled with demon beasts. Rare high-grade demon beasts are often seen in those depths. It is said that demon beasts of even grade 8 and higher appear there. It is for these high-grade demon beasts that these various nascent soul experts stand in opposition against the Four Elements Merchant Union, forbidding them from gaining dominance of the island. It is said that when these depths were discovered, many battles erupted between the Four Elements Merchant Union and the various powers before the Star Palace later intervened to act as a mediator. After some unknown conditions were reached, the island was handed over to the various powers to jointly administer. It was at that time that it became forbidden to spread the truth of Profound Depths Island to the inner star seas. Otherwise, one would find themselves wanted dead by the joint powers. Han Li was quite amazed at this. As for the others, they felt even more shocked. Demon beasts of grade 8 or higher are existences equivalent to nascent soul cultivators. They truly exist here? Yi Jing was unable to keep his calm. I'm not too sure. I've never personally seen them. However, there truly are people that hunt grade 7 demon beasts. The Bright Gem Pavilion sells grade 7 demon cores where nascent soul cultivators compete at extraordinary prices. Zhou Xian then clicked his tongue in admiration. Han Li, who had kept silent until now, frowned and asked, Does fellow Taoist Su mean that demon beasts are easier to find in the depths? Zhou Xian glanced at Han Li in surprise. After pausing in thought, he said, Demon beasts are slightly easier to find in the depths. However, due to the frequent appearances of high-grade demon beasts there are also countless cultivators that meet their end. As Yi Jing's group had never previously visited another demon beast island, they were somewhat skeptical of these words. But Han Li managed to gain some understanding towards the depths. It seems that this was a place where danger came hand in hand with riches. So that's why this place was so odd. The party grew silent before the mortal woman guiding them respectfully asked, Masters, do you wish to first go to the treasure viewing hall or the treasure rest hall? There is nothing to see at the treasure viewing hall. It is only some appraisal masters looking at unidentified items before offering to exchange them for spirit stones or put them up for auction. Let's go to the treasure rest hall instead. The items there will expand the perspective of all fellow Taoists. Zhou Xian was clearly familiar with this place. Without waiting for the mortal woman to lead the way, he walked into the right hall. When he approached the light barrier, he wordlessly pressed the jade badge against it, causing a circular opening to appear. He then beckoned to the rest of the party before walking in. When Yi Jing and the others saw this, they simply entered in a line. When Han Li saw this, he noticed the mortal woman respectfully waiting outside and curiously asked her, You don't need to go inside? The mortal woman widely smiled at Han Li and explained, Us mortals aren't allowed to enter the treasure rest hall. This servant will be waiting for you outside. Han Li nodded and walked through the blue light barrier without another word. The light barrier then closed by itself. The interior was quite crude and simple. Apart from some wooden chairs, there was just a 10-meter wide stage at the end of the hall. There was an old man standing at the back of the stage eloquently speaking into a shining blue stone that he was holding in his hand. About 30 cultivators of varying grades stood below him, consisting of both chi condensation and foundation establishment cultivators. There were no core formation cultivators among them. The old man respectfully said, This blue light stone is a fire attribute magic tool refined from exceptional materials. Its owner is putting it up for bid starting at 500 spirit stones. According to long-established rules, each increasing bid must be at least 30 spirit stones more. Let us start the bid. 530 spirit stones. 570. 600. After the old man finished, many cultivators began to shout out bids. Although the bids couldn't be said to be fiery, the final bid still managed to reach close to 700 spirit stones. A young foundation establishment cultivator then walked up and bought the magic tool using solely spirit stones before immediately taking it away. Next up, we have an earth attribute magic tool. The old man continued to auction off the next item without any delay. Han Li naturally had no interest in magic tools, and swept his gaze past the scene instead. He saw Su Yun whispering to the rest of the party at a corner of the hall. Han Li then walked over with an unchanged expression. Chapter 514. Female cultivation vessels. Lady Lu doubtfully said to Su Yun, "This seems no different from ordinary auctions. Are we truly going to see any exceptional items here?" Su Yun said with a mysterious expression, "Relax. Although auctions frequently take place, occurring anywhere from one every several days to half a month, each auction will always show some exceptional items. Although they aren't auctioning off the most precious materials, they are still rarely seen in the inner star seas." He then saw Han Li walk over and gave him a smile. Han Li casually nodded his head and asked a question that left them somewhat surprised. "Fellow Taoist Su, how many cultivators are there in Blackrock City?" "There don't seem to be many to people present," Su Yun calmly admitted. "Brother Crooked Soul is truly discerning. Although there are temporary residences such as inns in Blackstone City, there are no permanent residences for foreign cultivators. High-grade cultivators may possess their own cave residence on another island. As for low-grade cultivators, they may take shelter in the small villages and towns on other islands with mortals. While all cultivators come to Blackstone City to do business, low-grade cultivators are by far the most commonly found." Yi Jing paused for a moment before asking a question that puzzled even Han Li. "But mustn't one be at least foundation establishment to survive in the outer seas? Why are there so many mortals and chi condensation cultivators here?" Su Yun calmly replied, "Brother Yi's question strikes at the most crucial point, which is the greatest difference between Wondrous Depths Island and the other Demon Beast Islands. For other Demon Beast Islands, a few high-grade cultivators go there to hunt demon beasts before returning after accumulating enough materials. But for Wondrous Depths Island, a few years after the various powers settled here, several spirit stone mines were discovered in some of the nearby islands, and a few production sites for required cultivation materials were established as well, causing the island to become entirely self-sufficient. As such, a few cultivators made a living here and dragged along their families, eventually producing the many mortals and low-grade cultivators in this city. I also heard that the powers administering Blackstone City are slowly transporting their main forces over to this city. I reckon in a couple tens of thousands of years, this place will become a second inner star seas. However, apart from Blackstone City, the villages on the other islands can't be considered safe in the least. Those small villages are often exterminated by sudden attacks from high-grade demon beasts. This current situation in this place quite resembles how the inner star seas first came to be." After that was said, the party was left dumbstruck. Yi Jing let out a deep breath before pensively asking, "Why aren't the Star Palace and the other powers involved with this place?" Su Yun coldly snorted and said, "This place is far from being anywhere near as prosperous as the inner star seas. Furthermore, there is still more than enough empty space in the inner star seas for them to vie for. What time do they have to spare over these desolate seas? In fact, the other powers are actually looking forward to having the island's governing factions move their forces over to this island. Then there would be few of the factors at play in the chaotic inner star seas." He was clearly still gloomy about the Star Palace suddenly closing the transportation formation. After Yi Jing's party heard this, they felt it made sense and didn't speak any further about the subject after glancing at one another. As they were lowly foundation establishment cultivators, it would be better for them to refrain from talking about powers far beyond their control, lest they attract calamity. After selling off several magic tools and materials, a blue-clothed middle-aged man appeared behind the old man in charge of the auction. He held a red box containing a fist-sized sphere that was white at its center and purple at its edges. When Su Yun saw this, his spirits were roused. "Fellow Taoists, take a look. This is one of the most important goods that are auctioned off at Wondrous Depths Islands, demon beast eggs. There is no lack of such valuable treasures. These items fetch astronomical prices in the inner star seas, but they can be found for much cheaper on Profound Depths Island. This is because apart from a few particular beast eggs, a majority of them are incapable of being transferred over through the teleportation formation. When they are teleported over, most eggs die. That is why whenever a rare demon beast egg appears, The spirit beast is usually hatched and nurtured until it can tolerate the transportation formation before being brought back to the inner star seas. This is, of course, after high-grade cultivators bid copious amounts of spirit stones for it. Demon Beast Egg. Yijing's eyes brightened. He had always dreamed of raising a high-grade demon beast. The others also revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. With that said, they would later have the opportunity to acquire their own spirit beast. In the inner star seas, finding a good spirit beast was an extremely difficult matter. This is the egg of a violet cloud eagle. Upon reaching maturity, it becomes a grade 4 demon beast. Although it only knows simple defensive magic techniques, it has a body of steel-like feathers and is faster than top-grade flying magic tools. With talons that can easily tear through the defenses of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it can be considered a rare demon beast and undoubtedly an optimal choice for Foundation Establishment cultivators. The starting price is 2,000 spirit stones. Each bid must increase by at least 100. The bid will now start. The old man seemed quite confident about the popularity of the demon beast egg. After only giving a quick introduction, he started the bid without any delay. When the cultivators beneath him heard that the bidding had started, they immediately started calling out their prices. Although grade 4 demon beasts held little interest to core formation cultivators, they're quite suitable for Foundation Establishment cultivators. This is because not only do higher grade spirit beasts cost far more, but the time it takes for them to mature was also far too long. Even if they use secret techniques to hasten their aging, it would still take far too long for a Foundation Establishment cultivator. 2,500 spirit stones. 2,700. 3,000. The violet cloud eagle's egg quickly broke 3,000 spirit stones before finally topping off at 3,300 spirit stones by an excited female cultivator. The dark-skinned, middle-aged man gazed at the egg in the woman's hand and muttered, "It truly is far cheaper than the inner star seas. If this were Heavenly Star City, this kind of flying spirit beast would easily fetch over 5,000 spirit stones." Apart from Han Li, all the others watched this scene with bright eyes. When Zhou Xian saw this, he knowingly smiled. Up next, the old man auctioned off a grade 3 spirit beast egg followed by a grade 4 demon beast, both at a considerable price before concluding the spirit beast egg auction. Upon seeing what was auctioned next, Lady Lu couldn't help but wear a face of shock. "What's going on?" The others in her party also looked surprised. Two beautiful women that appeared to be around 20 years old stood at the old man's side. Although they only had cultivations at the 3rd layer of chi condensation, they were both genuine cultivators. From their submissive attitude while being brought on stage, it seemed the two female cultivators were the goods to be auctioned. Zhou Xian didn't reveal the slightest surprise, and gestured for them to listen to what the old man was about to say. Up next, we have two low-grade chi condensation cultivation vessels. They have only cultivated the basic 5 elements cultivation arts, and both of them are undefiled. According to their requests, only a mid-foundation establishment cultivator or higher may bid on them. The starting bid on each of them is 2,000 spirit stones. Each increase in bid must be. Ever since the old man brought the two women on stage, many of the male cultivators beneath him started to leer at the women. However, the old man's words were quite dragged out for a long while and nobody uttered a bid. Two male cultivators that sat in front of the group even began to have a whispered discussion. 2,000 spirit stones to buy a 3rd layer female cultivation vessel. If you really wanted a concubine, wouldn't you want to go elsewhere and buy a mortal girl? When they grow old, you could just pass them spirit stones and have them leave. If it were a Foundation Establishment vessel, I'd be more than willing to spend more spirit stones. You're dreaming. Do you think you're a core formation cultivator? Don't forget the customs here. Foundation Establishment vessels aren't something that the likes of us could ever afford. At that amount of spirit stones, it'd be more profitable to buy a spirit beast egg. When Han Li heard their chatter, although he felt amazed, any sign of it soon disappeared from his face. He had long ago heard rumors of a few powers secretly nurturing some young female cultivators for the sole purpose of being cultivation vessels. There were even a few high-grade cultivators that bestowed female cultivators as gifts. But regardless of how it was said, open auctions of female cultivation vessels never occurred in the inner star seas. It truly shocked him how openly it occurred here. Yijing and company managed to calm their expressions. After all, cultivation vessels were something that everyone knew about in the cultivation world. However, as they had 2 female cultivators in their party, the current situation was quite uncomfortable. There is no need for fellow Taoists to feel shocked. These women were willing to act as cultivation vessels without coercion. As their aptitudes are terrible as a whole, it would be quite difficult for them to cultivate to high layers of cultivation using ordinary methods. They have no elders to rely on, and no powers are willing to invest the spirit stones required to nurture them. Hence, this is their only method in the outer star seas, as they found it disdainful to do mortals' work and suicidal to go out and hunt demon beasts. As they have managed to somewhat cultivate, they will take the initiative to become a cultivation vessel for a higher grade male cultivator. As such, they can give their homes a large amount of spirit stones and manage to acquire a pillar of support for themselves. If they are able to acquire the favor of a male cultivator, they will be able to become a concubine or have an opportunity to become something greater. Naturally, there are even high-grade female cultivators that take the initiative to become cultivation vessels for other reasons. But in that case, lower-grade male cultivators are forbidden from bidding. That is to be expected. Su Yun slowly explained this as if he were long accustomed to the sight. Chapter 5:15. Golden Thumb Pavilion. The others responded to Su Yun's explanation of the purchasing of cultivation vessels with silence. After all, with 2 female cultivator companions currently at their side, it was difficult to speak further on the topic. Han Li stroked his chin without showing the slightest change in expression. He didn't require a vessel to increase his cultivation, nor could he afford to keep something so cumbersome by his side. Although these female cultivator vessels aroused a feeling of discomfort and pity in him, he turned a blind eye as he was disinclined to take action. At that moment, the 2 female cultivators on stage wore an expression of disappointment upon not receiving a single bid. Seeing this, Su Yun gave an explanation with a faint smile. Their cultivation is a bit too shallow. Although they were willing to become a cultivation vessel, they can't provide much assistance towards higher-grade cultivators. As such, no one was willing to take them. However, it isn't necessarily absolute. If by chance a foundation establishment cultivator were to fancy their appearance, it wouldn't be rare for them to later be bought at a high price. Yi Jing forced a chuckle and didn't say anything further. Su Yun calmly smiled and didn't seem to mind. The following items up for auction were more items that were rarely seen in the inner star seas. However, Han Li revealed a lazy expression, unwilling to waste more of his time looking at them. Just as he was coming up with an excuse to leave, Su Yun seemed to have noticed Han Li's impatience and took the initiative to say, "While this auction doesn't have any finer goods, the annual combined auction has some truly rare items appear. Fellow Taoists should take a look at it when it comes around. For now, I'll introduce you to the other areas of Blackrock City." Naturally, Yi Jing and the others didn't refuse, as they were currently lacking in spirit stones from the cost of the teleportation. The group nodded their heads and followed Su Yun out of the treasure rest hall. The mortal woman waiting outside of the hall accompanied them until they left the Bright Gem Pavilion. This group of several tens of buildings are temporary residences where foreign mortals are staying for the time being. Mortals that wish to make a living in Blackrock City must first register here, much to the benefit of the city's administrators. If they are unable to find employment after a certain amount of time, they must leave Blackrock City. For example, the mortal women we saw in the Bright Gem Pavilion all live here. That equally large group of building is the city's largest raw materials store, the Golden Thumb Pavilion. They specialize in selling all sorts of rare materials. It is said that so long as you know the name of the material, the store will always be able to sell it to you. Although this is somewhat of an exaggeration, its reputation is quite grand. As for those 3 buildings close to it, Su Yun brought the party down the street and spoke with great familiarity. When Han Li heard about the Golden Thumb Pavilion, his heart stirred and he came to a sudden stop. Su Yun was baffled and paused for a moment before asking, "Fellow Taoist Crooked Soul, is something wrong?" Yi Jing's party glanced behind them at Han Li with equivalently puzzled expressions. Han Li took a quick look at the sky before lowering his head to calmly say, "I have something that I must attend to alone, and I must part with you here. Perhaps we may see each other again should the future allow it." His voice carried an irrefutable tone. Su Yun and Yi Jing were surprised upon hearing this. They didn't wish for a high-grade cultivator such as Han Li to depart their party. But when they attempted to urge him to stay, a cold glint flickered from Han Li's eyes as his gaze swept past them, causing their hearts to tremble. Their words of opposition were involuntarily swallowed, and they could only murmur as they watched Han Li disappear into the Golden Thumb Pavilion. At that moment, the two bewilderedly glanced at each other with cold sweat dripping down their backs. The others at their side looked at the two with confusion, ignorant of what had happened. That person, Yi Jing forced a laugh and thought to say something. Since fellow Taoist Crooked Soul is unwilling to travel together with us, let's leave him be. It's his decision. Let us continue to take a look at another street. For some unknown reason, Su Yun hastily cut off Yi Jing and took the initiative to walk down another street. Yi Jing then suddenly heard a voice transmission from Su Yun. Fellow Taoist Yi, that person's actions are an unfathomable mystery. Let us cut ties with him. Else, we may find ourselves inviting death if we're not careful. It turns out that fellow Taoist Crooked Soul's cultivation is far beyond ours. Let us not speak of this again. Yi Jing's expression changed several times upon hearing this. After taking another glance at the Golden Thumb Pavilion, he lightly nodded his head before following after them. At that moment, Han Li was already being guided by a delicate youth into an elegantly decorated room. Although the Golden Thumb Pavilion appeared to be one huge stone building from the outside, the interior consisted of many rooms, each specialized in selling all sorts of materials. Without the slightest of formalities, Han Li had entered the Golden Thumb Pavilion for the purpose of seeing the establishment's steward. Were it any other cultivator, this wouldn't have been easily accomplished. But after revealing his true core formation cultivation, he was immediately brought to the esteemed guest lounge. Core formation cultivators couldn't be treated lightly even in Blackstone City. After waiting for a few moments in the room, an old man with a common appearance walked in with a smile. Fellow Taoist's face is quite unfamiliar. It must be your first visit to the Golden Thumb Pavilion. I am the establishment's steward, Li Sun. The old man cupped his fist towards Han Li. He was an early core formation cultivator just like Han Li. With a tone that was neither submissive nor overbearing, Han Li replied, "This is truly my first time here at your esteemed pavilion. Moreover, I have a few things I wish to consult fellow Taoist Li about. I hope you don't mind. Please don't hesitate to ask. I will assist you to the best of my ability." Steward Li was quite imposing. Without asking Han Li any questions, he had already slapped his chest in a pledge and agreed. This forthright and impressive display left a positive impression on Han Li. However, the old man didn't possess the skill to see through Han Li's disguise techniques. He accepted Han Li's sickly appearance as a middle-aged man without the slightest suspicion. Han Li faintly smiled and directly stated his intentions without the slightest pretense. "I wish to purchase an ingredient for refining pills. However, I am only aware of its name from antiquity and have been unable to find it. I was hoping to try my luck by coming here and meeting with you, fellow Taoist Li." Li Sun inwardly let out a sigh of relief and replied with a beaming smile, "He. It is but a trivial matter. It is of no problem." He then changed expressions and coldly spoke in the direction of the door. "Servant, go fetch Guyu." "Yes." The young servant swiftly ran off. Li Sun turned back to Han Li and smiled, "Please wait shortly, fellow Taoist. Although Guyu is only in Qi condensation cultivator, he has done extensive research on ancient pill formulas and medicines. I'm certain that he won't leave you disappointed." Han Li wore a slight smile on his face and thought to say something else, when a streak of red light flew into the room. The red light circled once around the top of the room, before accurately landing in the old man's hand. It was a seeking talisman. A strange expression flickered from Han Li's eyes as the talisman combusted inside the old man's hand. The steward stared at the fire in his hand before he extinguished it. He then raised his head to look at Han Li with a surprised expression. The old man's attitude suddenly became far more cordial. "I am truly lacking in manners. I didn't expect Brother Crooked Soul to have just arrived at Blackrock City today. This store owner should be treating you with the utmost respect." In that short moment he had managed to discover Han Li's general origins, much to Han Li's shock. However, his expression maintained a calm smile, revealing none of his inner thoughts. Han Li played it down. Fellow Taoist is too polite. I had to use many tricks in order to arrive at Wondrous Depths Island. I didn't mean to attract so much attention. The old man was able to see that Han Li didn't wish to further speak of the matter and tactfully changed the topic. He then chatted about a few interesting tales about Wondrous Depths Island, much to Han Li's interest. At that moment, a middle-aged scholarly man entered the room and deeply saluted the two. He respectfully said, "Guyu pays his respects to these seniors. Junior awaits your instructions." His appearance was elegant with a somewhat sophisticated aura. He had a long black beard and two shining black eyes. Li Sun nodded to him and beckoned him over. The old man commanded him with an indifferent expression. "This senior crooked soul has a few questions about ancient spiritual medicines. Answer him honestly." Guyu stood up straight and solemnly said, "As you wish. Junior will answer to the best of his abilities." Chapter 516. Demon Echo Grass. Foregoing any needless pretensions, Han Li bluntly asked, "Does fellow Taoist Gu happen to know about Thousand Leaf Dew?" Thousand Leaf Dew? Guyu paused for a moment before quickly replying in a mutter. "This name has a bit of an impression on me. Had you asked me about it a few years ago I would have had no idea. In the past 2 years, this junior obtained an ancient record that happened to mention it. This junior happens to have a duplication of it on a jade slip. Would senior like to take a look at it?" Having said that, Guyu revealed a somewhat cautious expression. Han Li rejoiced and couldn't help but reveal excitement in his eyes. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Han Li smiled and said, "It is even better that you have the records. If I do find it, then I must truly thank you." Guyu was also quite pleased. Being able to receive the favor of a core formation cultivator was a truly fortunate matter. He quickly patted down his body before taking out a yellow jade slip and presenting to Han Li with both hands. Guyu respectfully said, "This is the jade slip. Please examine it, senior." Han Li bluntly accepted the jade slip and quickly immersed his spiritual sense into it. In a mere moment, Han Li's expression changed from excitement to doubt and then contemplation. Li Sun carefully watched Han Li's every movement. Upon seeing Han Li's expression change several times, an indescribable emotion flickered from his eyes. Guyu was particularly apprehensive, fearing that the Thousand Leaves Dew that was mentioned in the jade slip wasn't the item Han Li was searching for. Han Li eventually recalled his spiritual sense from the jade slip and slowly said, "Yes, this is the item." However, the excitement in his eyes had greatly faded. After the old man's gaze flickered, he probed, "What is it? Is there something troublesome about the Thousand Leaves Dew?" Han Li bitterly smiled. "I didn't expect that this item would be so troublesome to acquire. It's closely related to Grade 8 demon beasts." Li Sun shockingly glanced at Han Li with an expression of disbelief. "Grade 8 demon beasts?" Han Li sighed and helplessly explained, "That's right. The Thousand Leaves Dew is actually an extract of demon echo grass. To be more exact, from demon echo grass that grows close to Grade 8 demon beasts." Li Sun was left speechless by Han Li's words. He naturally knew what demon echo grass was. It was something that often grew near demon beast nests as it required long years of exposure to demonic chi to grow and sustain itself. However, demon echo grass found near the den of a Grade 8 demon beast was an entirely different matter altogether. Although it was rumored that Grade 9 and even Grade 10 demon beasts had been sighted in the outer star seas, at the end of the day, they had only appeared in rumors. As for the old man, the highest grade demon beast he had seen at Blackrock City was a Grade 7 demon beast, let alone a Grade 8 demon beast. Li Sun saw that Han Li's gaze held a trace of astonishment and discouragement. Just what kind of precious medicine pill did he plan on refining, to actually require such an incredulous material? After toying with the jade slip in his hand, he revealed a trace of hesitation before saying something to Guyu that surprised him. "This jade slip has some records that I may need to further examine in the future. Would it be acceptable for fellow Taoist Gu to give this jade slip to me?" Guyu paused for a moment and then frankly said, "If senior has a use for it, then please feel free to take it." Seeing that Guyu was being quite agreeable, Han Li nodded his head and flipped his hand, summoning a small bottle and a talisman with a drawing of a small yellow sword on it. As your senior, I naturally can't let you come out of this empty-handed. The bottle has some medicine pills that can increase your cultivation, and this is a treasure talisman. Go ahead and take them. Han Li then casually tossed the items over to him. Many thanks for senior's generosity. After receiving the items, Guyu was unable to contain his joy and repeatedly thanked Han Li. To a qi condensation cultivator like himself, these items were truly precious. Since Senior Crooked Soul has already bestowed treasures upon you, you may leave for the time being, Guyu. Li Su was quite shocked at Han Li's display of generosity, but he still remembered to dismiss Guyu with a calm expression. In the blink of an eye, they were once again the only two people in the room. Is there anything else that I may assist you with apart from that matter? Please don't hesitate to ask. Li Sun spoke in an exceptionally forthright manner. Since that's the case, there is one other thing that I wish to trouble you with. Might you be selling the horn of an agate beast? Fellow Taoist came to the right place. Although agate beast horn is an exceptionally rare material, I managed to purchase 2 such horns last month. If fellow Taoist desires it, I can sell one to you right away. The old man clapped his hands with a smile and immediately gave the order for it to be delivered without a moment of pause. Pleasant surprise appeared on Han Li's face as he repeatedly expressed his thanks. Not long after, a young servant entered the room while carrying an exquisite wooden box on a silver plate. Fellow Taoist, take a look. Does this agate horn fulfill your expectations? Han Li solemnly nodded his head and reached out to the wooden box. As soon as he opened the box, blue light was released, revealing a half-foot-long spiral horn. The sharp horn shined with a strikingly brilliant blue light. Han Li then closed the wooden box with a satisfied expression. Not bad. This will be quite suitable. Could fellow Taoist tell me how many spirit stones this will cost? Li Sun pleasantly smiled and said, this store acquired the horn for 5,000 spirit stones. Since fellow Taoist requires it, you only need to return the cost. Naturally, Han Li wasn't going to haggle over the price. He immediately expressed his thanks and took out the equivalent in mid-grade spirit stones before handing it over to the old man. The old man received the spirit stones with a wave of his sleeve and then asked with a wide smile, does fellow Taoist Crooked Soul have any plans in mind following his arrival on the island? Although fellow Taoist's magic power is profound, the demon beasts here are truly hard to handle. No small number of core formation cultivators have been seriously injured by tackling the seas alone. How about I introduce you to a few similar grade cultivators? It would be considerably safer if you were to set out to sea together. Han Li smiled upon hearing this. The purpose of the old man's courteous and friendly behavior from the beginning was for drawing him in. Many thanks for fellow Taoist Li's kindness. However, I must soon prepare to refine a few medicine pills. And after I consume the pills, I will have to enter seclusion for some time. I won't be heading out to hunt demon beasts in the near future. Han Li gave a smooth refusal with an embarrassed expression, but in truth he was absolutely unwilling to travel out to sea with unfamiliar cultivators. Although a trace of disappointment flickered across his face, he immediately continued without a care. That is fine too. It is considerably safer to first increase one's cultivation and one's familiarity with the region. However, if fellow Taoist Crooked Soul does later wish to find companions, please don't forget about me. Han Li naturally agreed and further chatted with the old man for a moment before taking his leave. The old man saw Han Li off at the building's exit before returning inside. Just as the old man sat down, he suddenly heard a voice calmly say, "How about it? Will this person be useful to us?" A vague silhouette soon emerged from the landscape painting on the wall, bringing forth another person into the room. The white-clothed man remained in the air while covered in azure light, making for a rather mysterious display. The old man confidently said, "There is no need to worry. Although we only chatted for a short moment from his strange appearance, that cultivator Crooked Soul should be a vagrant cultivator that travels alone. So long as he witnesses the dangers of traveling the depths alone, he will come to know the advantages of my offer. He will come back sooner or later." The white-clothed man coldly refuted, "Humph. That isn't guaranteed." Li Sun shook his head. "What? An early core formation cultivator can roam the depths and hunt demon beasts alone? The white-clothed cultivator grew silent before solemnly saying, "He isn't an ordinary core formation cultivator. When you were chatting in the room, I was able to feel someone watching me for some unknown reason. Although he didn't glance in the direction I was hidden, I suspect that he was aware of my existence and only chose not to disclose it." The old man was stunned. He then bewilderedly said, "Are you not mistaken? Your concealment technique is something that even higher-grade cultivators are incapable of uncovering. Don't tell me that this crooked soul fellow is actually a late core formation cultivator." The white-clothed man doubtfully said, "That's hard to say. It is quite possible that he cultivates an unusual cultivation art or possesses some peculiar treasure." After circling the room several times, the old man eventually frowned and said, "Leave it be. Regardless of whether this cultivator is exceptional or ordinary, we've already tried our hardest to befriend him. It was the correct decision either way." The white-clothed cultivator nodded in approval and spoke no further. Chapter 517. Island in the Mist. By the time the white-robed cultivator and the old man finished their discussion, Hanli had already entered a nearby miscellaneous goods store near the Golden Thumb Pavilion. He purchased a map of the local seas and information on the demon beasts that roamed around there before leaving. After finding a secluded area, Hanli started to look through the information. After only a cursory glance, Hanli unconsciously frowned. There were truly far too many dangerous areas in the vicinity of Profound Depths Island. Could it be that high-grade demon beasts often roamed through these areas? As for the location of the famed depths, it wasn't too far away from the island. Hanli would be able to reach it after only flying half a month south at full speed. However, the depths were truly vast, spanning over 5 million kilometers of jagged, uneven territory. This was without even mentioning the territory's unfathomable depths, as no one had yet to truly explore its farthest reaches. After Hanli skimmed once through the jade slip, he quickly put it away. Standing in place with a solemn expression, he lowered his head and began to think deeply. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Hanli raised his head, wearing an indifferent expression. He then directly flew out of Blackrock City without any further deliberation. Upon leaving the city, Hanli immediately turned into a streak of azure light and soared through the skies. Profound Depths Island was a medium-sized island, but apart from Blackrock City, the island was completely barren. Not a single village or town could be seen. For some unknown reason, it seemed that both cultivators and mortals weren't setting up residence on the other parts of the island. Hanli quickly flew away from Wondrous Depths Island. After raising his head to the skies and determining his direction, he headed north. Currently, he wanted to find an island where cultivators scarcely appeared. He didn't want to be in a crowded area and attract attention. As a result, he deliberately chose to fly far away from the Wondrous Depths. There weren't many cultivators in the seas around Wondrous Depths Island. In addition, all those islands had cultivators and mortals residing on them. Hanli didn't bother to stop at any of them and shot past them without regard. It was clear that the northern seas had far fewer cultivators as he had expected. After flying for about 12 days, he sparsely saw any other cultivators. And when he did encounter them, the low-grade cultivators would immediately veer out of his way, and high-grade cultivators would watch him with vigilance. Like other demon beast islands, killing others for their treasures was a common occurrence. Hanli was particularly vigilant as well. After flying for another 2 days and finally seeing no trace of other cultivators, Hanli changed direction and started flying west. According to the map, there would be a few islands with small spirit veins in that direction. As the spirit veins on these islands were low-grade, and the distance from the Wondrous Depths was far, along with a complete lack of safety and other various reasons, very few cultivators resided there. In the case of mortals, they all took residence on the islands nearby Wondrous Depths Island, ensuring some degree of safety. Of course, Hanli didn't care about these conditions. He merely wanted to take a look and see if any of the islands were to his liking. About 30 kilometers ahead of him, Hanli spotted a small island. This would be the 4th uninhabited island with a spirit vein he had encountered so far. The island wasn't large, but its terrain was both uncommon and varied. There were barren landscapes, dense forests full of unknown trees, grasslands with beautiful flowers and even a small mountain range. Han Li swept his spiritual sense over the island and found no traces of any other cultivators staying there. The spirit vein on this island wasn't low-grade. Despite its small size, it was actually a peak mid-grade spirit vein. While it couldn't be considered a top-grade spirit vein, it still released an abundance of spiritual qi. It seemed the reason why other cultivators had left this island alone wasn't due to the spirit vein, but rather the small island's exceptionally strange environment. However, there was something about the island that Han Li fancied in particular: the vast white mist that surrounded it. The mist wasn't natural, it was produced by a few nearby whirlpools. While the mist did cover the island's sides, it didn't surround it from above. Han Li was quite amazed by the sight, but when he dived into the nearby waters and saw the island from underwater, the source of the mist was made clear. At the bottom of the island, there were countless finger-sized holes along with thousands upon thousands of slender silver fish darting through them. While the fish appeared no different from common small fish, after catching one with his hands covered in spiritual power, Han Li discovered that it had no scales. Instead, it was covered in sharp spikes of silver bone. Had an ordinary person attempted to hold it, they would have been left with shredded hands. As Han Li looked at it, a thought suddenly came to mind: sea shredder fish. This small fish is a low-grade one-demon beast that lives in large schools and spouts water out from the surface of the sea as a source of enjoyment. The source of its ridiculous name is likely due to the iron-like spikes protruding from its body. With so many sea shredder fish in the island's vicinity, they were able to spout out enough seawater to completely cover the entire island in mist. It made for a rare sight indeed. If Han Li hadn't encountered a silver-winged bird on his way and chased after it through the fog, he never would have found the island. He undoubtedly would have just brushed past the fog. Seeing a bit of sea mist in the distance was extremely common. After circling around the island several times, he quickly came to the decision to establish his cave residence on this island. What other island could possibly be more secretive and to his liking than this one? The small spirit vein was located on the island's 5-kilometer-long mountain range with a few sparse peaks, the tallest peak reaching 120 meters high. Being so small, Han Li didn't have the option for an expansive cave residence. Hence, he merely looked for a small valley at the bottom of the mountain range and started to tunnel through the stone. With Han Li's current cultivation, it was practically effortless for him to carve out a cave residence similar to his previous one. After a few short days, he managed to finish carving out the general outline of his new residence. Han Li was disinterested in carving out the finer details of his cave residence. Instead, he first set down a few formation tools that he had personally refined, covering both his cave residence and the mountain range in a spell restriction. At a distance, the mountain range could no longer be seen, and was instead replaced by a verdant forest. The illusory forest seamlessly bordered a nearby forest without the slightest flaw. From above, Han Li carefully examined the mountain range with chin in hand and was left feeling somewhat uneasy. If a high-grade cultivator happened to pass through the mist like he had, this restriction wouldn't be enough to fool them. After muttering to himself, an idea suddenly came to mind. Han Li directly flew back to his new cave residence and quickly inspected the materials he had on hand before starting to refine some items in a secret room. 7 days later, Han Li emerged once more from his cave residence with a dozen sets of similar formation tools. These sets of formation flags and formation plates were extremely crude, and by no means impressive. But after Han Li placed them at various areas throughout the small island, streams of mist began to wildly emerge from each of the formations. Soon, the new expanse of mist merged together with the existing mist of seawater to completely envelop the island, hiding it entirely from view. In this manner, any cultivators passing by would find it difficult to spot the island unless they were flying at a low altitude. After examining it from every angle, Han Li finally felt at ease. Although he had spent no small number of spirit stones to activate so many formations, he didn't care in the least. He was more than willing to bankrupt himself to avoid any potential disasters. Han Li then returned to his cave residence with the utmost speed before hammering out some of the finer details of his cave residence, such as his insect room, herb garden, and so on. 2 days later, Hanli was sitting inside a stone room with a solemn expression. He was immersing his spiritual sense into the yellow jade slip that Guyu had given to him, carefully sifting through its content. With a twitch of his face, he extracted his spiritual sense from the jade slip and entered a state of deep contemplation. A moment later, he stood up and strolled around the stone room several times before wearing a heavier expression. He then clutched his storage pouch and took out a white jade box. Hanli gazed at it for a moment before slowly opening the box to reveal a few small rainbow-colored beads. The final room contained the gold-threaded silkworms he had acquired from Heaven Void Hall. Although Hanli had the Weeping Soul Beast's control pearl in hand, he had always felt hesitant about refining it, and decided to put it away for the time being. Rather, his delay in refining it didn't seem to affect the spirit beast all that much. When Hanli's acquisition of the gold-threaded silkworms hadn't occurred on a whim. They had a position on the list of exotic insects despite being ranked quite low. Although they weren't a match for the bloodjade spider, they had a seldomly known second evolution. Given enough time, they could possibly evolve into a flame mirage moth. While they would still be somewhat weaker than the gold devouring beetles, ranking 17 on the list of exotic insects, they had an innate ability of transformation. While its power was formidable, its description was quite vague. It seems this insect had seldomly been seen even in ancient times. Even if the Mirage Flame Moth's high ranking was somewhat inaccurate, it was by no means insignificant. As such, in spite of the old eccentric's flabbergasted gaze, he had chosen to gather up the gold-threaded silkworms that were on the verge of death. They had been discarded by Wan Tianming without the slightest hesitation, as the gold-threaded silkworms had nearly exhausted the entirety of their origin chi at the time. After acquiring them, Hanli continuously fed them soul-nurturing pills and other rare spiritual medicines. However, all this had seemingly accomplished at this point was prolonging the inevitable. With each passing day, they grew increasingly haggard, and Hanli could only helplessly watch as they continued to decline. At that moment, an idea suddenly came to him. He directly arrived at the gold-threaded silkworm's room and frowned at what he saw through the spell restriction barrier. At that moment, the huge dark green silkworms were motionlessly lying on the ground as if they had already died. Were it not for the faint spiritual chi emitted from their bodies, he would have believed them to be dead. Hanli entered the room without hesitation and circled around the exotic insects for a moment before picking out the male and female silkworms with the strongest spirit amongst them. Afterwards, he took out 2 rainbow beads from the jade box and fed one to each silkworm before leaving the room. Hanli's thoughts were quite simple. Since these insects couldn't be saved, he may as well test the medicinal effects of the rainbow beads. With the grand reputation of the Heaven Mend pill, their medicinal powers should be beyond miraculous. If these beads were as he had imagined and were truly Heaven Mend pills, then he would stand to benefit even if the gold-threaded silkworms couldn't be saved. Naturally, if the gold-threaded silkworms responded negatively to the beads, he would no longer pay any heed to the beads. The following days were spent looking after the 9-curl spirit ginseng with the utmost care. This unique root was of great importance to his later formation of a nascent soul. At the center of his medicinal garden, Hanli sectioned off a small piece of earth. After placing down formation flags that he had specifically refined for the task, the surrounding soil became an impenetrable layer of golden stone. With this, he could finally place the 9-curl spirit ginseng inside with confidence. As for the ginseng's white rabbit spirit incarnation, it was still trapped inside a jade box. Hanli had no intention of keeping it there for long. After all, it could have a negative effect on the spirit ginseng if they were separated for too long. Hanli then brought the talisman-clad jade box into the medicinal garden and placed it at the spirit ginseng's side. After tearing off the talismans and opening the box, a streak of white light shot out of the box and circled around the 9-curl spirit ginseng before disappearing inside it. When Hanli saw this, he wore a knowing smile. It seemed the white rabbit incarnation was filled with trepidation since it had already been captured once before. It was quite timid. But when Hanli glanced at the 9-curl spirit ginseng's body, He began to ponder whether or not the green liquid would have any miraculous effects on it. He then put the thought aside for the time being. The spirit ginseng wasn't going anywhere and the green liquid was required elsewhere. These tests would have to be saved for later. Furthermore, the green liquid might greatly increase the abilities of the 9-curl spirit ginseng, allowing it to possibly escape from the formation spell and leave him overcome with grief. This wasn't an ordinary plant, but a legendary divine medicinal plant. It was best to be careful. With that thought, Hanli no longer paid any attention to the 9-curl spirit ginseng after successfully containing it. As for the green liquid, Hanli was currently using all of it to mature the soul-nurturing tree, one of the renowned 3 divine woods. Although it was only a small root, Hanli was confident that within several years, it would regrow back into a 10,000-year tree. Originally, Hanli intended to study the Heaven Void Cauldron and see if he could find a way to open it. But in the process he accidentally stumbled across the bone sage's small rib bone, diverting his interest for the time being. Since it was able to withstand the fearsome sacred Azure flames, it should prove to be quite unordinary. Laying down on his bed, he toyed with the sparkling white item in his hand as he curiously glanced at it. Chapter 519. Profound Een Arts. The first thing Hanli realized about the rib bone was that it was obviously not the sage bone's true rib bone. Its current form was merely a trick that the old devil had used to deceive the eyes of others. Without even mentioning the odd material that it had been created from, one could already tell it wasn't any sort of magic treasure from the faint spiritual chi that it released. However, there was no doubt that it was a man-made item. But regardless of whether Hanli immersed it with spiritual sense or spiritual power, the rib didn't respond in the slightest. Hanli furrowed his brow and immediately recalled that the old devil had tread the path of a demon ghost. Perhaps this item required Een Soul Chi in order to control it. Although Hanli didn't possess any Een Soul Chi himself, he did have the Soul Congregation Bowl, one that he had acquired long ago. He had already consumed all of the Een Souls in order to refine his puppets, but the bowl itself still possessed a great amount of Een Chi. He took out the Soul Congregation Bowl from his spirit pouch, and casually stared at the pitch-black bowl in his hand before emitting a flash of blue light from his palm. A trace of Een Chi then flowed into his body through his hand. After slowly circulating the Een Chi throughout his body, he grasped the rib bone with his other hand. Hanli rigidly started at the rib bone as it quickly became enveloped in a ball of icy black Een Chi. The rib bone finally responded. The originally flawless white exterior of the rib bone started to turn black, absorbing the Een Chi surrounding it, turning half white and half black. Hanli wasn't particularly surprised by this transformation. He merely raised his eyebrow at the sight. After closing his eyes in thought, Hanli sat up in his bed, suddenly emitting a blinding azure light from the hand holding the Soul Congregation Bowl. At the same time, ghostly wails could be faintly heard from his other hand, gathering an even darker cloud of Een Chi around the rib bone. The rib bone wildly devoured the Een Chi without the slightest restraint. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, the rib bone eventually turned completely black. The bone suddenly began to release a low-pitched hum and emitted rays of pitch-black light, filling the room with a freakish eerie aura. Hanli hesitantly put away the Soul Congregation Bowl and relaxed his grip on the bone, allowing it to float from his hand. The Een Chi that had surrounded the bone was then dispersed by the shock of the black radiance that it suddenly emitted. Hanli's gaze continuously flickered as he watched the bizarre scene. Apart from the continuous low-pitched hums and flickers of radiance, the black bone no longer showed other changes. After a moment, Hanli's expression stirred, and he suddenly beckoned towards it. Whoosh! The bone flew into his grasp. After taking another look at it, he immersed his spiritual sense into it. This time his spiritual sense was no longer obstructed, allowing him to easily enter the rib bone. As a result, black light flashed before his eyes, revealing a stream of huge ancient characters and pictures into his mind. Jade slip. Hanli muttered with an expression of shock. The bone was some sort of unique jade slip, something that he had previously guessed. After restraining the excitement in his heart, he started to earnestly analyze the words within. Profound Een Arts. Hanli read through the first half of the words and found them extremely familiar. He was certain that he had read them before. Although he hadn't personally cultivated this renowned devilish Dao cultivation art, his avatar Crooked Soul had refined a derivative of it, the divine bloodlight. After reading through it, Hanli came to the conclusion that while the cultivation arts had many minor differences, as a whole they were largely the same. The rib bone jade slip actually contained the so-called profound Yin scriptures. To tell the truth, Hanli was somewhat disappointed. Since he already cultivated the Azure Essence sword arts, he wasn't about to foolishly abandon them to recultivate with this technique even if it did possess an overbearing power. However, he didn't immediately withdraw his spiritual sense from the profound Yin scriptures. The Devil Dao secret techniques that were contained in the second half were something that he could possibly cultivate. Soon after Hanli read through each of the unbelievable secret techniques, his original disappointment turned into surprise, then slight solemnness and finally, excitement. The secret techniques were powerful and truly inconceivable. He was confident that once he cultivated the 9th layer of the Azure Essence sword arts and the suitable secret techniques of the profound Yin scriptures, he would be able to escape from any nascent soul cultivator that crossed his path. No longer would he be doomed to helplessly accept death if he encountered any of those nascent soul eccentrics. Among these secret techniques were Zenith Yin's heaven-wide corpse fire. As for the heaven-wide demon corpse, they were merely refined corpses that happened to be produced in the process of refining the corpse fire. Unfortunately, these secret techniques required the profound Yin arts as a cultivation base and required a cultivation at the nascent soul stage or higher. Otherwise, he would have definitely attempted to refine it for himself. After all, he had personally witnessed the ferocious power of the heaven-wide corpse fire. But even as powerful as it was, the weaknesses of the heaven-wide corpse fire were made clear from its cultivation chant. When Hanli saw this, he coldly chuckled. If Zenith Yin tried to use heaven-wide corpse fire to deal with him in the future, Hanli would surely give him a nice surprise. After looking through it for a moment more, Hanli was able to find 3 secret techniques that he fancied that a core formation cultivator to refine. He then committed them to memory until he could find the time to cultivate them. Hanli carefully put away the small rib bone. Along with feelings of great satisfaction from what he had gained, he could feel his heart brimming with excitement. It was then that Hanli recalled what he had originally planned. Hanli's hand grasped onto the storage pouch containing the Heaven Void Cauldron with his curiosity once again set aflame. He instantly stood up from his bed and directly headed towards the hidden room in his cave residence. If he could somehow manage to open the Heaven Void Cauldron, he could acquire many ancient treasures, not to mention Heaven Mend pills. He would be able to substantially increase his strength. With those thoughts in mind, Hanli began a routine where he would observe the gold-threaded silkworms every day before spending the rest of the day studying the Heaven Void Cauldron. In addition, he would occasionally browse through all sorts of ancient jade slips in an attempt to find any hints regarding a way to open the cauldron. Unfortunately, after half a month passed, Hanli had exhausted all the methods he could think of. He had no choice but to concede that the Heaven Void Cauldron, the ranked 1 secret treasure in the scattered star seas, wasn't capable of being opened by a mere core formation cultivator such as himself. The cauldron was truly impressive. Be it heat, water or any of the many treasures that Hanli had used, none of them were able to leave so much as a trace on the cauldron. Even a strike from his recently restored divine Devilbane lightning wasn't able to scratch the Heaven Void Cauldron. As for other unconventional methods of opening the Heaven Void Cauldron, Hanli had tried each and every one of them to only be met with failure. In the end, Hanli could only place the Heaven Void Cauldron back into his storage pouch and leave the matter be. As for Hanli's suspicion that the Heaven Void Cauldron could be opened with the Celestial Ice Pearl, he didn't dare to test it. The Celestial Ice Flames were an existence that inspired fear even in nascent soul cultivators. He fundamentally had no thoughts of attempting to refine and control the pearl until he reached either the nascent soul stage or perhaps late core formation. Hanli was still able to recognize his own limits. During that half-month, the 2 gold-threaded silkworms that consumed the rainbow beads showed no reaction in the slightest. They remained entirely the same as if the beads possessed no medicinal qualities at all. As for the tens of thousands of gold devouring beetles Hanli had brought back with him from Heaven Void Hull, they had already started cannibalizing each other en masse and were on the verge of laying new eggs, much to Hanli's delight. As of current, Han Li's next matter at hand would be tempering his 72 bamboo cloudswarm swords. He didn't plan on allowing the refined crystal that he had acquired on the path of molten rock to go to waste either. He wanted to temper traces of the crystal into each of his flying swords. While he wouldn't dare to proclaim his bamboo cloudswarm swords as indestructible after the inclusion of the refined crystal, the number of items that could damage them in this world would be very few. It would prove to be quite advantageous in his future battles against high-grade cultivators. However, processing the crystal was an extremely grueling process. As the item itself was an extraordinary material, Han Li reckoned that the crystal would require at least half a year to refine with the aid of formation spells. But if he were to run out of magic power halfway and interrupt the procedure, the crystal would be completely destroyed. This was no joking matter. Originally, he wouldn't have dared to make an attempt with his measly early core formation cultivation, even with the aid of spiritual medicines. However, he now had the Myriad year spirit milk. Although he had used a portion of it in his rush to Heavenly Star City, he still had more than enough to process the crystal. Since he would encounter no small amount of danger in the nearby seas, it was imperative that Han Li tempered his flying swords so that he may withstand any dangers that he encountered. 1. Acquired in Chapter 330, after Han Li slayed the head of the Black Fiend sect. Chapter 520, Metamorphosis Tribulation. Naturally, Han Li had already constructed a tool refining room in his new cave residence. After placing down another concealment restriction, he brought the refined crystal and Myriad year spirit milk into the formation before tightly shutting the door to the room. The other operations in the cave residence were smoothly taken care of by the huge ape puppets he had left outside while he remained in seclusion. A year silently passed in this manner before one day, something unexpected occurred. Without the slightest warning, a huge rumble suddenly reverberated throughout the cave residence, accompanied by a continuous earthquake. In addition, faint rolls of violent thunder could be heard from the outside. The rolls of thunder grew increasingly louder as if the entire island was being covered in a violent storm. With a muffled thump, the door of the tool refining room opened. Han Li leapt out of the room with a cold expression, bewilderment clear in his eyes. Upon hearing the huge rumbling outside of his cave residence, he suddenly slapped his hand against a spirit pouch at his waist, causing a yellow streak of light to emerge. It circled around in the air before landing in his palm. It was a faint yellow meter-long formation flag with a few talisman characters embroidered onto it. Without much thought, Han Li spat out a cloud of azure chi onto the flag, causing it to shine with yellow light. As a cold glint flickered from Han Li's eyes, the flag shot into the earth with a flick of his wrist. The formation flag dug into the earth in the blink of an eye and disappeared from sight. With a muffled incantation of varying tones leaving Han Li's mouth, yet another astonishing scene occurred. As Han Li continued his incantation, the ground and walls began to shine with golden light as if they consisted of raw gold. At the same time, the trembling and frightening rolls of thunder suddenly came to a halt, restoring everything back to normal. When Han Li saw this, his expression relaxed. However, the confusion in his eyes had yet to disappear. He then flew out of his cave residence in a streak of azure light towards the sky. A moment later, Han Li was floating above the small island. Although it was enveloped in a barrier of mist, his sight wasn't obstructed at all as the mist was the result of his own formation spells. The scene before him caused his expression to change several times. Thanks to the formation spells that he had placed on the mountain range and his cave residence, they were left mostly unharmed. However, the areas outside the formation spell were still groaning from ongoing tremors. Not only were the hills and other tall masses of earth breaking into dust with huge cracks starting to appear throughout the island, but the vegetation had folded into the earth from the violent quaking as well. But that alone wasn't enough to cause Han Li to be at a loss. There were also stormy waves that suddenly surged around the island. 400-meter-tall waves continuously thrashed against the island and washed away the earth, turning nearly half the island into lakes and marshes. Out past the vast ocean mists in the direction of the huge waves, there were monstrous snarls that were inserted among the rolls of thunder as if a mad beast was furiously thrashing about. Each of its roars was soon followed by thunder and a huge wave. Looking in the direction of the huge waves, Han Li thought, could it be that a high-grade demon beast is stirring up havoc nearby? From the earth-shattering scene, it was certain to be a demon beast that possessed a huge body. With that thought, Han Li's curiosity was on the rise. After muttering to himself for a short moment, he enveloped himself in azure radiance and flew straight into the fog towards the directions of the roars. For fear of being seen, Han Li restrained his chi and dimmed the radiance of his aura until it was no longer visible. In an instant there was no longer any trace of him. After flying into the sea mist, Han Li managed to find his goal with a single glance. Nearby there was an enormous demon beast wildly thrashing about. Although he had already anticipated this, Han Li took in a cold breath of fright at its size. This giant was the first tortoise-type demon beast he had ever seen. Its body spanned about 3 kilometers in area and it seemed as if there was a huge mountain floating in the ocean. Its shell was pitch black and it had huge pillar-like legs. It also had a 300-meter-long silver tail that continuously swept at the nearby sea. With the head of an azure flood dragon, the tortoise roared towards the sky. With each of its roars, huge waves and demonic white winds spread outward from its body, thoroughly enveloping the sea in its ongoing outbursts. But what shocked Han Li the most wasn't this but the dense black clouds that the tortoise was roaring at tens of thousands of miles in the sky. Dense overlapping bolts of lightning struck down from the black skies to form fearsome webs of lightning around the demon tortoise, continuously striking at it. The tortoise relied on the huge waves and demonic winds to forcibly block the strikes of the heavenly lightning. Although it managed to remain unharmed, it became increasingly violent as the barrage continued, gradually turning its originally emerald green eyes to red. Metamorphosis Tribulation. Han Li muttered to himself with a bewildered expression. He blinked in shock. The Metamorphosis Tribulation is a tribulation of heavenly lightning that all demon beasts experience when they ascend from grade 7 to grade 8. After experiencing this tribulation, the demon beast will be able to shed off its bestial form and change into a more human-like form. And as their cultivation grows deeper, so will the intensity of their transformation as well. It was said that when a demon beast reached grade 10, they were completely indistinguishable from a human. Although Han Li had encountered this information many times in jade slips, he was now witnessing the scene with his own eyes. He didn't know whether he should consider himself fortunate or unlucky. Its appearance could be considered fortunate as it answered Han Li's doubts about whether or not grade 8 demon beasts resided near Wondrous Depths Island. This gave him hope of finding Thousand Leaves Due later on. Unfortunately, after its tribulation, the demon beast would likely set up its nest in the nearby water. Han Li had no interest in becoming neighbors with a grade 8 demon beast. It may be a grade 8 demon beast that had just ascended, but it would still be quite difficult for Han Li to evade its notice. It was still unable to find his cave residence while it was a grade 7 demon beast. But after it reached grade 8, its strengthened spiritual sense would pose a problem. Perhaps one day the demon tortoise would arrive at his cave residence. When it came to enforcing their own territory, high-grade demon beasts weren't exactly known to be lenient. Could it be that I will have to discard my cave residence after having only just established it? Han Li flusteredly thought. The flying swords contained in his body began to shake with excitement. By the time he was forced out of seclusion, he had already finished tempering his 72 bamboo cloudswarm swords with the refined crystal. It had been significantly more difficult to process the refined crystal than he had anticipated. His original estimate of half a year had actually stretched into nearly an entire year. With that done, Han Li decided to take advantage of the continued seclusion to specially temper his flying swords. Were it not for the disturbance of the demon beast, he would have likely spent several more months in seclusion. I should take this opportunity to launch a surprise attack while its origin chi is still greatly damaged after it finishes its tribulation. If I am able to kill it, it would be a cause for joy, but if I fail, I will have to leave the island. With that thought, Han Li's heart grew tense. But a moment later he shook his head in rejection of the idea. Even when greatly weakened, he still wouldn't prove to be an opponent of a grade 8 demon beast. Han Li didn't know just how powerful grade 8 demon beasts are, but he had personally witnessed the strength of the divine abilities of nascent soul cultivators. With such great danger, it would be better to just pack up and leave. Unfortunately, his gold devouring beetles were laying eggs. He wasn't sure what would happen if he were to bring them along in his storage pouch, but he didn't have much choice. Han Li watched the lightning flicker against the body of the huge tortoise and sighed before returning to his cave residence. Han Li didn't want to wait for the demon beast to finish its tribulation and discover him hiding away. That would be utterly disastrous. But just as Han Li turned around, a series of sharp whistles came from across the horizon, accompanied by flickers of golden light. Then from the opposite horizon, a melodious sigh of wind spread throughout the sky, making way for a red streak of radiance that flew over. When Han Li saw this, he unconsciously frowned. But before he could respond, a huge disturbance in the sea rose from near the huge turtle. Several tens of thick pillars of fire shot out of the sea, and the sea water began to quickly rise as if something gigantic was emerging from the sea. Han Li was greatly shocked by this and hastily shot away to conceal himself before watching the scene with amazement. With a flash of blue light, a huge red beast emerged from the parted waves. Upon revealing itself, it released a horse-like neigh at a monstrous volume, leaving Han Li's ears buzzing. Alarmed, Han Li nearly fell from the sky. He hastily released magic power to steady himself. As he quickly circulated his great development arts throughout his body, Han Li stared at the strange demon beast with a pale face full of awe. Chapter 521. Savage Flood Dragon. Savage Flood Dragon. Han Li inwardly shouted with an expression of rarely seen fear. This scarlet demon beast had a body that stretched out to 400 meters and appeared similar to the inky flood dragon that he had seen before. Furthermore, it was one of the more fearsome types of flood dragons amongst its kind. Judging by the congealed essence that was displayed by the light wandering across its scarlet scales, it appeared to be a genuine grade 8 demon beast. The demon beast emitted a pressure that Han Li had only experienced from nascent soul cultivators. Flood dragons were one of the few primordial demon beasts that remained in this world since the ages of antiquity. Not only did these demon beasts cultivate far faster than others, but their magic power would also greatly exceed that of other demon beasts of similar ranking. It wasn't impossible for a flood dragon to even defeat an opponent that was of a superior grade. If what the ancient record said was true, then the grade 8 savage flood dragon should be an equal match for average grade 9 demon beast. This knowledge caused Han Li to turn pale from shock. He immediately wanted to run, but he still managed to retain enough reason to not make any rash movements. There were still 2 more streaks of light flying across the sky towards them. It seemed they came with hostile intentions since they were flying over without the slightest attempt at concealment. As these developments occurred, Han Li placed the blood-red cloak on his body as stealthily as possible. At the same time, he also summoned the 5 element bands and the flower basket into his hands. With these at the ready, Han Li felt far more at ease. By this point, the savage flood dragon had already let out a long hiss. It turned its long head towards the huge turtle, resisting the lightning with all its strength, watching it with a strange expression. Soon, the flood dragon's body emitted a frightening blue light, causing his body to suddenly shrink. After only a short moment, the flood dragon's body had assumed a form that was close in size and shape to a human. Its head was still that of a fierce flood dragon, but its limbs appeared to be that of a human, apart from the scarlet scales that covered its body. It also had a thick scaly tail that continuously whipped around. The flood dragon's transformation left Han Li dumbstruck. The flood dragon stood idly on top of the raging seas as if he were standing on land, not swaying in the slightest. However, after he transformed, his eyes unconsciously swept towards Han Li's direction, and its gaze became icy. Han Li suddenly felt his body break out into a chill as he tightly grabbed onto his ancient treasures with sweaty palms. Fortunately, the golden light and red brilliance had just arrived during that time. The savage flood dragon immediately lost interest in Han Li as its cold gaze swept past the 3 people that had appeared before it. The golden light was revealed to be an old Taoist with the appearance of a sage. He carried a saber on his back and a horsetail whisk in his hand and wore a brilliant gold Taoist's robe containing the 8 trigrams. He twirled his beard as he examined the human form of the flood dragon. While his face showed shock, his eyes surprisingly contained a trace of greed. Not far away from the old Taoist stood two middle-aged men with identical appearances. Their skin appeared as ashen as corpses and they wore brilliant fire-red robes. The only difference between them that Han could distinguish was that one of them held a 3-meter-long ghost head staff, while the other wore a massive red gourd on their back. They first glanced at the huge turtle beneath them before turning their eyes to the savage flood dragon and the old Taoist. They were both silent and expressionless. The old man appeared to only possess an early nascent soul cultivation, and the two middle-aged men appeared to only be late core formation cultivators. But Han was baffled to see that the two red-robed middle-aged men were able to face the immense pressure from both the flood dragon and the old nascent soul Taoist without showing the slightest fear. After the old man's eyes wandered several times around the two, he suddenly smiled at them and said, "Hee hee. I didn't think that I'd encounter the Huo brothers. This humble Taoist apologizes for not recognizing you sooner." The face of the red-robed man with the gourd on his back twitched. He then expressionlessly said, "We also didn't expect to find Senior Xianxia here. If Senior wishes to exterminate the two demon beasts beneath us, we would be glad to work together." When the old Taoist heard this, he felt gloomy. The flood dragon was an existence that was equivalent to a grade 9 demon beast. He wasn't so arrogant to believe that he could handle it alone. Were it not for the confidence he held in his incisive magic treasures, he wouldn't even consider fighting it. After the old Taoist frowned, he dryly coughed several times before bluntly saying, "You fellow Taoists must be joking. This humble Taoist wouldn't be able to deal with the savage flood dragon by himself. Likewise, neither could the two of you restrain it. But together we might have a chance at success. Perhaps you fellow Taoists would be interested in giving it a try? It's been quite a while since a grade 8 demon beast has been seen. If we were to join hands, we might be able to luckily succeed. In that case, I will only require the flood dragon's soul. I have no need of its demon core." Taoist Xianxia stared at the two red-robed men as he spoke. The old Taoist's words seemed to run contrary to the two red-robed men's expectations. But after they glanced at each other, clearly communicating through some unknown method, the middle-aged man holding the ghost head staff briefly nodded and replied, "Fine. We'll agree to Senior's conditions. Us juniors don't wish to relinquish this opportunity and will strive our hardest." When that was said, his companion had already taken the fire-red gourd into his hand. When the old Taoist heard this, he rejoiced. He raised his arm and flung out an azure jade ring from his sleeve. It flew downwards, leaving a strange cry in its wake. The savage flood dragon stared coldly at the three as if it understood their words. A fierce expression flickered from his face as he opened his mouth, shooting a beam of scarlet light towards the old Taoist. Its silhouette then flickered and disappeared from sight. In the following moment, the savage flood dragon reappeared behind the two red-robed men in a flash. With fingers wrapped in blue light, it fiercely swiped its claws down to be met with a clang. The ghost head staff in one of their hands had automatically taken the shape of a 3-meter-tall malevolent spirit, and blocked the strike, saving their lives. When this occurred, the brothers surnamed Huo were greatly frightened. Their stiff, corpse-like faces were now overwhelmed with shock. At that same moment, the large red gourd lightly shook. With a howl of wind, countless grains of red crystal rushed out of the gourd, enveloping an area of over 300 meters, turning it into a realm of blazing fire and trapping the savage flood dragon within it. As for the scarlet ray of light that the flood dragon had released, it was currently tangling with the old Taoist's jade ring as if it were alive. The old Taoist's expression was quite solemn, and he did his utmost to prevent the scarlet light from nearing his body. He knew that the scarlet light was not to be underestimated. The savage flood dragon was suppressing the two late core formation cultivators in a clear attempt to allow the demon tortoise to finish its tribulation. Conversely, the old Taoist and the red-robed man feared the escape of the savage flood dragon and rejoiced at every bit of magic power that the demon beast wasted. It would save them quite a bit of trouble later on. As for the huge tortoise, even if its tribulation was completed, its origin chi would be greatly damaged and it wouldn't pose much of a threat. As such, the three cultivators continued their fight with the demon beast in the sky as the huge tortoise beneath them reached the key moment of its tribulation. The bolts of lightning falling from the sky began to form silver spheres of lightning. Each strike caused the huge tortoise to tremble and was met with wild roars. Hanli rejoiced at the sight. Naturally, he had no thoughts to take advantage of the situation. A battle at this level was beyond what he could handle. But either way, regardless of which side won, it would be more than enough to solve Hanli's cave residence predicament. As of now, an elusive opportunity for escape had finally showed itself. Hanli immediately made use of it, immersing the blood-red cape with his magic power and tearing through the sky as a streak of blood-red light. Hanli's sudden appearance and show of speed had caused both the cultivators and the flood dragon to become alarmed, but they soon ignored him. This was because they were able to perceive that Hanli's cultivation was quite shallow despite traveling at such a fast speed. An early core formation cultivator would prove insignificant to all of them. As Hanli was fearful of the demon beasts and cultivators discovering his cave residence, he decided to fly in a direction away from the sea mist. With the blood-red cloak's astonishing speed, Hanli was able to travel several thousands of kilometers in moments. After seeing that there were no pursuers, he finally relaxed and flew without his cloak as he went on ahead. After flying for the greater part of a day, Hanli casually sought an island to stay on for the time being. Several days later, Hanli reckoned that the battle should have reached a conclusion, and he carefully flew back. As expected, the sea nearby the mist was completely tranquil with no demon beasts, cultivators, or heavenly lightning in sight as if nothing had occurred. Hanli floated above the nearby seas and muttered to himself for a moment before slowly releasing his spiritual sense into the nearby seas. His body then suddenly blurred with a flash of azure light as he dived into the sea. In the time it took to finish a meal, Hanli emerged holding something in each of his hands. Chapter 522. Rainbow beads and new gold devouring beetles. One of the items Hanli found in the sea below where the previous battle occurred was about 10 meters long and sparkled with silver light. It appeared to be a portion of the huge tortoise's tail. The other item was half of the ghost head staff. It still contained a significant amount of spiritual chi. It was quite difficult to make out who had won the battle based on these two items. After the tribulation had concluded, it was even possible that the battle had moved to a different section of the sea. After all, battles at the nascent soul and grade 8 demon beast stage weren't matters that could be easily concluded, regardless of whether it were a cultivator wanting to slay a demon beast for their core, or a demon beast wishing to devour a cultivator's nascent soul. Either way, it would prove quite easy for the weaker party to escape. Hanli looked at the two items in his hands with narrowed eyes. After some further thought, he tossed the two items back into the sea. Although it wasn't likely that someone would pursue these two items, Hanli was unwilling to invite any disaster to his doorstep. After carefully examining his surroundings for a moment and making certain that there were no concealed cultivators or demon beasts in the vicinity, he flew into the sea mist without any further hesitation. When Hanli saw that the restrictions outside his cave residence were untouched, he finally felt his worries dissipate as he hurriedly entered. Before the battle had erupted, Hanli had originally planned to abandon the island. But afterwards he changed his mind. Even if the demon tortoise survived the battle and its nest was in the nearby seas, it definitely would have received heavy wounds. On the other hand, after going through such a grave experience, it most likely would have left. Moreover, finding another hidden island wasn't going to be an easy matter. And even if he did find another, who knew if there would be yet another high-grade demon beast lurking nearby. Hence it was much safer to stay. However, Hanli didn't dare to let down his guard, and immediately prioritized putting down many more illusion formations on the small island. He also carved out 2 false cave residences on other parts of the island, and placed separate concealment restrictions on them. With this, if any powerful enemies were to attack, he would be given an opportunity to escape. With all of that done, Hanli finally felt at ease. However, Hanli was unaware that the battle that had occurred that day was actually the spark that would lead to a huge battle between cultivators and demon beasts a few days later. The enraged flood dragons of the outer star seas had all joined together to form a man-hunting party, sowing calamity amongst human cultivators. Hanli, who had spent several days in peace in his cave residence, had already thrown the recent battle to the back of his head. He was currently refining a few sets of enemy entrapment formation tools for his future demon beast hunts. As he was planning to hunt down grade 6 and 7 demon beasts, he couldn't afford to be careless. During this time, the gold devouring beetles finally finished laying their eggs. As Han Li was joyously observing the beetle eggs, his face suddenly revealed amazement. Although the eggs were shiny silver as expected, the eggs also had rather eye-catching specks of black on them as well. After looking at this, Han Li's first thought was that the gold devouring beetles had somehow ascended in grade. But Han Li soon rejected this idea. Although the gold devouring beetles were quite powerful, they were nowhere near as indestructible as the legends had described their matured form to be. There was no way they could have matured so quickly. Hence, after some further thought, Han Li recalled the countless iron fire ants that they had devoured. Could it be that the gold-devouring beetles had consumed so many iron fire ants that they underwent an unexpected mutation? Han Li's curiosity was piqued. However, from his previous experiences, it would take about a year for the eggs to hatch. As such, he forcefully suppressed his anticipation as he placed down a soul control formation around the eggs, placing a drop of blood into it so that they would recognize him as their master. Afterwards, Han Li took a look at the gold-threaded silkworms while he was at the insect rooms. As of current, apart from the 2 gold-threaded silkworms that had taken the rainbow beads, the rest of gold-threaded silkworms had slowly deteriorated before inevitably perishing, even with the support of spirit medicines. Likewise, the 2 survivors showed no signs of improving despite having already survived for so long and being given so much medicine. At that moment, Han Li had entirely given up on preserving them and had specially prepared some rainbow skirt grass for the 2 gold-threaded silkworms. He wanted to see whether or not it had a similar effect like on his beetles and would cause them to lay eggs. With these results, Han Li was certain that while the rainbow beads weren't on par with the Heaven Mend pills, they only possessed positive effects and weren't harmful to the user. After half a month, Han Li had finished constructing his sets of formation spell setup tools and had fed the rainbow skirt grass to the gold-threaded silkworms. He was now planning to head into seclusion and consume the rainbow beads. Minusing the 2 beads he had given to the silkworms, Han Li still had 6 on hand. Han Li sat cross-legged at the center of the room and stared at the box containing the beads with an appearance of great tranquility. Since he already came to a decision, he wasn't going to cowardly back down now. He swiftly picked up a bead and placed it in his mouth. Soon Han Li wore an expression of astonishment. The originally solid bead turned incredibly soft upon entering his mouth. It was somewhat bitter, but it was easily swallowed. After entering his stomach, he began to feel a strange warmth from his dantian. Han Li frowned and immersed his spiritual sense within himself. The rainbow bead was completely intact within his stomach and emitted a faint glow. He muttered to himself for a moment after seeing this and soon clutched his hands in an incantation gesture. A thin thread of azure flames spouted out from his golden core and enveloped the bead before slowly refining it. In an instant, the warmth became scorching hot. Han Li then closed his eyes and began to meditate. 2 months later, Han Li had completely refined the bead with his core fire, but he didn't feel any immediate changes. After some hesitation, he began to refine the second one. Nearly a year passed by in the blink of an eye. Han Li emerged from seclusion with all 6 rainbow beads having been cleanly consumed. He could now feel a slight change and was now absorbing spiritual qi and producing spiritual power at a slightly faster rate. Although the effects weren't very obvious, Han Li was wild with joy. After all, the effects of the rainbow beads had yet to be fully displayed. However, Han Li's cheerful mood was soon dampened by a cold reality. After the gold-threaded silkworms ate the rainbow skirt grass, they had laid eggs as expected, over 100 even. However, all of the eggs were dead. The gold-threaded silkworms had both died after laying the eggs as well. Han Li stood outside the insect room, staring at the dead eggs in silence. Although he had suffered quite a loss, he did manage to verify the medicinal effects of the rainbow skirt grass at the very least. Although he suspected that the mature rainbow skirt grass would have a similar effect to induce reproduction in higher-grade demon beasts, he hadn't had the chance to test it until now. From the gold-threaded silkworm's actions, it was proven almost certainly true. The rarer and higher grade the demon beast, the more difficult it would be to reproduce. It was no wonder that high-grade demon beasts so rapidly flocked to the rainbow skirt grass when it was in bloom. As the saying goes, disaster and fortune often came hand in hand. While Hanli was brooding over the gold-threaded silkworms, the gold-devouring beetle eggs hatched several days later. The newly hatched gold-devouring beetles gave Hanli a rather pleasant surprise. They appeared no different than before apart from the color of their shells. In addition to the golden spots on their silver shells, there were also traces of black. But more importantly, the spiritual chi they emitted gave Hanli a rather distinct impression. Hanli was now completely certain that the gold-devouring beetles had changed because the previous generation of gold-devouring beetles had consumed countless ironfire ants. Of course, Hanli would have to do some testing to find out what differences they had developed. As a result, Hanli placed all the beetles into a storage pouch and re-entered his hidden room. About half a day later he left the room with unconcealed excitement. These new gold-devouring beetles were far more powerful than he had anticipated. He now felt even more assured in his future hunts for spirit beasts. Although Hanli still wished to research the puppet fragments from the Heaven Void Hull, he reckoned it wasn't going to be a matter that only took a few years. As such, he could only put it off for later. Hanli had already finished his preparations for his sea expedition for high-grade demon beast cores. He already had his rainbow skirt grass and sets of formation setup tools. As there could come a chance that they may prove to be useful, Hanli took along the Bloodjade Spider and the Weeping Soul Beast. While Hanli felt quite uneasy towards leaving behind the spiritual medicines, the 9-curl spirit ginseng in particular, they weren't something that he could bring along. After all, he didn't know precisely how long he would be out to sea. The 9-curl spirit ginseng was still a plant and couldn't be separated too long from the ground. With that in mind, Hanli bluntly left behind a portion of the newly hatched gold-devouring beetles at the cave residence. He gave them the order to kill any cultivators or demon beasts that trespassed. This way, any trespassers would be killed so long as they weren't nascent soul cultivators or grade 8 demon beasts. Chapter 523. Extracting souls and seizing cores. With the formations at the entrance of his cave residence completed, Hanli had completed his preparations for an extended absence. As for the soul nurturing tree, it had been continuously fed the green liquid over the span of 2 years and was now fully grown. The tree was just like the gold lightning bamboo had been. It ceased growing after it reached the age of 10,000 years. It was completely unaffected by the green liquid after reaching that point of maturation. Naturally, Hanli wasn't going to just leave the tree behind and let it gather dust. He carved the foot-long trunk into a dozen thumb-sized beads and strung them together on a golden thread before wearing them around his neck. This type of divine wood didn't need to be meticulously refined. One simply needed to wear it close to their body to receive its wondrous soul nurturing and recovery effects. After dealing with everything in his cave residence, Hanli left his cave residence and quietly flew out from the mist surrounding the small island. With the rainbow skirt grass in hand, Hanli had no plans of heading into the depths. Not only did demon beasts of grade 8 and higher wander there, but cultivators gathered too. Such a place would be completely unsuitable for him to place down a spell formation and lure demon beasts into. So long as he had the rainbow skirt grass, any part of the nearby seas were all the same to him. As such, it would be better for him to find a secluded coral island instead. With that thought in mind, Hanli got his bearings before shooting off into the west, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A month later, Hanli stopped above a fire-red coral reef. On his way here he had already spotted many coral islands, but for fear of being too close to his cave residence and attracting trouble, he ignored them and continued flying. Although this reef was so small that it couldn't be called an island, it was more than enough for the purposes of planting rainbow skirt grass. Hanli decided that this would be the location of his first hunting grounds. Currently, he had already placed down 4 spell formations near the coral reef, tightly encasing the nearby surroundings. All that was left was to carefully place the rainbow skirt grass at the center of the magic formations. Since he wanted to attract grade 6 demon beasts, he needed to mature the rainbow skirt grass to 400 years old. It would require a month's worth of time to acquire enough green liquid to mature the rainbow skirt grass to that age. However, he wasn't going to be able to spend that time idly. The first 3 blooms of the rainbow skirt grass attracted a few low-grade demon beasts from him to practice on. Although pills made from the cores of grade 5 demon beasts would have little effect on Han Li's cultivation, he could exchange them for quite a few spirit stones. He wasn't about to just let them go. As expected, after the 4th time the rainbow skirt grass bloomed, 4 grade 5 demon beasts were pulled in. They were quickly and easily executed with a few of the bamboo cloud's worm swords. Gazing at the rainbow skirt grass with 3 uncurled leaves, Han Li let a long breath before carefully poured the green liquid on top of the plant. He then put the bottle away and sat down at its side before meditating. When the 3rd day had passed, the rainbow skirt grass uncurled its 4th leaf, releasing its demon-luring scent. Han Li had spent the past 2 days honing his strength in silent meditation. Although killing grade 5 and 6 demon beasts should pose no problem to him, at the end of the day he was still a lone person deep at sea. It was better to be safe than sorry. The effects of the rainbow skirt grass wasn't always consistent. In the past he had attracted a grade 7 black dragon, nearly bringing about his death. He was forced to sacrifice a rather valuable spell formation in order to make his escape. Han Li truly didn't wish to lose his life over a brief moment of carelessness. After most of the day had passed, Han Li's expression suddenly twitched. He opened his eyes and coldly stared into the distance. A short moment later, a storm of dense black clouds had in the horizon, accompanied by a 30-meter-wide whirlpool that suddenly appeared beneath it. A faint rumbling could be heard coming from within it. With a calm expression, Han Li shot into the air as a streak of azure light and gazed at the scene before him. With the muffled rumblings coming from the whirlpool, a demon beast clad in black chi leapt out from within. The demon beast wasn't large and was only about 10 meters long. As it gazed towards the rainbow skirt grass, it released a violent screech. Han Li let out a sigh of relief at the sight. He was unable to see the true form of the demon beast due to the black chi blocking it from his sight. But from intensity of black chi, it appeared to be a grade 6 demon beast. This was the most optimal result as it shouldn't prove to be dangerous in even the slightest. As a result, Han Li remained motionless in the air as he stared down at the demon beast. After only a short moment, the demon beast had been driven into a frenzy by the scent of the rainbow skirt grass. With a loud snarl, it fiercely pounced towards the coral reef, stirring up a 30-meter-tall wave following in its wake. After having experienced the huge tortoise's waves as it underwent tribulation, this mere level of display wasn't enough to impress Han Li. After seeing the demon beast draw close to the coral reef, a sneer appeared on Han Li's face. With a wave of his arm, a dark green formation plate appeared in his palm. After emitting a flash of azure light from his hand, Han Li struck the formation plate without hesitation, causing it to suddenly glow with a blinding yellow light. In the next moment, over 10 beams of yellow light shot out from the sea, forming a barrier of yellow fire that surrounded the demon beast. The demon beast was clearly startled. It immediately brandished 2 claws from within the black cloud of chi and fiercely struck against the yellow light barrier. With a huge bang, the yellow light barrier wavered on the verge of collapse. It appeared as if it wouldn't be able to withstand much more. However, it had already bought Han Li more than enough time. The 5 element bands he had prepared in his hand released a clear ring before disappearing in a blur. As a series of cries came from within the black cloud, rainbow light suddenly appeared and then disappeared into the black chi. A second later, a frightened roar was heard as the black chi scattered, revealing the demon beast within. The demon beast turned out to be a 12-meter-long gray prawn with 3 green eyes on each side of its head. It appeared panic-stricken. It was currently restricted by the 5 copper bands and was rendered completely incapable of escaping. At that moment 2 streaks of bright azure light flew down and revolved around the huge prawn in coordination, chopping it into pieces. Green blood splattered onto the seas below. The 5 element bands trembled several times before disappearing in a glow of light and reappearing in Han Li's grasp a moment later. Han Li wore a slight smile on his face and shook the formation plate in his hand. The yellow radiance immediately faded away as the yellow barrier beneath him followed suit. Then with a wave of his hand, the 5 element bands had been replaced with a pitch-black alms bowl in a flicker of light. With both hands clasped on the bowl, Han Li floated down next to the pawn's corpse. A cold glint flickered from Han Li's eyes as he stared at the huge prawn's head. Without further deliberation, Han Li extended his finger and started to mutter an incantation. The tip of his finger began to shine and gradually grew brighter. Han Li coldly snorted. Several thin white strings shot out from Han Li's finger before piercing into the huge prawn's skull. Then with a shake of his finger, the white strings pulled out a fist-sized orb of green light from within the prawn's head and brought it towards the Soul Congregation bowl. The green light knew that this wouldn't end well, and began to struggle with all its might against the white threads. However, it was unable to break free as it slowly drew closer to the bowl. When it was about a foot away from the Soul Congregation bowl, the green orb of light was wrapped in black light and drawn into the bowl. Han Li smiled at the scene. He then approached the prawn's corpse and rummaged through the scattered remains before he found a light blue sphere. Not only were Grade 6 demon beast cores larger than those from Grade 5, but they were also more translucent and shined with a faint glow. It made for a beautiful sight. After looking at it for a moment more, Han Li placed the core into his storage pouch and took another look at the huge prawn's corpse as if something had just come to mind. He suddenly raised his hand and cut it with 2 more streaks of light. He sliced off its claws and placed them into his storage pouch without any further thought. Afterwards he shot a small fireball at the corpse, turning all of the remaining pieces into ashes. Han Li calmly flew back to the rainbow skirt grass and went back to sitting down cross-legged. He was confident that the nearby seas didn't only have one Grade 6 demon beast. Now he just had to calmly wait until the next one arrived. Chapter 524. Spying 7 years after Han Li began harvesting demon beasts, a group of cultivators with varying cultivations were slowly flying at a low altitude in a region of the outer star seas. They would occasionally glance around as if they were searching for something. The group of cultivators were at Foundation establishment, apart from their 3 leaders. One of their leaders was a mid-core formation while the other 2 were at early core formation. A middle-aged cultivator with a yellowish complexion impatiently asked, "Brother Chiu, is that Grade 6 demon beast truly nearby? We've already searched for several days and we even expanded our search perimeter. Isn't it likely that the information is wrong?" It appeared he was talking to the gaunt old man that wore a solemn expression at his side. The old man was the highest-ranked cultivator in their party, the sole mid-core formation cultivator. The old man indifferently replied, "Don't be impatient, fellow Taoist men. The information we received was but an approximate location. It is also quite common for the location to change after several days. And even then, following this information is better than just randomly roaming the seas. I am confident that the intelligence vendor wouldn't have dared to swindle me." The third core formation cultivator, a large man with a fiendish face, suddenly said, "The demon beast might have already left the area, or perhaps its nest doesn't lie in this area. Impossible. This is a rare vivid glass beast. We've swept our spiritual sense in the nearby seas and spotted the beast's most beloved food, the tricolored seaweed. Its nest must be nearby." The gaunt old man spoke with a tone of certainty. Because the 2 core formation cultivators seemed to hold the old man in high regard, they said no more. Instead, they continued to sweep their spiritual sense in every direction. As for the Foundation establishment cultivators behind them, most were either their disciples or younger relatives. As such, none of them dared to intrude in their conversation. Under the lead of the 3 core formation cultivators, the group continued to search for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, they found absolutely nothing. By this time, the old man began to frown. Sigh. Originally, when one stayed near the depths, even if their gains were infrequent, one could still acquire 4 high-grade demon cores a year. But now, ever since we left the depths, we've only encountered 2 high-grade demon beasts, and even worse, we failed to acquire their cores. The cultivator surnamed Min grumbled as if he had a belly full of grievances. Enough. Brother Min, you should be aware of the circumstances in the depths. If we were to go to there now, we would only be going to our deaths rather than hunting demon beast. With a face pale from trepidation, the man with a fierce appearance said, "It is still truly abnormal. The depths were a place where you could make a living if you were clever and avoided the center region. But 2 years ago, ever since the demon beast insurrection started, the entire depths became a restricted area. High-grade cultivators that commonly roamed the depths never returned. And in the past year, several nascent soul eccentrics joined hands and explored the center region of the depths. But as a result, they turned tail and fled, perhaps due to having encountered unbeatable odds. Even then, Master Four Paths was the only nascent soul cultivator able to return alive. It seems Wondrous Depths Island won't be able to last much longer. The bony old man was silent for a moment before his face twitched, saying, "Fellow Daoist Xian's words do hold reason. Although the demon beasts of the depths can still be considered docile as they have yet to head out of the depths, who knows when they will attack in an overwhelming force. This isn't something that is impossible." We have no choice but to come up with a response. It seems the old man was extremely concerned about the situation in the depths. The cultivator surnamed Min bitterly smiled with a face of helplessness. But as of current, the Star Palace is busy fighting with the Starfall coalition on the other side. The transportation formation will only accept arrivals, not departures. Even if we want to leave, we can't. Humph. That isn't certain. The fierce-looking man wore an expression of disagreement. Oh, could it be that Brother Xian has another way? The cultivator surnamed Min appeared astonished, but soon his interest was roused. The man lowered his voice and spoke with a mysterious tone. He. There is no other way. I merely heard that there were people at Wondrous Depth Island selling displacement talismans at high prices. Although there aren't many, there are people that have already returned to the inner star seas. There is such a thing? Then how about we? The cultivator surnamed Min rejoiced. He thought to further pursue the matter, but the bony old man interrupted him with a snort. Stop dreaming. Even if you manage to acquire the displacement talismans, do you truly dare to return to Heavenly Star City? It is even more dangerous over there. You will certainly be dragged into the conflict if you are to return. Although the demon beasts of the depths are behaving abnormally, it is still completely normal outside the depths. If something does truly happen, we only need to find a desolate island and conceal ourselves there. That would be far better than returning and being dragged into a war. A strange light appeared in the old man's eyes, as if he had spent a long time thinking on the matter. When the two heard this, they stared at each other for a long while. While they felt that the old man's plan was quite crude, they believed it to be practical. Just when the two thought to discuss the matter further with the old man, they suddenly heard a rough, strange roar in the distance along with a chain of explosions. The vivid glass beast. The two early core formation cultivators glanced at each other and yelled out the demon beast's name at nearly the same time. Pleasant surprise was displayed on their faces. The bony old man's face grew stern. He coldly said to the two, "That is the vivid glass beast's cry without a doubt, but it seems someone found it before us. We're going, but conceal yourselves. We'll be acting with discretion." After the two tacitly nodded their head, the three core formation cultivators flew out as streaks of light. But on their way there they disappeared without a trace. As for the Foundation establishment cultivators, they immediately chased after them with nervous expressions. After a short moment, the three core formation cultivators silently arrived at a coral reef island several kilometers away. It was where the thunderous demon beast's cry had come from. However, what they saw was beyond their expectations. There was a sea beast with a sparkling, transparent body that was trapped in a red light barrier. The demon beast's body was about 10 meters long, and had countless milky white threads hanging from its body. In a dire attempt to cut through the red barrier of light, it continuously rammed its body against it. However, this wasn't what the three cultivators were concerned with. They were focused on something else entirely. There was a youth wearing faint blue robes above the small island. He stood motionlessly in the air with his hands behind his back. His face wore a leisurely expression. The cultivator with the fierce appearance excitedly said in a voice transmission, "Brother Chiu, that person is only at early core formation. Shall we attack?" A malicious glint appeared in the old man's eyes. However, he managed to suppress his desire to attack and cautiously said, "Don't rush, we'll first take a look around to see if there are any other cultivators hidden nearby. Let's make sure there are no traps." The cultivator surnamed Min was also quite careful and called a matter to attention. "Fellow Daoist Xian, Brother Chiu makes sense. It seems quite suspicious for an early core formation cultivator to dare to trap a vivid glass beast by himself. There may be other mysteries at play. When the fierce-looking man heard this, his heart trembled and he hastily swept his spiritual sense around the vicinity. However, he was unable to find anything. At that moment, the blue-clothed youth struck. With a single wave of his hand, 7 streaks of azure light shot out from his palm. The streaks of light circled once in the air before combining into a huge azure sword that was over 30 meters long. The sword cleaved down, sending a deep reverberation through air. The vivid glass beast seemed to perceive the sword's fearsomeness and spat a white crystal orb at it. The crystal orb swelled to 3 meters wide after it left the demon beast's mouth, and moved to intercept the huge falling sword. The sword didn't change speed in the slightest and emitted a faint roll of thunder as it continued down. It then met the crystal with a large bang. For a single instant the huge sword appeared indistinct. Whoosh! With a flash of azure light, the huge sword then disappeared without a trace and reappeared atop the vivid glass beast as it continued to cleave down. The demon beast then hoarsely shouted in fury as its countless white threads joined together to meet the strike in an attempt to preserve its life. Crunch! The huge sword chopped through the vivid glass beast's head without the slightest resistance, splattering green blood all around. The 3 core formation cultivators were left amazed at the sight of the youth slaying the beast in a mere instant. Was that really a vivid glass beast? It was well known to be extremely difficult to hunt even amongst grade 6 demon beasts. But it just fell to a single blow from this youth. Inconceivable. Could it be that he wasn't at the early core formation stage, but was rather at the late core formation stage? After repeatedly using their spiritual sense to sweep past the youth as he looted the beast corpse, they confirmed that he truly was but an early core formation cultivator. While victory against the grade 6 vivid glass beast would be certain with the 3 of them combined, it would be impossible for them to slay it with the ease displayed by this youth. Could it be that this youth was a tiger in disguise? Could he be concealing his true cultivation with a hidden technique? Suspicions began to surge within their minds. Chapter 525. A fearsome and resounding reputation. Brother Chiu, do we attack? It seems like he's really alone. The fierce-looking man's voice held a trace of nervousness. The gaunt old man stared at him with a doubtful expression but didn't reply. When the 3 saw the youth take out a black alms bowl and start to extract the vivid glass beast's soul, their expressions greatly changed with a trace of fear appearing within their eyes. The cultivator surnamed Min saw the old man's hesitation and couldn't help but frown. He probingly said, "This person is quite odd. How about we leave him be? There is no need to provoke any mysterious characters." As the 3 had managed to survive in the scattered star seas for such a long time, they were naturally very cautious people. The scene before them was, without a doubt, indescribably strange. It even caused cultivator Min to recoil. The old man's gaze wandered for a long while before he bitterly smiled and listlessly said, "Leave him be? This is no longer a matter of choosing to attack him but rather how we will leave here alive." These words caused the fierce-looking man and cultivator Min to freeze. They were fully aware of the old man's temperament and knew that he wouldn't say something like this without reason. As such, they soon revealed astonishment. The old man licked his lips and spoke with an agonized whisper, "You two might not have noticed, but doesn't this person resemble the recent rumors of that devil?" "Devil? Then could he be?" So it was him. The 2 immediately let out a cry of alarm. Their faces were aghast. The old man solemnly muttered as if he were speaking to himself, "Absolutely. He appears young, can release several flying swords, and moreover his sword light is azure. Just like the rumors." The fierce-looking man's complexion turned white. He said with a trembling voice, "Wasn't that person also well known to use a swarm of flying insects? He hasn't revealed them since we've arrived. That can't be a coincidence." It appeared he had been shaken stiff by the old man's words. Cultivator Min turned slightly green and sent out a voice transmission in a whisper. "Brother Chiu's words are correct. This devil ordinarily reveals himself to be at early core formation and is fond of extracting the souls of demon beasts. The reason why he hasn't released his flying insects should be that he didn't feel the need to." "You're saying that this guy is the rumored insect devil? Then why are we still here?" If we face him, we're certain to perish. The fierce-looking man appeared to be panic-stricken. The old man managed to regain his calm and said, "Don't lose your head. Even if it truly is the insect devil, his attention was occupied with the vivid glass beast when we arrived. As a result, we had remained undiscovered. Now that he has killed the demon beast, we will expose ourselves if we act rashly." The other two glanced at each other and saw the sense in the old man's words. As such, they didn't dare to act impulsively. As the large man stared at the youth extracting the demon beast's soul, something suddenly came to mind. He whispered with a doubtful expression, "I heard that 4 years ago, the insect devil contended for a grade 7 demon beast against a group of 9 core formation cultivators. He managed to kill 8 of the core formation cultivators by himself, but a single late core formation cultivator was fortunately able to escape. Could those rumors be true?" Cultivator Min dryly swallowed a few times before whispering, "They should be. The man who survived was an expert from the Jade Cloud sect, and the ones who died were his fellow sect members. That fight caused the Jade Cloud sect, once renowned as one of the 5 great powers of Wondrous Depths Island, to lose an entire third of their forces." The Jade Cloud sect's chief elder, Taoist Master Swift Crane, was enraged by this and personally scoured the seas several times by himself in search of the insect demon. However, he returned unsuccessful each time. Many people believed even if he found the insect devil, nothing would come of it. After all, from the abilities he displayed, it is quite possible that he is actually a newly ascended nascent soul expert. It is said that the other factions of Wondrous Depths Island have already taken note of the insect devil and wish to recruit him. After a moment of silence, the old man shook his head and said, "Nascent soul stage? Not necessarily. I've heard that there is nothing exceptional about the insect demon's cultivation. All of his fearsomeness comes completely from his strange insects. It was said that on the day of that battle he hadn't used any magic treasures and merely released countless flying insects, devouring the many core formation cultivators alive without even lifting a finger. That was how he received the name of Insect Devil." Cultivator Min persisted. However, Brother Chiu also saw that he didn't use his insects and was able to kill Vivid Glass Beast in a single strike. Even late core formation cultivators would find it difficult to replicate this feat. Surely he must be a disguised nascent soul eccentric. The old man still disapproved and thought to further speak when the fierce-looking man at the side interrupted him with a helpless tone. "Fellow Taoists, it makes no difference for us whether or not he is a nascent soul cultivator. It is almost certain that he would be able to kill us with great ease. Even we are fearful of his evil reputation. It is said that all cultivators who encountered the insect devil were all devoured by his insects. The number of cultivators that have fallen by his hand is no less than 100. In the last 2 years, this devil has already become a topic of fear." Cultivator Min appeared even more unsightly after hearing this. His gaze fell onto the blue-clothed youth and he let out a long breath before saying, "The insect devil is truly vicious and bloodthirsty. It should be true without a doubt." There were no small number of cultivators that had been killed for their treasures, and all claim it to be the work of this devil. And to think we came knocking on his door. His voice was filled with regret. When the old man heard this, his face also became unsightly, but he spoke no more. He was also greatly fearful toward the evil reputation of the insect devil. In the following moments, the 3 ceased to use voice transmissions and silently watched the youth's every movement. They wished for him to quickly finish dealing with the demon beast so they could get away as soon as possible. At that moment, the blue-clothed youth finished drawing out the soul of the vivid glass beast into the black alms bowl. He then rummaged through the demon beast's corpse for a white demon core. At that moment, the youth suddenly raised his head and glanced around. When the 3 saw this, they all held their breaths and kept their bodies perfectly still. However, the situation developed contrary to their wishes. The youth's gaze suddenly turned to the direction that the 3 were hiding in. With a slight sneer on his face, he coldly said, "You 3 fellow Taoists have been watching me for quite some time. Have you had enough to look at? How about you come out and show yourselves?" Having heard this, the 3 suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. "Run!" It was unknown which of the 3 shouted this, but they immediately flew off as streaks of light and split off in 3 different directions in a panic-stricken manner. The blue-clothed youth frowned and muttered, I haven't even finished speaking yet. Why did they flee with such fear? Did they fear that I would eat them? A trace of confusion appeared on his face. But soon after, the youth waved his arms with a sullen expression, and sent 3 spirit beast pouches into the air, filling the sky with a torrent of tricolored beetles. This youth was obviously Han Li, who had just returned from the far seas. The old man stealthily peeked his head around only to find a scene that left him aghast, causing him to unconsciously speed up. At that moment, a series of soft sounds leisurely left Han Li's mouth. When the tricolored beetles heard him, they gathered towards the sky and instantly condensed into 3 huge lances spanning about 3 meters each. Then with a sharp and loud whistle, the 3 lances blurred with brilliant light and separately shot out with miraculous speed. In an instant the lances tore through the sky, disappearing into the horizon and chasing down the 3 cultivators that had fled. Han Li stood in place without any intention of chasing after them. Instead he started to leisurely skin the translucent vivid glass beast with a streak of azure light. The hide of the vivid glass beast was a top-grade material for refining armor. He naturally wasn't about to give it up. Then after turning the rest of the remains to ashes, Han Li retrieved the rainbow skirt grass and his spell formation setup tools from the coral island. Just as he finished this, 3 flashes of light appeared on the horizon and flew in Han Li's direction. After they grew closer to him, he was able to clearly see that they were the 3 cultivators that previously fled. These 3 cultivators all had tricolored collars around their necks. Their pale faces wore expressions of crestfallen resignation. Han Li grasped his chin as he saw this, but he secretly smiled in his heart. After the 3 meekly fell before Han Li, he smiled and asked them with an exceptionally friendly tone, May I ask you 3 fellow Taoists, why you so flusteredly ran away from me? Could it be that you 3 recognize me? Chapter 526. Interrogation. Upon hearing Han Li, the 3 couldn't help but look at each other in amazement. What was the insect devil's purpose in asking them why they were afraid of him? Could it be that he wished to amuse himself before he killed them? The fierce-looking man steeled his heart and said with open hostility, If fellow Taoist wishes to take our lives, then do so. What use is there in talking? That is strange. Was there something wrong with my question? Han Li's expression suddenly grew sullen and cold. Seeing that there was possibly a chance of survival, the cultivator surnamed Min persistently pleaded, Us brothers didn't know that Senior was hunting demon beasts here. Otherwise we wouldn't have dared to disturb Senior Insect Devil. We rushed to this location unintentionally without even a sliver of hostile intent. I hope Senior will spare us. It appeared a trace of blood had returned to his face. Han Li frowned and a trace of confusion flickered from his face. Insect Devil? That's what you call me. When the gaunt old man heard this, he couldn't help but wear a bewildered expression, muttering, You're not Senior Insect Devil? It seems you 3 fellow Taoists have misunderstood something. Han Li chuckled and after some hesitation he waved his arm and 3 azure lights flew towards their collars. With a low-pitched hum, the collars scattered, returning them back into a swarm of countless beetles. The beetles then returned back to the spirit beast pouches at Han Li's waist. The 3 rejoiced at being spared from death. Although they were confused, they felt somewhat convinced they had mistakenly identified him. There would be no way the insect devil would do something so unfathomable, given his notorious reputation. But after seeing Han Li's astonishing display of ability, they didn't dare to take any rash actions and respectfully addressed him. The old man wore a smile and promptly said, Hee hee. Seems we were mistaken. There would be no way that the insect devil would have let us off so easily. May I know your esteemed name, fellow Taoist? Although the old man understood that the youth before him might not be the insect devil, his abilities were quite similar and he could still take their lives with ease. He naturally didn't dare to slight him. When Han Li heard this, he thought to say something, but he soon turned his head to the skies. Han Li leisurely spoke as he stared at the sky. Oh. It seems you 3 had companions and they've just arrived. The old man paused for a moment before turning his head in a certain direction. But since he didn't catch sight of anything, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Doubtful, the old man honestly replied, Us brothers did bring along a few of our disciples. I reckon this is about the time that they should arrive." Just as he finished saying this, a string of lights suddenly appeared off in the horizon. They were the Foundation establishment cultivators that they had left behind. They had chased after the 3 core formation cultivators at a comparatively sluggish pace on their magic tools. When the old man saw this, his expression changed. This had illustrated that the youth possessed spiritual sense far beyond his own. His fear of Hanli unconsciously grew. Hanli glanced at the 3 core formation cultivators with narrowed eyes and cryptically said, "I'm not one for crowds. How about you make arrangements for your disciples, and I'll wait for you 3 on the other end of the island. I still have a few questions I wish to ask you. I hope you won't leave without saying goodbye." He then smiled at them and flew to the far end of the island below them. The 3 let out sighs of relief. Although they didn't know whether or not the youth was truly the insect devil, it appeared that he currently didn't have any plans of killing them. Their lives were safe for the time being. As a result, the old man solemnly uttered a few words. Cultivator Min nodded his head and took to the skies. After the group of disciples arrived, he coldly gave a few words and had the cultivators slowly descend to the side of the island. At that moment, Cultivator Min then worriedly returned to the old man's side. After Cultivator Min arrived, the fierce-looking man hesitantly asked in a voice transmission, "Brother Chiu, must we go?" With a change of expression, the old man solemnly warned, "Fellow Taoist Xian, don't think of anything ridiculous. Did you not just witness what he was capable of? Do you truly believe we will be able to escape him? Just give an honest answer to anything he asks, but do not provoke him by any means. Treat him exactly as you would a nascent soul cultivator. With his abilities, he should feel disdainful towards killing us." Brother Min nodded his head and said, "Brother Chiu makes sense. I also can't make out this person to be the evil, bloodthirsty sort. It would be better to not take any rash actions." Although the fierce-looking man wasn't entirely in favor of this, he reconsidered after hearing them. Soon after, the 3 obediently flew over to the far side of the island. Hanli was sitting down cross-legged on flat coral, calmly waiting for them. Hanli casually beckoned to the 3 with a calm expression and said, "Fellow Taoists, how about we sit down and have a chat? Tell me about the recent happenings near Wondrous Depths Island. I've just returned from the far seas, and I've encountered several groups of cultivators in the recent days. From what I remember, cultivators should rarely tread in these seas. Why aren't cultivators hunting demon beasts in the depths? Naturally, I'd also like a detailed explanation on the matter of this insect devil." The 3 became increasingly uneasy upon seeing Han Li's calm appearance. They respectfully agreed and carefully sat down nearby. The old man bitterly smiled and slowly said, "It's been 2 years since we've been to Wondrous Depths Island. At that time, the Wondrous Depths had already become a restricted area. One can no longer hunt demon beasts in the depths. In fact, whenever it is discussed, everyone turns pale." With an unchanged expression, Han Li softly said, "Oh? Please explain, fellow Taoist." The old man felt relaxed upon seeing that Han Li was intent on listening. Then after some thought, he gave an honest collection of what had happened. "This matter is actually quite a long story. 2 years ago, the demon beasts violently emerged." Han Li quietly listened until the old man had finished. He then unconsciously frowned and muttered to himself, "According to what you've said, the insurrection of demon beasts in the depths killed no small number of high-grade cultivators. Even nascent soul cultivators are unable to withstand the depths. It is not wonder that the other regions of the seas have so many cultivators." Although Han Li didn't show it on his face, the old man's recollection had truly shocked him. The demon beasts of the depths went berserk. Even nascent soul cultivators are unable to return after entering. Everything that he heard seemed to point to disaster. Could it be that a great war was about to erupt in the outer star seas? Han Li paused for a moment before asking with an interested tone, "So how about telling me about that insect devil business? After you 3 saw me, you believed me to be this insect devil. Could it be that person is quite similar to me?" When the 3 heard this, they couldn't help but exchange glances at each other. The old man dryly coughed and answered, "How do I say this? At first glance, fellow Taoist looks very similar to the rumored insect devil. He uses Azure flying swords, has a young appearance, and also appears to only have an early core formation cultivation. Additionally, he can also control over 1,000 flying insects. But as he continued speaking, his voice unconsciously grew soft. Because no matter how he saw it, this youth completely matched the details of the rumored insect devil. Even Cultivator Min's confidence was wavering. Although a trace of surprise appeared from Han Li's eyes, he calmly said, "Huh? That does sound quite like me. Fellow Taoist should be a bit more specific. What has the insect devil been doing? It seems his reputation is quite large." Cultivator Min carefully answered, "There are many events related to the insect devil, but the most famous among them was when he used his insect swarm to kill 8 core formation cultivators 4 years ago. That was when he became famous." Although his face didn't show it, Han Li felt his heart drop. After that battle, the insect devil vanished without a trace. A year after that, near Wondrous Depths Island, cultivators began to be hunted down for their treasures. According to the survivors, it was all the doing of the insect devil. He would control the insects to fill the skies and cleanly devour his victims. This would occur every other month or so. According to the rumors, no less than 100 cultivators have fallen at his hands. This was how the insect devil acquired such a fearsome and resounding reputation. After all that was said, Cultivator Min wore a trace of nervousness and unease on his face. Chapter 527. The True Insect Devil. Not only did the cultivator surnamed Min appear fearful, but the gaunt old man and the fierce-looking man were also filled with trepidation, not knowing whether or not those words would anger the youth before them. They were completely unsure about whether or not this person was the insect devil. Interesting, it seems this insect devil is quite notorious. Do you fellow Taoists know the appearance of the insect devil or the type of insects that he uses? Not only was Han Li not angry, but he smiled instead. Cultivator Min started to mumble, "What he looks like? I've never heard of that before. It seems his appearance is quite ordinary. As for the insects he controls, they should be both gold and silver." When he said this, Cultivator Min couldn't help but shout out, Fellow Taoist controls tricolored beetles. It seems Senior truly isn't the insect devil." The other two suddenly recalled this and felt their spirits rise. If this person truly wasn't the insect devil, then they would be far more likely to survive. Han Li then looked up to the sky as if deep in thought. A short moment later, he lowered his head and said, "Many thanks to fellow Taoists for telling me the truth. Since I still have matters to attend to, I can't stay any further. However, I hope you will keep our encounter today between ourselves. I don't wish to be mistaken as the insect devil and be pursued. I hope you can understand." The three were wildly delighted by his words. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, the old man expectantly probed, "This is only natural. We will definitely keep our mouths shut about this and won't cause any problems for you. Well then, us brothers will now be taking our leave." Han Li nodded with a faint smile and the three immediately saluted Han Li with concealed joy. They then hastily stood up and flew away. A moment later, on the other side of the island, the three brought along their disciples in an impatient rush to get away from the island. At an unknown time, Han Li stood up and remained still as he watched them fly off. After they disappeared, Han Li's face suddenly became sullen. Although exterminating the whole group of cultivators would have been an easy task, Han Li had no interest in attacking them. He wasn't the bloodthirsty sort after all. Besides, it wouldn't have made much of a difference whether or not his whereabouts were leaked. This location was extremely far away from his cave residence. Had he encountered the three near the Misty Island, he definitely wouldn't have let them go. In addition, he had already made plans to hastily return to his cave residence and enter seclusion for at least 30 years. He didn't want to waste time out in the outer star seas while there were people in pursuit of him. However, it seems they had given him quite the nefarious name of the insect devil. At that time, he had found himself in a helpless position and unleashed his gold devour beetles to kill the Jade Cloud sect cultivators. But there was never an occurrence where he had killed others to seize their treasures. Someone was clearly framing him. Although this didn't cause Han Li to become seething with anger, it did very much vex him. After some thought he came to the conclusion that this was likely the doing of the only enemy he had in the outer star seas, the Jade Cloud sect. During the time when Hanli was still fearful of high-grade demon beasts and had to yet stray too deeply into the outer star seas, he had used the rainbow skirt grass to continuously lure in demon beasts and slay them for their cores. As a result he managed to lure in a grade 7 demon beast. Just as this happened, a group of 9 core formation cultivators ran into him. They arrogantly proclaimed themselves as the Jade Cloud sect, and thought to give in to their avarice and slay him for his treasure. As such, Hanli could only release his many gold devouring beetles to kill them and protect himself. Although he naturally thought it would be best to kill them all after reaching that point, he didn't expect that the late core formation cultivator among them actually possessed an ancient protective treasure of impressive strength. As a result, he alone had managed to escape the gold-devouring beetles, catching Hanli off guard. As Hanli knew that the Jade Cloud sect was one of the great powers of Wondrous Depths Island, he could only brave the dangers of heading into the far reaches of the sea to avoid any powerful enemies that sought him out. It could be said that Hanli had been quite lucky. In the several years that he had spent in the far seas, he hadn't encountered any demon beasts of grade 8 or higher. His most dangerous encounter had been when he attracted several grade 7 demon beasts at once. Although the situation had left him at a loss, the simultaneous release of his gold-devouring beetles and magic treasures managed to settle the problem without much trouble. In his hunting during these past years, he eventually acquired several hundred grade 6 and 7 demon beast cores, more than enough for his medicinal recipes. Additionally, he also accumulated a large collection of demon beast materials. As such, he felt satisfied with ending his expedition and returning back to his cave residence. However, just as he returned from the deep seas, he unintentionally discovered a vivid glass beast as he passed by these waters. Hanli didn't intend on letting it slip away and placed down a formation to trap it. However, he didn't expect that this would attract the gaunt old man and his 2 companions. They even called him Insect Demon in a panicked manner. This caused Hanli's mood to take a turn for the worse. It was more than likely that since the Jade Cloud sect was unable to find him, they had incited rumors of an insect devil, using his likeness and penchant for controlling insects and his bamboo cloudsworm swords. It was clear that they had intended to destroy his reputation and deny him any place in the outer star seas, forcing him to appear. They even sent people to impersonate him and slay other cultivators for their treasures in the process, managing to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. However, there was still something that Hanli couldn't wrap his mind around. It wasn't difficult to find high-grade cultivators that were skilled in controlling insects. Finding flying insects that appeared similar to gold-devouring beetles also wasn't particularly difficult. But if this was truly the fault of the Jade Cloud sect, why did the impersonators use gold and silver insects? He had used his black-tainted gold-devouring beetles to kill the Jade Cloud sect. The lone cultivator that had escaped definitely wouldn't have made such a mistake. However, the change in color for his gold-devouring beetles was something that had only occurred after he had arrived in the outer star seas. Could it be the old eccentrics from Heaven Void Hall had tracked him down here? When Hanli carefully considered it, he felt his heart tremble. His complexion unconsciously paled. If this were true, the situation would be far from good. After standing still for a moment more and calmly muttering to himself, Hanli suddenly stamped his foot down and shot towards the sky. Soon after, he streaked across the sky in azure light, heading towards the direction of his small island in the mist. As Hanli flew, he wore his ordinary expression apart from a cold sneer that appeared on his mouth. Just now he had come to an understanding. Regardless of whether this was the result of the machinations of the Jade Cloud sect or the nascent soul eccentrics, there was no point in spending too much thought on the matter of the insect devil. This was because with the development of the strange situation of the Wondrous Depths, his original plan of prolonged secluded cultivation was now even more advantageous. This course of action would allow him to avoid both the lurking and the upcoming dangers in the outer star seas. And after he increased his cultivation, who would dare to apprehend him even if his notorious reputation remained? In the cultivation world, strength always spoke the loudest. With that in mind, Han Li continued on his way without even a sliver of hesitation remaining in his heart. Meanwhile in Blackrock City, there were two people in a hidden room speaking to each other in a mysterious manner. Brother Chi, it has already been 3 years. Your methods have been ineffective. I am not going to waste another 8 years just for that youngster to take the bait. The clear voice spoke with a tone of clear impatience. Fellow Taoist Wu, you can't be hasty with these matters. Don't you also sweep your spiritual sense over every corner of Blackrock City day after day? If that person actually appeared in the city with a disguise, he definitely wouldn't have been able to slip past Brother Wu's eyes. The other person spoke with a hoarse and deep voice. The first person who spoke was astonishingly Zenith Een, who hadn't been seen for years. He was speaking to a pale middle-aged man with a sullen expression. He appeared dissatisfied. Humph. Does Brother Chi's method of sending disciples to masquerade as the youngster robbing others serve another purpose? Brother Chi doesn't have another purpose in mind that he is deliberately hiding from me? I can't believe that finding a single early core formation cultivator could be so hard for a sect as large as your Jade Cloud sect. Zenith Een said with an annoyed expression. Sigh. Brother Wu's words wrong me. We weren't friends for only 1 or 2 years. How could I possibly do that? Moreover, our sect also holds a deep enmity with him. We've never stopped trying to find him. The owner of the hoarse voice was a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a robe adorned with white cranes. His face had white pockmarks and was covered in a layer of warm fluorescence, making for quite an imposing visage. He then smiled as if he had thought of something and said, However, fellow Taoist Wu, I am quite curious. Just what did the youngster do to cause you to brave the risk of sneaking into Heavenly Star City and teleporting here? Fellow Taoist Wu has always used his grandson's death as an excuse. However, it was always stated so casually that I'm very much in doubt. Chapter 528. Flowing Undercurrents. When Zenith Een heard Taoist priest Chi accuse him of hiding something, he inwardly frowned and cursed, cunning old fox. However, none of this was betrayed on his face. Zenith Yin's expression grew stern and he coldly said, Brother Chi, you've asked this more than once before. And each time I've answered that this youngster Han treacherously killed my grandson in Heaven Void Hall. That is why I must capture him alive so that I may refine his soul. The Taoist priest shook his head and said, He. Brother Wu had been saying this for the past 2 years and I do believe it. However, Brother Wu has spent such a long time here, unwilling to be distracted by both his profound Een Island and the Starfall Coalition's battle on the other side. If it were only for the sake of avenging your grandson, then wouldn't I alone be enough? Then, as if checkmating him, the Taoist priest stared at Zenith Een with a mysterious smile and slowly continued. Moreover, in addition to Zenith Een, the Thousand Gates of Enlightenment has secretly sent over their elder breakwater, and 3 other unknown nascent soul cultivators had arrived in the outer star seas with disguised appearances. Just when did our wondrous Depths Island become so attractive that it would capture the attention of so many high-grade cultivators? And in the past 2 days, I've acquired concrete information that they're looking for the same person as you, the youngster surnamed Han. Brother Wu, please don't tell me that they also wish to avenge their grandsons. Zenith Yin's heart trembled and his face grew icy, but he remained silent. The Taoist priest saw that Zenith Yin's heart was wavering and he calmly continued to persuade him, there is no need for Brother Wu to pointlessly continue to conceal this. Regardless of what great secret this youngster Han may possess, since so many fellow nascent soul Taoists have already figured it out, there is no harm in having me and only me know about it. If Brother Wu were to calmly tell me, it could work to your advantage. Moreover, in the current seas, in addition to my own disciples masquerading as the insect devil, there are other cultivators that have also taken up that identity in other locations. It is clear that they're interfering with our scheme. Zenith Een eventually replied with a gloomy tone, Humph. Brother Chi, since you already know so much, then what mystery is there to clear up? What point is there in asking me? I am convinced that even if Brother Wu is unwilling to tell me the truth, I will be able to find the clear truth of the matter by the year's end. By that time it won't just be me or the Jade Cloud sect that knows of the matter. I don't want things to reach that point. Wouldn't it be better to join hands now? The Taoist priest spoke of his inner plans without the slightest attempt at concealment. Zenith Yin's expression fluctuated for a long while. After lowering his head and muttering to himself for a moment, he eventually sighed and bitterly smiled at the Taoist priest. It's not that I wish to deliberately fool you. But in order to ensure that the secret wouldn't be divulged, I along with several other fellow Taoists have all made a heart demon pact to not speak of it to outsiders. But since the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment has sent their elder breakwater here, then Wan Tianming has more or less broken the pact regardless of what he said. Hence, I no longer have anything to fear from divulging the secret. The Taoist priest heartily laughed upon hearing him. Great. Brother Wu actually cared about a heart demon pact? I've never taken them to mind. If heart demon pacts were truly effective, most heretical and devil Dao cultivators would already be dead. Zenith Yin said with a helpless tone, although I don't care about the heart demons if too many people come to know of it, I'm afraid there will be no rewards left to reap. Soon after, his face stiffened and he started to speak through voice transmissions. The Taoist priest was completely unconcerned with Zenith Yin's carefulness. But after only a few words were spoken, his expression greatly changed as rapt excitement flickered in his eyes. Is what you said true? The item has emerged into the world. The Taoist priest's voice shivered from excitement. Zenith Yin indifferently replied, if not for this treasure, do you truly believe so many nascent soul cultivators would have gathered here? While the Taoist priest was ecstatic, he couldn't help but grumble, that's right. It seems Brother Wu was correct in entirely concealing the matter. I admire you for having kept this secret for so long, but if fellow Taoist had spoke of it sooner, I would have certainly sent out more men. Perhaps we might have found the youngster already. Zenith Yin gloomily explained, fellow Taoist says that quite easily. Do you think I could just divulge this matter as I wished? If I hadn't concealed the matter for so long, the others might have leaked the information as well. Even now, I am unwilling to casually speak of it. The less people who know of this, the better. The Taoist priest nodded his head and agreed without thinking, Brother Wu's words make sense. If I had known about this, I also wouldn't have wanted to divide the treasure with anybody else. However, it seems that now the information won't be hidden for much longer. The truth of the treasure's emergence will finally be spread. Zenith Yin's cheek twitched and he revealed a trace of bitterness on his face. Hee. Brother Wu should know that no news truly stays hidden. Now I will be taking my leave first since I need to send out more men. Let us be a step ahead of the others in search of that youngster. The Taoist priest stood up and bid goodbye with a trace of excitement on his face. Zenith Yin didn't do anything to stop him. After standing up and cupping his fist to him, he watched the Taoist priest as he left the room. Zenith Yin then sat back down in his chair and remained motionless with a bitter smile on his face. Ever since the word advantage was uttered, Taoist priest Qi had become more energetic while Zenith became anxious. But it seemed that telling him about the Heaven Void Cauldron was the right move. That youngster Han had fled to some unknown location and had left no trace of himself. Had Han Li not exterminated the Jade Cloud cultivators, Zenith Yin would have believed that Han Li had successfully executed a crafty escape plan, and actually escaped to another Demon Beast Island. But since he no longer had the time to wait, he could only draw support from a local power, the Jade Cloud sect. He could only take this one step at a time. Zenith Yin pondered about the benefits and drawbacks of this alliance before letting out a long sigh, returning the room to silence. In another portion of the sea, an azure-robed youth with an ordinary appearance was coldly glancing at some low-grade cultivators with utter disdain. There was a swarm of gold-silver insects buzzing above his head. Insect Devil. A middle-aged cultivator among the group shouted out the name in fright. When the youth heard this, he coldly chuckled and wordlessly pointed at them, causing the insect cloud to immediately spread across the skies. Although these low-grade cultivators did their utmost to protect themselves with magic treasures, they were completely covered by the flying insects in an instant. After only a moment of time, the cultivators completely disappeared without a trace. The youth picked up the storage pouches that were left behind and disapprovingly said, "You dare to struggle for your lives with your meager cultivation? You overestimate yourselves." He then casually picked a direction and flew off into the distance as a streak of azure light. A short moment later, white light suddenly flashed from somewhere in the air to reveal an early core formation cultivator with a pale face. He glanced in the direction that the youth had disappeared with an unsightly expression. Then with gritted teeth he flew in the opposite direction. Half a month later Hanli eventually returned to the small island in this mist. Although he hadn't returned in many years, everything was how he had left it. This finally relieved the worry that he had always carried in the back of his mind. Hanli first took a few days to rest in his cave residence before arranging the many rare materials and demon cores he had acquired during his recent excursion. After organizing all of them, he then started to prepare for refining pills. 10 days later, when Hanli felt completely refreshed, he brought all the materials into his pill refining room. Years ago, when he had last refined medicine pills in his cave residence in Heavenly Star City, Hanli felt he had reached a bottleneck in his pill refinement techniques. It seemed he would have to put quite a bit more effort into it if he were to break through into a higher realm of pill refinement. As such, Hanli didn't immediately start refining grade 6 and 7 demon beast cores. Instead, he lined up the grade 5 demon cores he had acquired by his side. In Hanli's mind, although his talents in pill refinement were quite ordinary, his pill refinement techniques weren't too far away from that of a pill refinement grandmaster. After all, who else aside from him had the opportunity to practice refining pills with such a luxurious amount of materials? As the Tao of pill refinement mostly relied on experience and skill, Hanli decided to first use the grade 5 demon cores to see whether or not he could break through his bottleneck in pill refinement techniques. With these thoughts in mind, Hanli gazed at the furnace before him and waved his arm, causing a grade 5 demon core to fly into the cauldron. At the same time, the cauldron distanced itself from him. Chapter 529. Uninvited guests. The door to the pill refinement room had been sealed for an entire 3 years when one day, the room finally opened with Hanli quietly emerging from within. All of his valuable demon cores had been turned into demon core pills. For the first 2 years, Hanli had used all of his time to refine grade 5 demon core pills. Although these medicine pills had no significant effect on his cultivation as of current, even a single one of these pills was immensely desired by Foundation establishment cultivators. Even a single pill would leave them in ecstasy. After refining these medicine pills, Hanli's pill refinement techniques had finally ascended to a higher level. After all, even genuine pill refinement grandmasters wouldn't have the opportunity to squander as many demon cores for practice as he did. Ordinary pill refinement masters were only able to use about 40 demon cores as practice in their lifetime. Even then, it was an infrequent occurrence. While all the medicine pill refinement methods had their differences, they all shared a few similarities that Hanli was able to recognize. After refining so many of these precious medicine pills, Hanli was able to forcefully raise his pill refinement technique to the rumored level that existed slightly above that of a pill refinement grandmaster. As a result, this greatly increased the odds of success when refining grade 6 and 7 demon cores into pills, much to his delight. Even Hanli was unwilling to lightly squander items as valuable as grade 6 and 7 demon cores. After Hanli finished refining all of his demon cores, he spent an entire month resting. In that month, Hanli circled around his insect rooms many times, observing the differences between his tricolored gold devouring beetles and the non-mutated gold devouring beetles. While Hanli was refining pills, he had his puppets alternate between feeding rainbow skirt grass to the two groups of gold devouring beetles. However, this had resulted in Hanli discovering something terrible. While the tricolored gold devouring beetles excitedly consumed rainbow skirt grass as expected, it no longer induced a violent excitement in the tricolored gold devouring beetles, nor did it produce any other strange effects. At the beginning, Hanli had assumed that this was because the time had been too short and that the number of gold devouring beetles were too many. Hence, the effects of the rainbow skirt grass wouldn't be obvious. But under further investigation, he specifically isolated 300 black-strained gold devouring beetles and fed them the rainbow skirt grass, leading to this significant discovery. After consuming the rainbow skirt grass several times, they hadn't displayed even the slightest change. This caused Hanli to become quite gloomy. He had come to the conclusion that the rainbow skirt grass could no longer be used to induce reproduction in the mutated gold devouring beetles. Although he didn't understand the unfathomable principles behind this, he knew without a doubt that these black-stained mutated beetles could not be replenished as they had completely lost their ability to rapidly reproduce. Every single beetle he lost would be permanent. Now he could only go back to feeding the rainbow skirt grass to the minority of gold-devouring beetles that hadn't undergone the black-stained mutation. After feeding rainbow skirt grass to the unmutated gold-devouring beetles repeatedly, they had become increasingly violent, appearing as if they would soon reproduce. With that taken care of, Han Li then entered seclusion once more with renewed clarity of mind. With the prepared assistance of all kinds of medicine pills, Han Li planned on first reaching the 8th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Arts before tackling the mid-core formation stage. Sitting down on a straw mat in the sealed room, Han Li took out a medicine bottle from his storage pouch, and poured out a glowing red medicine pill into his hand that resembled a longan fruit. After Han Li swallowed the pill, he began to feel the heat of medicinal power emit from his stomach. He then silently muttered the incantation for the 8th layer of the sword art as he slowly closed his eyes. Han Li wholeheartedly cultivated in the cave residence while oblivious to the time that passed by. The unceasing consumption of medicine pills and the conversion of medicinal power into spiritual power was an extremely tedious task. Fortunately, Han Li was wholeheartedly committed to increasing his cultivation and was able to persevere without fail. But even with his stalwart resolve, Han Li began to unconsciously feel dreary. 16 years passed in the blink of an eye. Han Li had managed to eventually break through the mid-core formation bottleneck and reach the 8th layer of the Azure Essence Sword Arts. Despite his excitement, he didn't hastily leave seclusion as he still possessed a majority of the medicine pills he had started with. It was only natural to want to finish consuming them. Hence, despite having just entered mid-core formation, Han Li forcefully calmed his heart and focused on refining the 9th layer of the Azure Sword Arts. The 9th layer of the Sword Arts proved to be much more difficult than the previous layers had been. As spring passed by and winter appeared with autumn leaving and summer arriving, years and years passed by with the secluded room remaining shut. A thick layer of dust began to cover everything in the cave residence as if it had become an ancient tomb. On yet another peaceful morning in the nearby seas, a seabird circled overhead, occasionally releasing a sharp cry. It made for a serene scene. But a moment later, a flash of light suddenly appeared from the horizon. Several streaks of azure and red radiance flew towards the direction of the sea mist in a disorderly fashion. A moment later, silhouettes could clearly be made out from within the light. They were a group of 3 women and 2 men. Apart from an early Foundation establishment cultivator, a middle-aged man, the rest were all chi condensation cultivators. They were all youths spanning anywhere from 17 to 24 years of age. They had flustered flown over in a mad rush, occasionally looking behind them as if someone were chasing them. Gasping for breath, a young woman amongst them said, "Marshal Uncle's son. Let's rest for a moment in the sea mist. Otherwise we won't be able to persist when they come chasing after us." The young woman had a round face and large eyes, bearing somewhat of a resemblance to an infant. While she would normally appear quite cute at the moment, she was covered in sweat, and her complexion was pale as if her magic power was on the verge of exhaustion. The middle-aged man paused and looked at the other 3 chi condensation cultivators. Although they appeared to be in a slightly better condition, they didn't look like they could last for much longer. After hesitantly looking behind them, he reluctantly agreed, "All right, we'll go into the mist and recover our magic power. Then we will leave immediately after. Although we are a good distance away from them, they are capable of relentlessly chasing after us, so it would be best to be careful. If they manage to overtake us, it will be impossible to survive." Each of the youths expressed relief upon hearing this. Their cultivation was truly shallow. Being able to fly here had already reached the extent of their abilities. Although they knew it would be extremely dangerous to stop, they were unable to do otherwise. Hence the party flew into the sea mist. Not long after the party entered the mist, a burly 20-year-old youth hopefully said, "The sea mist is quite dense here. Perhaps we can wait here and conceal ourselves from their pursuit." "Don't even think about it. Although we don't know how they're managing to track us down, a bit of fog isn't about to conceal ourselves from them. Everyone fly lower and see if there are any reefs we can take a rest on. We can recover our magic power faster if we sit. The middle-aged man bluntly refuted him, causing the burly youth to blush and hang his head. The others closely followed after the Foundation establishment cultivator, not daring to be left behind. After a short moment, the yellow-clothed young woman suddenly shouted out in surprise, There's an island here." Regardless of the woman's yell, the island was clearly visible after they deeply entered the deep fog. They couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. A blue-clothed woman with an ordinary appearance said with fear, "Could there be some sort of demon beast here?" The middle-aged man started to hesitate, but he soon came to a firm resolution. "Something that unfortunate can't occur. And even if it did, we wouldn't be able to deal with it, so there is no point thinking about it. Quickly head to the island and recover your magic power." When the others heard this, they didn't say anything further and floated down onto the small island. The middle-aged man released his spiritual sense after landing on the island. He then happily pointed and said, "Let's sit down over there. The spiritual chi over there is quite abundant." The direction that he pointed to was the sole mountain range of the island. When the party heard this, their spirits were roused. Afterwards, the middle-aged man led the way with the rest of the party hurrying after him. If they could recover enough magic power, they might be able to escape the oncoming calamity. They naturally weren't going to let go of this chance. After a short moment, the party arrived at the Green Mountain Range and casually sat down on the small mountain. They all held a spirit stone in hand and began to slowly meditate, absorbing the dense spiritual chi nearby. Chapter 530. Azure spirit sect. Apart from the wind that carried the scent of the sea, it was completely silent where the group of cultivators were recuperating. The party of cultivators became increasingly relaxed, gathering the courage to close their eyes. Time quickly passed by. After 2 hours, the party had recovered most of their magic power and their complexions had mostly returned to normal. The middle-aged man opened his eyes. After examining how the other four were doing, he immediately commanded, "We're going. We can't stay longer. Those things are already in quick pursuit of us." With that said, he stood up and led the way. Although the chi condensation cultivators were somewhat reluctant, they didn't dare to tarry and stood up, quickly flying off on their magic tools. But at that moment, loud cries could suddenly be heard from around the island. They seemed to be coming from within the dense mist. "Not good." The middle-aged cultivator yelled with a ghastly expression. The other four's complexions paled in an instant. A flock of over a dozen huge gray birds emerged from the dense fog above them. These monstrous birds were 3 meters long, had red combs on their head, sharp claws and beaks, and emitted a faint azure light from their body. They made for a vicious and ugly sight. After they appeared, they didn't immediately descend down to the island. Instead, they quickly circled around the island before dispersing, blocking the cultivators' paths of escape. The birds appeared quite familiar with the maneuver. When the middle-aged cultivator saw this, his heart dropped. "Run. Quickly go into the forest. Wait until there is a chance to escape." Experienced in dealing with bird-type demon beasts, the middle-aged man hastily ordered the others to flee into the forest. As the four were scared out of their wits, they quickly followed his orders without question. Their speed reached new levels with their increasing panic. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the forest. However, a shocking scene suddenly appeared. Just as the 5 flew down to 10 meters above the forest, green light suddenly flashed before their eyes. Once they recovered their sight from the dazzling flash, they were amazed to discover that the forest had disappeared without a trace, only to be replaced by an unfamiliar mountain range emitting an astonishing intensity of spiritual chi. It was an illusion formation. The blue-clothed woman shouted out in alarm. "Could it be that there is a fellow Taoist here?" The burly youth said in pleasant surprise. Greatly surprised, the middle-aged cultivator muttered, "It's possible. But in any case, this is our chance at survival. Hopefully we can use to formation to evade the hawk-kite beasts." With that said, the party couldn't help but sweep their gazes around within the illusion formation. At that moment, the vicious birds suddenly lost sight of them, causing them to become restless. They cried out to each other several times before deciding to slowly fly downward. The middle-aged cultivator's expression sank. Not good. It seems the hawk kite beasts will soon be unaffected by the illusion formation's influence. Quickly climb the mountains. There is an aura of spell formations there. Perhaps that is where the fellow Taoist is. He then flew off toward the mountains in a streak of light. After the remaining cultivators mutually glanced at one another, they chased after the middle-aged man with nervous expressions. After they flew a short distance, a layer of white light suddenly revealed itself, blocking their way. When the middle-aged man saw this, he rejoiced. He immediately waved his hand and summoned a sound transmission talisman. After muttering a few words into it, he tossed the talisman before it transformed into a streak of fire, disappearing into the light barrier in the blink of an eye. The others gazed at the scene with panicked eyes, not daring to interrupt him. A short moment later, the many monstrous birds flew into the illusion formation. They quickly discovered the party of cultivators and flew towards them in a mad rush. Their wings carried a faint trace of bright azure light. The middle-aged cultivator grimaced and glanced at the white light barrier behind them. He gritted his teeth and muttered orders to the chi condensation cultivators. The other cultivators' expression were also unsightly, but they still brandished their glowing magic tools in preparation to receive the demon beast's attack. But just as the hawk kite beasts were about to sweep down onto the party of cultivators, something unexpected occurred. Over 100 beams of various colored light suddenly shot out from the white light barrier. Although the beams were as thick as a finger, each of them were incomparably sharp. In the next instant, the descending hawk kite beasts were left filled with countless holes, accompanied by the sounds of their flesh being ripped apart. The demon beasts breathed their last as they fell to the ground without even a scream. The group of cultivators were elated by the developments and couldn't help but turn around towards the light barrier. They were left shocked for a long while when they saw over 10 huge apes on the other side of the light barrier. At first glance, they had mistaken them to be demon beasts and were left frightened, but they soon noticed something odd about them. After further inspection, they noticed that the huge apes all glowed with black light, before eventually figuring them out to be mechanical puppets. The puppets each had raised arms. It appeared the beam of lights from a moment ago should have all came from their hands. These realizations left the party completely relieved. Soon after, the huge apes silently lowered their arms and flickered with white light before disappearing from sight. As their expressions continued to change in surprise, the white barrier flashed several times before parting to create a 3-meter-wide path. When the 5 saw this, they looked at each other in dismay. A man's voice unhurriedly said, "I am currently in seclusion, and it is inconvenient for me to meet with you. You fellow Taoists may rest for a moment within the barrier before leaving." From his words, it seemed the formation spellmaster didn't possess the slightest intention to meet them. "Many thanks for Senior's kindness. But since the demon beasts have died, it will be fine if we rested outside. We don't dare to further interrupt Senior's cultivation." Although the middle-aged cultivator felt no malice from the voice, he didn't dare to enter the formation of a stranger. As such, he could only summon his courage to refuse the offer and risk upsetting the other party. "It seems you're quite careful. But since this is the case, how about you tell me about your situation? Why was there a group of Grade 2 demon beasts in pursuit of you?" The voice spoke without the slightest care, but his later words carried a trace of curiosity. The middle-aged man's face finally relaxed. He hastily replied with a respectful tone, "I am a disciple of the Azure spirit sect. We went out to sea in order to pick a few spiritual herbs. During a moment of carelessness, we caught the eye of those demon beasts and they have pursued us ever since. Were it not for Senior's rescue, us juniors would have faced calamity." The voice merely grunted in response before turning silent. This left the cultivators uneasy. The middle-aged cultivator grew apprehensive. However, he didn't dare to leave yet and managed to keep his calm. After a moment of silence, the man's voice indifferently said, "Your Azure spirit sect only sent out you 5? Why aren't there any sect elders leading you? Don't you know you'd only be seeking death by going out to sea with your meager cultivations? Even if a sect has no core formation cultivators, Grade 2 demon beasts shouldn't pose much of a threat against a group of Foundation establishment cultivators. After that was said, the middle-aged cultivator paused for a moment. With some hesitation he then bitterly smiled. Seniors? Our Azure Spirit sect is but a small sect. Although we once had a core formation elder, he perished in the beast torrent over 20 years ago. There are only Foundation establishment cultivators in our sect now, and their numbers aren't many. As the middle-aged man thought about his response, he was worried whether or not this senior would form evil intentions after hearing about their sect's details. But after some further thought he realized that if this person wanted to kill them he could have done so easily with his puppets. After all, his cultivation was vastly superior to their own. There would be no need for him to waste the effort with such long ploys. And if he were to conceal any information from this senior he would risk him, damning all of them to death. As such, the middle-aged cultivator came to a resolution and took the risk of honestly answering. He didn't believe that anybody would harbor any designs towards a ruined sect such as his own. Beast torrent? How long ago did this occur? Does it have something to do with those demon beasts? The man's voice seemed to carry a trace of alarm. When the middle-aged man heard this he grew shocked. The youths in his party also revealed amazement. Chapter 531. Indifference to a pleading request. The middle-aged man let out a long breath and muttered, "Senior doesn't know about the beast torrent? It seems that Senior has secluded himself for many years and isn't informed on the affairs of the outside world." From your tone, the circumstances sound quite grim. Although the man's voice was quite cold, his words carried a trace of interest. The middle-aged cultivator was speechless. The circumstances on the outside couldn't just be described as grim. It seemed this old eccentric had secluded himself for who knows how many years. How else could he be ignorant of the disastrous event that took place 20 years ago? However, this was of great relief to him. With this senior's cultivation he should feel like it would be beneath his dignity to attack them for anything that they might have. With that thought in mind, the middle-aged man wore a respectful expression, replying, "Senior, the beast torrent was an event that occurred about 20 years ago. At that time, Junior was only a chi condensation cultivator. Although I hadn't personally witnessed it, I've heard many seniors in my sect speak about it. It was said that countless demon beasts emerged from the depths without warning and rushed towards Wondrous Depths Island. They had completely surrounded Blackrock City and launched fierce attacks at it without end. Although the island was protected by several great formations and was defended by several thousand cultivators along with a party of nascent soul seniors, the demon beasts broke through in only a matter of days. Apart from a small fraction of cultivators that were able to escape in the chaos, the rest were all slain." The middle-aged cultivator spoke with a dim expression. "Something like that happened? And the aftermath? Did the demon beasts return to the depths?" The man's voice momentarily revealed a trace of shock before calming down. Matters would have taken a turn for the better had they had just returned to the depths. After turning Blackrock City into ruins, they divided into several groups, each led by a few high-grade demon beasts. Then they started to wipe out other human villages and establishments. However, information of the torrent had reached a majority of them beforehand and their people managed to flee and go into hiding. Still, there were many cultivators and mortals that were eliminated by these attacks. As a result, nearly half a year passed by where not a single human settlement existed. They had all been wiped out by the demon beasts, and this wasn't the end. Although most of the demon beasts returned to the depths, there were a few intelligent high-grade demon beasts that had started to search for humans in hiding, devouring them one by one. It was said that after a short time mortals in the outer seas had been nearly wiped out, and a majority of the cultivators had fallen as well. Fortunately, there were a few islands far from Wondrous Depths Island that the cultivators were able to settle on and hide away. Currently, Wondrous Depths Island has become an outpost for high-grade demon beasts. So long as they catch wind of any cultivators, they will immediately launch an attack to eliminate us." The middle-aged man's expression became sorrowful. After that, the man's voice grew silent for a long while as if he had been heavily shaken, and needed some time to digest the information. The voice then coldly laughed and slowly said, "Hee hee. It is quite funny. We've swapped roles with the demon beasts. Humans are now taking the role of prey. His words carried a trace of mockery, leaving the cultivators stunned. As if trying to save his breath, the voice then directly asked several questions. Wondrous Depths Island had many nascent soul eccentrics on guard. They can't have all perished in the beast torrent. Why haven't they appeared and taken charge of the situation? And with such huge disaster having struck Profound Depths Island, why haven't the Inner Star Seas responded and sent over reinforcements? Or have the forces of the Inner Star Seas completely given up on Wondrous Depths Island? Each following question became sharper and struck closer to the heart of the matter. As for the middle-aged man, his knowledge only covered a few of the questions. After some consideration, he carefully answered, "During the year of the Beast Torrent, I heard that while 2 nascent soul cultivators perished in the assault, most of them managed to flee. Although there has been no news of those seniors, word has it that they are planning something great. It is quite possibly an attack to reclaim Wondrous Depths Island. However, this junior is unaware of the concrete details. As for the Inner Star Seas, all contact with them has been lost ever since the day of the Beast Torrent. Nobody knows what is happening on the other side. With regards to reinforcements, not a single one has been seen. It is likely, as Senior said, Wondrous Depths Island has already been given up by the Inner Star Seas." After that was said, his face wore a gloomy expression. It seemed the cultivators fortunate enough to survive the Beast Torrent had grown apathetic towards the Inner Star Seas and unconsciously harbored resentment towards them. The voice grew silent for a moment more before leisurely asking, "Since there is such danger, why is it that you juniors dared to brave these dangerous seas instead of staying safely put? Are you seeking death?" The middle-aged cultivator revealed a miserable expression, but before he could answer, the yellow-robed young woman's expression fluctuated as she suddenly shot forward from behind the old man. "Senior, because my father cultivated an unsuitable cultivation art, his true essence suffered backlash and his meridians are in disarray, rendering him paralyzed. With Senior's great power, he must have a method to save him. If Senior saves my father, this junior is willing to toil ceaselessly in order to repay your kindness." The young woman bitterly pled with eyes overflowing with tears, invoking a feeling of tender pity. When the others heard this, they were greatly shocked and couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. But when the middle-aged cultivator heard this, his heart trembled and he instantly rebuked her. "Xinga, what nonsense are you speaking? Senior Marshal Brother has been bedridden for years. He is no longer treatable by ordinary means. We've only come on this journey to find medicine to alleviate his pain. Senior's magic power may be profound, but that alone cannot treat your father." Although the middle-aged cultivator's words were harsh, he wore an odd expression as he spoke. The voice coldly laughed and lazily said, "His true essence suffered backlash and his meridians are in disarray? He seems to have vainly overreached himself. These are symptoms of attempting to forcefully cultivate a high-level technique while his cultivation was lacking." This expert was able to diagnose the cause of the illness without having personally seen the man. This caused a flicker of joy to appear on the middle-aged man's face. "Senior is truly knowledgeable. It was because of my Senior Marshal Brother's impatient cultivation that led to misfortune. Would Senior happen to know a technique that could save him?" After the middle-aged man respectfully praised him, he asked about the crux of the matter. "It seems he has a good relationship with this Senior Marshal Brother of his. This illness won't take much to cure, but why would I tell you? Did you believe that I could provide my assistance without any benefit?" The voice seemed to perceive the man's thoughts and bluntly mocked him. The middle-aged man paused for a moment before his complexion fluctuated between red and white. Despite his moving lips, he couldn't bring himself to say anything. The yellow-clothed young woman gained hope from those words and a trace of color returned to her face. With gritted teeth and a beating heart, she knelt before the light barrier. Soon after, the adorable young woman said with determination, "Junior Gongsun Xing pledges that so long as Senior can cure my father, this woman is willing to devote her life to you as your loyal servant. If Senior is not at ease, Junior is willing to enter restrictions before Senior heads out to save her father." With that said, the woman faced the light barrier and kowtowed her head 3 times against the ground. A resolute expression remained on her face. Despite appearing so young, the yellow-robed woman was staunch. With furious surprise, the middle-aged man rebuked, "Stupid girl, do you know what folly you are committing? Senior is a man of great status. What use does he see in a disgraceful girl like you?" The others in the party managed to recover from their shock and each said their own words to try and dissuade her. However, the yellow-clothed woman ignored them and continued to kneel in place. It seemed like she decided to stay kneeling until she heard his reply. The young woman shook her pale face and calmly said, "Everyone please stop. My talent is unclear. My mother went through much difficulty to deliver me, and my father forcefully cultivated the 6th layer of the Azure Spirit Profound Arts in order to cleanse my essence and transform my meridians, leaving himself crippled and bedridden. Now is the time that I can fulfill my filial duties. So long as my father can be cured, I am willing to devote my life to Senior without complaint. Girl, could it be that you wish to pressure me? If I don't act, then will you stay forever kneeling?" The man's voice coldly laughed without the slightest sympathy. "Junior doesn't dare. Gongsun Xing is already immensely grateful towards Senior for saving our lives. However, my father is bedridden. We've tried our hardest to find someone to cure him, but all attempts have failed." From Senior's tone, Xinger believes that this will take but a trivial effort from him. Junior's only intention is to bitterly plead with Senior so that she may fulfill her filial duties, nothing else. The woman's voice was on the verge of sobbing by the time she finished. She kowtowed once more as she held back her sobs. The light barrier remained silent. Chapter 532, Cultivation Vessel Whoosh. A huge ape emerged from the light barrier and walked several steps towards the kneeling young woman before halting. The expressions of the others changed upon seeing this, watching the puppet with worry. The yellow-robed woman opened her bright reddish eyes and vacantly stared at the huge ape. "Regardless of the truth of what you said, you still are quite pitiful. However, I have never done anything without profit. I sense that you are still a virgin and I have cultivated to a bottleneck. Perhaps I could break through it with the assistance of pair cultivation. If you are willing to become my cultivation vessel, enter the spell formation and I will give your companions a bottle of 3 vital essence pills. It should be more than enough to save your father. I will not force you nor will I take advantage of the weak. If you are unwilling, then you may leave. Just act as if you never met me." The man's voice was ice-cold, containing not the slightest emotion. At that moment, the huge ape puppet extended its arms, revealing a small bottle of sparkling white jade. It presented the bottle to the kneeling woman before it. The young woman's mind grew blank after hearing this. Although she was young, she still knew about the meaning of pair cultivation and cultivation vessels. Her originally pale white face unconsciously blushed. Still, she unhesitatingly replied, "Good. So long as my father can recover, Junior is willing to become Senior's cultivation vessel." With that said, the young woman reached out and took the bottle into her hands before slowly standing up. The middle-aged man was greatly shocked by the young woman's words and panically shouted, "Xianer, how could you do this? What will I tell your father?" The others' expressions also greatly changed upon hearing her, and they each attempted to dissuade her. The young woman didn't respond to the old man's outburst. Instead, she offered the jade bottle to him and calmly asked, "Martial uncle, can you please check the medicine pills in the bottle and see whether or not they will be of use towards my father?" "You." Sigh. The middle-aged cultivator took in jade bottle and glanced at the young woman's tender, expressionless face before letting out a long sigh. Knowing that he couldn't change her mind, he could only sullenly take the jade bottle and examine the faint blue medicine pills within. A peculiar scent slowly spread throughout the air surrounding. All those who smelled it would feel their minds and bodies become free of burden. The middle-aged cultivator lost focus after smelling the pill's medicinal scent. After taking another whiff, he shouted out in surprise, "These are medicine pills refined from demon cores." The young woman remained calm and thoroughly asked, "They were refined with demon cores? Will these vital essence pills heal my father?" The middle-aged cultivator's expression grew complicated. After hesitating for a moment, he truthfully said, "Although I don't know the specific effects of this pill, it is an exceptionally rare item. It is unlikely to be fake. Many thanks for Martial Uncle's answer. Xianer now feels relieved, but I'm afraid I must trouble Martial Uncle to bring it back and tell my father what happened. If only this unfilial daughter had never been born. The young woman sighed. With reddened eyes, she turned around and headed into the light barrier. The middle-aged man's expression changed several times. He opened his mouth but couldn't bring himself to say anything. All he could do was take the jade bottle into his hands. At that moment, the huge ape puppet soon returned into the light barrier. The opening had begun to slowly close. With an anxious expression, the burly youth couldn't help but loudly ask, "Martial Uncle, will you truly allow Junior Martial Sister Gongsun to become a cultivation vessel?" The expressions of the other two women had also darkened. Wearing a gloomy expression, the middle-aged man softly said, "Didn't you see it? Your Junior Martial Sister had already came to a decision. I am no longer able to stop her. Moreover, these medicine pills can truly cure the sect mater. I cannot block her in consideration of the Azure spirit sect's well-being as well." Blood flushed the youth's face. He contended with all his might, "But you still can't allow Junior Martial Sister to become a cultivation vessel. Will this not damn Junior Martial Sister to ruin?" The middle-aged man's cheek twitched and he wore a resigned expression. "Marital nephew Li, you've grown up with Xinger and are as close as true siblings. However, it is too late to change anything." The blue-clothed woman suddenly shouted out, "Martial Uncle, Junior Martial Sister Gongsun is about to disappear." When the middle-aged man and the burly youth heard this, they hastily turned around to see the light barrier brightly shine. The young woman then gradually faded away in a pulse of brilliance. After a short moment, the light disappeared along with any trace of the young woman. Only layers of withered leaves remained. Like a ball of deflated air, the burly youth fell onto his knees and held his head in his hands without uttering a single word. The middle-aged man patted the youth's shoulder and consoled him. An hour later, the remaining four left the small island and flew out of the mist. After the yellow-clothed woman was wrapped up by the radiance, she was dizzyingly teleported away. By the time she recovered her bearings, she found herself standing inside an unfamiliar valley with steep walls. There was a 10-meter-tall gate of gray stone in front of her. The young woman glanced around with hesitation lingering in her heart. While she was uncertain of what she should do, an ape puppet appeared behind her with a flash of light. The puppet ignored the young woman and walked towards the stone gate with large strides. After placing its arms on the gate, it was able to push it open with ease. "Your name is Gongsun Xing? Follow my puppet into the cave residence. I will be leaving seclusion in 2 days." The man's voice momentarily appeared before disappearing once more. When the yellow-clothed young woman heard him, she entered the stone gates as she bit on her lip. After following the huge ape for several turns, the young woman was brought into a stone room that was about 10 meters wide. Apart from a stone bed covered in unknown fur, a stone table and 2 stone chairs, there was nothing else in the room. After leading her here, the puppet left the room without a care, leaving the young woman in a complete daze. She was at a loss of what to do. She examined the room and looked outside to see that the door wasn't shut, as if she was free to move around. But after some thought, she slowly sat down on top of the bed and began to blankly ponder as she held her cheeks. Although she had already made preparations to surrender herself, she naturally held some fear towards living the rest of her days as a rumored cultivation vessel. Furthermore, she had found herself in an unfamiliar environment completely alone, causing her heart to swell with further misery. 2 hours later, she ceased her wild wandering thoughts and looked to the hallway outside the room with some hesitation. After a short moment, she stood up and quietly walked out of the stone room. She followed the hallway for a short distance and turned several corners before finding herself inside a large hall with many arched doors. This was one of the places she had passed through when she had entered. However, the young woman particularly took notice of an arched door that had an ape puppet posted outside. It stood motionless as if it were dead. The young woman blinked, revealing her long eyelashes. She thought to peek through the arched door, but before she approached it, the ape puppet at the side suddenly appeared in front of her and barred her way. The young woman recoiled in fear and the ape puppet indifferently returned to its original position. Its jet-black eyes were wandering around as if wanting to stop anyone from approaching. At that moment, Gong Sun Xing clearly understood that the room in front of her wasn't somewhere she could go. Instead, she headed in the direction of another door. This time the ape puppet didn't stop her, much to her relief. She directly walked through the doors and entered a rather peculiar medicine garden. There was a sealed stone room on the other side of the garden. The youth woman approached the door and curiously pushed it open with her slim hand. The door was easily opened, allowing Xinger to clearly see what was within. There was a stone table with piles of various colored jade slips arranged at the center of the room. To the side, there was a circular short stone block that had several pots filled with strange green plants on top of it. It made for a peaceful scene. The young woman pursed her adorable small lips and entered the room without further thought. She arrived in front of the stone table and casually picked up a red jade slip, immersing her spiritual sense into it. It was a jade slip that provided an introduction towards formation spells, something the young woman was completely uninterested with. She withdrew her spiritual sense and placed the jade slip back onto the table. She then casually picked up a white jade slip and looked through it with her spiritual sense. This time the jade sod slip provided an introduction towards tool refinement. The young woman was once again disinterested and withdrew her spiritual sense. However, as both of the jade slips held completely different information, the young woman became curious and began to scan through each of the jade slips on the table. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.